And how will be the bilateral ties between the two countries be affected?
As the biggest trade partner of DPRK, certainly China has a big, huge responsibility to implement the UN Security Council resolution. And the implementation certainly will affect China's trade with the DPRK and China's investment in the DPRK. For example, China will be very careful with the export of dual-use items. Also, the inspection of all the shipments in to and from DPRK will affect the flow of trade, the efficiency of trade with the DPRK. So it will affect certainly the trade and economic ties between the two countries. However, the resolution certainly leaves room for normal exchanges with regard to the humanitarian needs of the DPRK. And certainly China's implementation of this resolution should not be viewed as a way to affect the normal life of the people in the DPRK. It should be viewed as a way to convince the DPRK to give up its nuclear ambition, its nuclear programs and missile programs. And also, actually, because of China's efforts, this resolution actually leaves room for dialogue in the future. So, I believe that the implementation of the sanctions and the resolution will not actually have a huge impact on the political relations between the two countries.
Look, China is backing the sanctions, but has also called on the resumption of six-party talks.
Thank you for joining us.
What are the possibilities now for that to happen? Are the sanctions set the scene for the negotiation, or having the opposite effect, which is pushing DPRK farther away?
And we can talk, we can interact more with what's going on in the world. Otherwise, you can't hear the conversation that I'm having with people on my computer here. And you can't interact with me. But come on over to DINTv. I know you're on Periscope. I see you. Come on down. And I don't bite, and we can interact. And I can answer any questions you have, and we can talk about things that are trending in the news on Twitter, things that are going on. A big thing going on today is all kinds of stuff. See, Obama's going to say he's going to stay in Washington, D.C. After he leaves office because his two daughters, well, one of them, the youngest one, Sasha, will still be in high school. He doesn't want to pull her out of school while she's a junior. So him and Michelle are going to stay in Washington, D.C. after he leaves office for about 2 more years until Sasha finishes college. Also, I saw just before I came over here, Caitlyn Jenner came out in support of Ted Cruz.
See, like Kathy 991.
Hi, Kathy.
For joining us.
Thank you, Kathy, for joining us.
See, their names are going to pop up here.
Right.
And these are some who are watching you right now.
Okay.
So can keep talking.
Hello, people. I'm Meerkat. Hello. Come on up. I can't.
I see 2 viewers on Periscope, by the way.
Right. On Periscope. Thank you for joining us.
Did you log in, Carlos? Did you log in?
Oh, yeah, I didn't log in. Wait a minute.
Why I don't see your name?
Wait a minute.
DINTv. Just open another tab.
Right. Right.
And just type in DINTv.
I'm just logging in now. No, I'm logging in right now.
Oh.
Oh. Hi, folks. Thank you for joining us on Meerkat and on Periscope. But if you come over to DINTv.com, you can interact with me directly. And you can send me tweets. You can send me quick messages. And we could talk about what's trending in the news, what's happening, all kinds of stuff happening right now. We're watching a story right now about a piece of MH370 from 2 years ago washed up on a beach.
Are you on schedule?
In Malaysia.
It's not 6 yet.
Oh, okay.
Just a moment. Okay, I will put it earlier. Just a moment. Yes, it's because it's not 6 yet.
But
Okay,
they
just
found
leave it then. It's only going to be 5 minutes.
they found
It's
some
okay, it's
debris.
okay. You can log in already.
They found some debris from Malaysian Air Flight 370, which crashed just about 2 years ago in the Indian Ocean and washed up on a beach in Mozambique. And it was the horizontal stabilizer of the airplane. There's a vertical stabilizer, which controls, you have a rudder, which makes the airplane go left and right. Then you have the horizontal stabilizer, which has flaps on the back to make the plane go up and down. So they found the rear part of it on a beach in Mozambique, and they're still waiting to determine if it's actually part of MH370, which most likely it is. Also, other news happening today is Caitlyn Jenner came out and in support of Ted Cruz for the 2016 election. Didn't give him out and give him a formal endorsement, but said she's in support of him because he's a constitutionalist and she feels he'll be better for the country. Even though I'm sure Ted Cruz is thrilled. Oh, great. Oh, Caitlyn Jenner is going to support me. That's wonderful. So it'll be interesting to see what his comments are going to be on that. And of course, the big story also is the brawl-out, knockdown fight between Trump and Mitt Romney. They're at it. They're reaching these corners. And, whoa, boy, did Mitt Romney slam Trump today. He derided his businesses in the past, called him a divisive person, a racist, a misogynist. And, of course, Trump responded in likely Trump fashion, where he said that he tore apart Mitt Romney because he gave Mitt Romney money back in 2012 and he endorsed Mitt Romney. And there's all kinds of video of Mitt Romney endorsing Donald Trump back in 2012. But they're going to find one of those videos now. If you're over at Meerkat or you're at Periscope, come and join me, please, at DINTv.com. That way we can interact. You can ask me questions. And I can see if you're up down here. Down here. Let's go to, DIN 1. This is trending. If you saw this, Kevin, did you watch this is Kevin. Did you watch Mitt Romney this afternoon?
I
slam Trump.
Well, go ahead and tell us. I wasn't able to catch up on that.
Oh, it was great. He had a press conference. Mitt Romney just totally deriding, tearing apart Trump because the moderate conservatives don't like him. They don't want him to be the Republican nominee. And he just slammed him on a personal level and also on a business level. He just tore apart all his businesses. He says it doesn't have the business acumen that he claims to have because a lot of his businesses failed, like Trump University. There's a fraud, Trump Airlines, Trump Mortgage. All those businesses that Donald Trump started failed, and Mitt Romney brought that up. And he said, hey, he's not really a good businessman, and everything he did in the real estate business was because of his father. He inherited $200 million from his dad. That's right. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Memorize that, okay?
Right. I haven't been here in a while.
So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have a special night tonight. It's actually the Republican debate happening in Michigan, Detroit. We're definitely going to see big things happening even after Super Tuesday with Trump's huge lead and win, taking over pretty much 7 states.
Yes,
7 states. So that's a lot. So I am definitely excited to see what he's going to mention and talk about today.
I'm wondering. I'm sure the Flint water issue is going to be coming up, particularly in Detroit. Flint is a suburb of Detroit.
Well, I would hope so.
Have you ever been to Flint?
I have never been to Flint.
I was there once, a long time ago. And
hopefully you didn't take a shower drinking any water.
Yeah, well, I haven't been there recently. This is a long time ago.
I mean, that's been happening for years now.
Right. But I was there once a long time ago, and I was the hotel I was staying in was right across from a Chevy manufacturing plant. Right, pick up. The hotel I was staying at was right across from a Chevy manufacturing plant where they made pickup trucks. And there was a diner restaurant in the hotel. They went down there for lunch, and it was all GM workers in the blue coveralls having lunch. And at every table, there was a pitcher of beer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when your car breaks down, think about that. They're allowed to drink during the lunch hours. It's kind of somebody told me that they're allowed to do that. It's a union thing. Damn well, Japan, they're not drinking sake on their lunch breaks.
Definitely, that's the least they can do. Give them alcohol instead of like clean water to drink.
Yeah.
But I actually have an article here from CNN that you guys can go ahead and check out if you're viewing from DINTv.com. And for you Periscope, Meerkatters, and Blabbers, keep in mind that we are streaming all of this information on DINTv. So to get a better user experience, you definitely want to come and follow this link up here, DINTv.com, so you can watch the live stream of the debates that are happening tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So right now, we're actually talking about some of the topics that we want the Republican candidates to hit on tonight. So one of them being Flint, Michigan, right?
Right, Flint,
Michigan.
Yeah.
Huge crisis over there when it comes to the water. So hopefully, the candidates for the Republicans actually touch on this topic.
Yeah, and it's sad because supposedly the governor knew about this in emails over a year ago, but they didn't really do much about it. It kind of like, and the EPA also is guilty. The EPA was notified of this, and they weren't very assertive or proactive in combating the situation. And of course, the big controversy is it because Flint is a predominantly working class, lower middle income area, and that's why it was ignored. It didn't give the credence of one of the higher end suburbs outside of Detroit. So it's very sad because it's still happening. People still can't use the water. They're still taking showers with bath water, with bottled water that's being shipped in.
Definitely. And on Twitter, there's a lot of Flint activity happening. I have a couple tweets here that I'm going to share with you guys that what Twitter's talking about. One of them being from Jesse Smollett. He says, "I love you, Flint. I've seen is all walks of life together, and that is how change happens. I'll be back soon. Stay resilient, unified, and woke." So definitely people are spreading the word when it comes to Flint and wanting to know what is going to happen and how the Republican candidates are going to cover this information. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, they're not going to blame the Republican governor or his administration. They're not going to give him any culpability. They're going to blame it all on the EPA, which partially it is the EPA's partial fault for not following up on it and not being aggressive in the oversight. And how much did they save? They saved what, $100 a day is what they were saving from shifting the water supply.
Exactly.
From Detroit Reservoir to the Flint Reservoir.
Basically, just to save $100 a day, they decided that they didn't want to filter the water out. They just wanted to send it to a different reservoir, which caused this whole crisis to begin with. Exactly. This is years in the making. This has been happening for what, five plus years that these people haven't had any clean water. Just now, it's actually gone higher because cases are coming out now where cancer and different stuff are prevalent. Okay, so one of our Periscopers actually wants us to play some Russian music. So let's go ahead and look for some. But have you ever heard any Russian music?
You know, my favorite song is No, I just made that up. That's just I don't know any Russian music. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I never heard anything like that. But I actually found some stuff here on.
And I'm assuming there's different.
Guys, did you see this commercial from Ted Cruz? It's very, I would say, like, I don't know. They try to play like hero, like a cool guy.
Okay, well, we could definitely check that out. One of our users, Kirill, actually sent us a link to a video. I'm about to post it right now. All right.
This is the final subtitles from this. Oh, you clean it up already. Okay.
Commercial.
All right.
So
the Ted Cruz commercial, yeah.
But I even didn't tell anything. Why you clean it up?
Oh, because it wasn't the right one.
Why? It was the right one.
What, bad lip syncing?
No, the image.
Oh, the image you wanted to post. That's just the image. I thought you wanted to play the video.
Okay.
This is what you posted.
Yes, I posted. I want to discuss this.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna play the
If
video.
you
Okay.
want to discuss something, give him this opportunity to discuss.
Okay. So, what do you think about that video that you saw?
On trusted, you see,
Mm-hmm.
it's like not Trump, so it's like a clear, like trusted or tested. It's has some connotation in each other, like. Like previously, it was advertising for cigarettes, like tested, some kind of cigarettes or whatever. So I don't know. In my mind, that feels it has some associations.
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't able to catch that video, but it seems like all the candidates are really pulling all the stops when it comes to trying to get what they can with those last minute votes, because Super Tuesday actually really woke them up to the fact that Trump is gaining huge ground and Cruz and Rubio need to step up, and by any means. So
Hey, John.
you have commercials like this where trusted is played on with Trump's name. So I think that's really, really funny.
Oh yeah, let me see that. Yeah. Hi, John and Fran Gomez. Put it on Blab.
Yeah, just keep it on Blab.
Okay. All right.
That's DINTv. I'm gonna keep it on Blab.
It's right here. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So yeah. So let's definitely see if we can find the commercial and we can watch it. Oh,
Here we go.
Here. I found the commercial
Ted
here.
Cruz commercial.
So thank you for our user Kirill for bringing that to our attention. Let's go ahead and watch it. So you guys on Periscope and Meerkat, we're actually watching commercials from the Trusted campaign from Ted Cruz. So come to DINTv.com and check it out.
My qualifications for President of the United States are rather narrow. Is he or she godly? Does he or she love us? Can he or she do the job? And finally, would they kill a duck and put him in a pot and make him a good duck gumbo? I've looked at the candidates. Ted Cruz is my man.
Is this the commercial you were talking about, Kirill?
He loves us. He's the man for the job.
No, absolutely not.
This is part of one of his commercials.
Ted Cruz
No,
is
no.
my man.
That duck call dynasty crowd.
Cruz, the reason we're going to vote for you, all of us, is because you're one of us, my man.
You're a redneck.
That's why we're voting for you.
You're an ignorant redneck, just like us.
Love you, Mom. Love you too, dear.
Have you ever seen that show?
No, I heard the controversy about it though.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it. It's amusing.
Do you think you can win head-to-head? Are you taking
All right, so I actually have another video too that's part of that Trusted campaign.
Yeah.
Here, here's another one.
But that campaign is literally against Trump.
Barack Obama stands by his.
Okay.
Let's play anything. I just want to clarify that the TV was about attack on Trump. Yeah.
Larry Wilmore did a brilliant thing last night on Comedy Central. Can you find the piece called TED, the TED video from Larry Wilmore on Comedy Central last night? It was brilliant. I was like, why didn't I think of that?
While I do that, go ahead and tell us what are your thoughts on each candidate and what do you think?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to preface what I say with the fact that I'm kind of an independent person. I'm not really sure who I'm voting for yet. So if you want to convince me to vote for your candidate, feel free to come over to DINTv and tell me why I should vote for whoever it is that you're supporting. I'm kind of a moderate centrist. I'm not a big fan of Ted Cruz because he's going to kowtow to the fossil fuel lobby, the Koch brothers, and to the religious right. Okay. Marco Rubio, I think, is a little bit out of his league as a senator. And again, he's going to be kowtowing also to the special interests. I'm for whoever candidate. I'm very environmentally aware. So I'm voting for whoever candidate's going to be the most pro-environment. Also, not a climate change denier. And whatever candidate is not going to be beholden to the fossil fuel industry or to the religious right, and who's going to be pro-women's rights.
Who do you hate in the candidates?
Wait, I don't really hate anybody. I disagree.
Who do you dislike where you're going to be?
Probably Ted Cruz.
Okay, and what about him really irks you? What about him? His policies gets you bothered?
Because I just see him, he's just way to the right for me. He's just far way to the right. I just don't agree with him at all on anything. There's really nothing I agree with him on, because he's so far to the right for me, for my taste. For someone else's taste, might be different. Plus, he's one of the most hated senators in Congress. They hate him. His colleagues don't even like him, and he hasn't gotten any endorsements at all from any congressman or any senator because he's not well liked. Mm-hmm. Remember that time when he brought government to
Joe pretty much feels the same way about you. He's on Twitter saying, "Who is Mitt Romney to tell America Trump doesn't know anything? Just how smart is Romney that he lost the 2012 race? Republican Party is scared." So some people feel the same way that you do about Romney right there. This guy doesn't like him at all.
Oh, no, I was talking about Romney. I was talking about Ted Cruz. I didn't like Romney when he ran either. I was afraid of Romney, particularly the whole thing with the magic underwear. I mean, granted, he's an astute businessman. I actually think Romney's a better businessman. He's probably had more successes than Trump had. But granted, that they keep slamming Trump for all his business failures. Mm-hmm. But in any business, you're going to have failures, no matter what you do. No matter what kind of a business you're in, you're going to have ups and downs.
But the businesses that I was thinking today when it comes to Trump and all that stuff with his business, if you're a great businessman in this economy, isn't this economy rigged to begin with? So what, you're the best player at playing at a rigged and like unbeneficial economy? That's not good. Maybe we need a new structure in a sense where there's a new game field, there's a new playing field, because the playing field that's going on right now isn't good at any point. Like it's just masking something until it inevitably blows up in somebody's face. So just because a businessman in this day and age is able to navigate towards like around that, even though they're still playing the muck, still means that you're the best muck master.
Right.
Do you want a muck master like in your like presidency? That's why I think that Bernie's stance is great, because he's actually pushing towards getting that whole corporation systematic foundation out of there to begin with. Right. So that there's a whole new structure. So if the corporations decide that they want to leave, so let them go, let them leave. We'll start our own stuff, Why not?
But where are they going to go? They're going to go overseas, the company?
I mean, most of their money's over there, so why not just
begin with? But a lot of manufacturers going overseas, but we still need the big corporations to provide.
Like, I don't understand why people are mad at the government because there's no jobs, but these corporations are looking for scapegoats to go to other countries to get cheap labor. So shouldn't you be going after these people that are using that loophole to get out of the country?
Well, that's one of the things that Trump is saying. He wants to charge a tax. He was saying that the example he was using, I think it was the Carrier Air Conditioning Corp. Mm-hmm. They've been moving all their manufacturing from the Midwest, I forget what state, to Mexico. And he's saying, all right, fine, you're going to move your manufacturing to Mexico. If you're going to import your air conditioners into the U.S., you have to pay an additional tax for moving your manufacturing outside of the country. Mm-hmm. That's how he plans on controlling that.
Okay.
Not that I'm a Trump supporter. I didn't say I'm a Trump supporter.
Sounds like it. But we have Lavender. We have Lavender who just joined us on Meerkat. Thank you so much. And
Wes, hi, Lavender.
Thank you, Wes, for joining us tonight for the Republican debate that's happening at 9. I have one of these tweets that are going around. GOP elites have a strategy to stop Donald Trump, but it carries a big risk. So it looks like at this point it's like the Republican Party at war with Trump and just trying to get him out of there.
They're afraid of losing their own constituency, the moderate Republicans. And that's what Trump is saying. He's taking over independents. He's taking over some of the people from the Republican Party who feel disenfranchised or dissatisfied.
Maybe we need the majority
and he's taking over Democrats.
Let the majority gravitate towards Trump. Maybe we need people to have a wake-up call. Let them go to Trump. Let Trump become president. And when everything blows up in their face, like, maybe that's a realization of maybe your ideologies or your, like, perception of what the world is isn't really what you thought.
But I'm not a fan of his racism and his bigotry.
Would it be too late
for someone else to join in? Would it be late?
No. It wouldn't be too late for the entire economic festival to endure such pressure, like all these Trump's initiatives. Like if he become a president, okay, and if he become president, and all this.
Carlos says Trump is drawing a blueprint for others to follow to destroy, and then you see the rest of that.
To destroy the economy. To destroy the Republican Party. To destroy the Republican Party.
So Carlos, definitely thank you for sending us that information there. But you should come to DINTv.com so that when you do type, we can actually read the message out loud better.
Yeah, because when you send us a message on Periscope, we have to read it really fast. It disappears.
But Wes, tell us what your projections are for tonight, because one of your favorites, Trump, is actually obviously going to be debating there. So, yeah, we can hear you.
Say West.
What's going through your mind right now?
I don't know. I'm thinking more so about this Trump Megyn Kelly matchup.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Megan in this corner, weighing in 140 pounds is Megyn Kelly.
I bet you that when he goes, he acts like nothing ever happened.
That would be the smart thing.
Because if he does that, then if she makes a big deal from it, it makes her look like an idiot.
If I was his PR advisor, I would say
he is
kid gloves.
I've gotten Trump's game right now.
Don't be misogynist.
She's already a great PR advisor.
He's hot. That's the thing about he's not gonna back down, but
yeah, she's really hot. She's gonna trap a lot of viewers.
Trump just wants to
let it go.
Cannot.
So I'm pretty sure if he laughs in her face,
she's not participant of his beauty contestants of beauty, so he just cannot fuck her.
She is so hot, Megyn Kelly. She has a potential of becoming the fourth.
Oh, what the hell? Did you watch Trump's wife interview?
Oh, she is smoking. Melania, yeah.
It's so.
I saw her the other night.
Robot. She speaks like a robot. Okay, she's a robot. She's a great hero.
She's like 70s hot. She's like 70s hot. Like 70s girl hot. Like she's not like 2016 hot. Like for me, she looks like
for her age,
old school.
She's still beautiful. You know, she's a Stepford wife. Are you familiar with the movie The Stepford Wives?
Yeah, but she's like the homewrecker in the Stepford Wives, not the Stepford Wives themselves.
The Stepford Wives. She's like a Stepford wife. She's like a robot that's been made by Trump. Hi, I love Donald. Donald is wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
I met him at party in New York City. He came up to me and I said, what?
But did you guys happen to catch that video that happened the other day at the Trump rally with the girl?
That was horrible. That was degrading. That was in Charlotte.
Literally,
that was just so bad.
I am so glad she reacted the way she did.
She reacted with class and dignity.
You know what it is? It's because I want people to see. Because, you know, the first response when people say when they see that, what she did, was she loud, was she being stereotypically black at this point? And now she's literally just standing there, and they were literally carrying her, pushing her out.
And what's even more, what really angered me about that video, one of the people that was pushing her out was an usher there, an older gentleman with a VFW hat. He's a man who fought for our country, defending our rights, our freedoms, and he's pushing someone else.
I'm sorry, when it comes to soldiers and military, all respect to the families who do lose people from the military, but does your family know what they're fighting for when you're sending them out there, and not what the government's telling them in the 3-minute like action flick presentation that they give them at the academies?
It's just propaganda. It's nothing to do with human rights.
Nothing
to do with American interests. It just works against the country. Because the image of the country is so bad, especially because the Bush W and because the all recent invasions, because the Hillary Clinton in the Middle East, it's just horrible.
Yeah, the last war was oil. That's what it was about, but they didn't tell the soldiers that. I'm sure some of them were onto it. I mean, I respect the military.
Half of them didn't even want to go to begin with.
Well, because it was post 9/11. So.
Oh my gosh. But what was it like? I jumped to conclusions. So, well, that's why I went over there. That's pretty much the excuse. Because all now we haven't been told officially that we didn't have any reason to be over there to begin with.
You're talking about Iraq 1 or Iraq 2?
Iraq 2.
Iraq 2, right, exactly. Well, what we were sold was WMD, weapons of mass destruction, which was totally false. And if you remember the Downing Street memo,
the biggest weapon of mass destruction is the president's mouth. Hey, you guys, make sure that you have your headphones on. We're getting some feedback.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Remember, we were sold.
Hi, Juan. Thank you so much for joining us. I just saw you there. We're going to be talking about different points when it comes to the candidates. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So Trump gave disqualifying, disgusting response on KKK. Let's go ahead and see what this is about. So that's what Mitt Romney has to say about Trump's response to the KKK. Let me see. Okay, so back to Juan, because Juan, we usually, when somebody comes in, they tell us what they're looking forward to when it comes to the debates. What are you looking forward to tonight with the Republicans? Is there anything that you want to hear in particular?
But I apologize for being so late.
You're fine. You're not late at all. You're right on
Hey,
time.
Juan, you're right on Miami time. You're perfect.
Yes. All right. Anyway, back to the topic.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not really into the Republican Party, but
Who is?
but then again, I want to make sure that I'm supporting the one that's going to be for the, I'd say, nomination, like not Trump, right?
Not at all. That's who you want.
The way
That's
it's
who
going.
you're rooting for?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not into any Republican, like I'm going to support them all the way, but maybe someone like Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio, but not Trump.
So what are the what stances do they have that resonates with you? Why you would choose those two? What are their policies? What policies shine to you in regards to those two?
Well, I know that there is a little bit of debate when there comes to the U.S. military, right?
Definitely, huge debate.
Trump wants to increase the military. We already have the best military in the world by, I think, the next 5 countries combined. I forget what the actual.
When they say increase the military, do they want to increase the military's influence? Is that what they want to do?
They want to
Around the world?
more submarines, more aircraft carriers, more bombers, more
schools.
weapons programs, because that
More clean
generates
water.
jobs. Instead of spending the money on libraries and schools and
So
clean
does
water
making
for small
so does
towns.
making wind powered energy around the place. That you need builders to build that. You need people to manage that. That creates jobs also.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, that the people who are pro
Putting
solar,
filters in the Flint houses, that could create
that
a
creates
whole load of
the
jobs.
engineers replacing all the old pipes in the Flint, Michigan area. The infrastructure,
Guys,
President Obama has been saying.
let's Juan speak. Let's
Hi, Juan.
Juan
Sorry.
speak.
What's your opinion, Juan? Sorry.
Well, I was just using that sort of example because Marco Rubio sort of wants to make sure that we don't suffer from an attack like 9/11 or so, but that's a little bit debatable.
Thank you.
But the thing is, here's the thing. I understand that a military is necessary for, like, especially nowadays, right? But there's a major problem that's also sort of with. Basically, here's the thing. A military can be used to protect people, but it can also discourage them. Because if you have a large enough military, the people are going to ask, what are we defending from? Who are we defending from, right?
Right. Well, North Korea was breaking news this afternoon that Kim Jong-un is readying his nuclear arsenal in reaction to the UN sanctions that were passed this week. So there's one viable threat right there.
Well, unfortunately,
Yeah, Jong-un is a joke. It's just a joke.
Yeah, I think he's just grandstanding, but he's
Let's Juan talk. Let's Juan express his point.
I'm okay with people talking. I actually want to hear.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, so Wes, do you have anything to say about that particular comment also too, when it comes to the military, Trump wanting to increase the military if you were to become president?
I think it's fine. It's going to put more people who want to actually, because if you think about it, if we're not at war, the military honestly prepares people for different careers outside of the military. It's that what they need to really work on is a transition from active duty to civilian and getting them in the job world. That's the biggest disconnect right there as far as the size.
A lot of them come back really effed up in the
Exactly.
brain.
oh yes.
So I mean, it's like, what is going on over there? It's not the Call of Duty that they thought it was.
Well, I have a nephew in the Marine Corps right now.
Call of Duty. That's the problem.
He grew up with Call of Duty since he was a little kid. He's been playing that. He's always been wanted to go in the Marines, and he's anxious. He wants to go to Syria and fight. And I'm telling him, you don't understand.
Because you know what it is? It's not a lot of they don't kill a lot of soldiers. Mostly the casualties that happen around there, which is a lot. a lot of casualties happen when they're shooting up those places because
of collateral damage.
Yeah, like that's what they see most of the time. That's what messes them up. Because you're shooting towards these extremists or whatever, but then you're killing like a child in the middle of it to get this one guy.
Even though we have smart weaponry that can pinpoint a target, you're still going to have collateral damage. If you're hitting a building where there might be some potential terrorists, you might have some families in there, which has happened, unfortunately. Just what happened with those doctors in Syria the other month.
That and the drone missions that Obama did that came out in recent light that had a 1% success rate and a 99% collateral rate.
You're talking about the drones actually started during Iraq War II.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
First started using them. That was under Bush.
Yeah.
That Iraq War II is when we first started using the drone technology.
But Obama
was still somewhat new. Right. He provided more funding for more increased drones because there's less casualties on the U.S. side.
Yeah, because you're sending a robot.
Correct. And it's really fascinating, the drones, the way they work, because they're actually being controlled by an Air Force officer in a trailer.
Like a video game.
In Nevada. He's playing a video. He leaves his wife in the morning and goes in his car. He drives to the Air Force base in Nevada desert. And then he goes into a trailer. He sits at a chair like this. And he plays a video game. He's flying drones in Afghanistan.
How do you guys feel about that? How do you feel like people being able to decide people's lives through pretty much a screen that they press a button and poof, a building's gone, or poof, like 50 people are dead just by pressing a button?
Well, that's why before they target something, they try to get some on-the-ground human intelligence, also HUMINT, it's called on-the-ground HUMINT, to make sure a target is actually there. Sometimes it doesn't always work out that way.
What do you guys think, Wes and Juan?
It's smart warfare, if you ask me.
You think it's smart?
This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about like picnics at the park or long walks on the beach. We're talking about war. So it's smart to not really send people to potentially die if you're really trying to take out your enemies. But if you're using it for oppression, then we need to talk about that. But we're talking about war.
So you feel like you feel like there's, even if there's collateral damage, it's worth it? Or without war, there's no collateral damage?
We're talking about war. You cannot have war without collateral damage.
But to think, like, in essence, how does one win a war? Whoever has the most body count, or who's able to overtake a particular territory, that means the war is won. Like, how does one win the war against Iraq? Like, when do we call victory?
Oh, we don't. Well, we're not going to get rid of the terrorists in Iraq, and you understand that.
Go ahead, Juan.
Actually, I like to take on that question about when does one win a war. Well, in a sense, a war is not actually won like a competition, but rather there's an essence, a time frame in which a side gets the most resources and etc. from it, right? But it can be brought back up again, because out of the time span, right? So basically, history is written by the victors, right? So
they say.
So in essence, if a side gets more resources and they have more control over the influence of the world, then they can say that they won. But then again, that's my opinion.
Okay. All right. One of our Twitter users actually has a question for you guys, and I'm going to go ahead and post it into the DIN feed here so you guys can see. Let's see if that loads up. She has a question. She says, why is Mitt Romney and the Republican establishment attacking Donald Trump? Have they lost their minds?
They don't consider him a real Republican.
They don't consider him a
because
real
he was a
Republican?
Democrat once, and then now he's a Republican. And he was
Did you hear
pro-choice, now he's pro-life.
How did they forget the fact that he was also a Republican too? Because he
was formally
Bush back in '88.
Yes, but did you hear that Trump told
that?
On his
I don't think it has anything to do with him being a Republican, because most of those Republicans are Democrats, and most of the Democrats who are running are Republicans. They're all one and the same. It doesn't matter who's going to get in there. If they're part of the establishment that's already there, the same things will continue. Whether Hillary gets in, Rubio gets in, Cruz gets in, Kasich gets in, the same wars will continue, and they will grow worse. The reason they're scared of him is because he is threatening to stop all of it. He literally threatens their power and their control. That's why you see people coming out.
Hi, El Pastro. Thank you for joining us.
That have lost presidential candidacies, trying to say something. Like it's really kind of alarming, and it should make you really look at what side are you voting for? Are you voting for the establishment politics, or are you voting for the American businessman?
Acts of Love feels that she's disgusted with the Republican Party for trying to rub out Trump. No money for you guys from me.
No soup for you.
She doesn't like the fact that they're picking on Trump. I know Kirill was trying to say something. What were you saying, Kirill? Unmute.
I want to say that this is very personal thing. Of course, Trump formally was and still is in the Republican Party, but it's very significant that he underscored in his press conference yesterday or a couple days ago. He told, "I'm not personally familiar with Mitch McConnell, who is by the way, Senate Majority Leader. I'm not personally familiar with another guy who is the Majority Leader in the Congress." So he distanced himself from all this Republican establishment, and he positioned himself as a people's hero. Like, I'm a Fox candidate. I'm from the ground. I'm against all this Washington D.C. elite. So there is the conflict lies. They cannot agree yet.
So you think this is something that he's playing against them in a sense? He's using this particular stance? Because I feel like
he don't manage him. They don't manage Trump. This is the problem for him and for them.
Right, because Trump is saying he's not beholden to the special interest or to the Republican Party, that he's going to do whatever he wants to do.
They cannot manage him. He is out of their control. This is the problem for them.
And that's why they're all afraid right now.
Well, Ashley's hoping on Twitter, she says, "Please get under Trump's skin tonight, Megyn Kelly. The entire Republican Party is depending on you." So, I mean, everybody is pulling all the stops to stop this guy. I mean,
yeah,
really
the establishment wants to stop him, and they're coming out strong. I couldn't believe what I saw today with Mitt Romney on TV, the way he was bashing Trump.
Like, I think it's funny how these people call themselves Republicans, but they repeatedly voted for people who do not go with the Republican norm. They repeatedly put people in who go right along with the Democrats. Because think about this. It's taking them a matter of days and hours to come against one man, Donald Trump. They've been in there for 7 years, and they cannot stop Barack Obama. They have no intentions to stop Barack Obama. They actually help him in doing what it is that he's trying to push in his agenda.
I don't agree with that. That they've blocked him every step of the way. Look what's going on right now with the potential Supreme Court nominee. They're not even willing to hear. They didn't even want to do their constitutional duty. Mitch McConnell has already said to Obama, he's not even going to listen to any nominee that he makes because he considers him a lame duck. So basically, the Republican Party has told Obama, don't submit a name for a Supreme Court justice because we're not even going to entertain that person and have a hearing.
That's so rude. I feel like if you feel that way. But why are you telling reporters about like your decision? Why you're like, for me, it's like you're rubbing it in his face. Like, I don't respect you. I don't see you as the president. So I'm going to tell everybody that this is how I feel.
So it'll be interesting if Obama nominates a right-wing conservative Republican judge. Is Congress not going to grant him a hearing because they've already told Obama not pay attention to anyone you nominate? But if he nominates Jesus Christ, they're going to say, "Oh no, he's a socialist liberal. We're not going to hear him."
It sounds like a bunch of grumpy, bitter
and it's right. You know what they should do? If the Republican Congress doesn't want to at least give a hearing or have for a potential nominee, they should. Any Republican who's out for nomination for re-election in November, they should not be allowed to vote on any laws because they're a lame duck. So why should they vote for laws if they're up for election in November? Let's wait until after the November election. And they keep saying, "Oh no, the American people, let the American people decide." The American people already decided in 2012 they re-elected Obama by over 5 million votes.
How do you guys feel about this, Ron and Wes? Do you feel like when it comes to Donald Trump, that people are just going a little bit too hard on him?
Well, people on the right are.
I mean, even with Obama, do you guys feel like the way Congress is reacting to his decision on the Supreme Court, do you think it's right or even fair?
No, it's unconstitutional because it's in the Constitution. It's right there. Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. All right. So one of the questions is, what is my opinion about the whole thing with Obama and the Senate thing?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just that I sort of have mixed feelings for that because, but first of all, it is the president's responsibility to nominate a person to the Congress.
Should the Constitution? Yes.
Yes. Yes, but here's the thing. There has been numerous examples of Obama violating the Constitution. So
Thank you.
why would you want to defend it if you don't even follow it yourself? However, the main thing here is that there's a vacant seat, so he should at least be allowed to nominate it since it is within the Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I don't get it. It's just like he has a couple months left. Just like let him do what he needs to do, but you guys gonna get your.
It's not a couple of months. The election is November. A new president takes office next January 20th, and then by the time they nominate someone and gets approved, you're talking about spring of 2017 before we have a ninth judge.
Oh
Go ahead,
Wes. These people are just so dramatic.
Sorry, I just want to point something out there.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Obama nominates a person, that person does not automatically go into Congress. It has to be taken to vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Senate has to advise and consent. That's what it says in the Constitution. They have an up or down vote on nominating, approving of a Supreme Court justice. The president nominates, the Congress, the Senate advises and consent. That's what it says in the Constitution.
So shouldn't we at least hear who the nomination is? And then hear if it's a yes or no?
Exactly. That's all the president wants. That's all he wants.
I don't think that should be something he asks for either. If it's part of the rules and part of the registration, just
It's in the Constitution. It's not a rule. It's in the Constitution that the president.
Isn't that like a rule though? It's a right.
Right. Well, it's not a right. It's in the Constitution. The president nominates a Supreme Court justice, and then the Senate advises and consents. And then they do that by having they have hearings.
Is there a particular day when they do this?
And then they haven't. No, there's no time limit on it. That's the thing. There's actually no time limit. Hey, if you're on a Meerkat, come on over to DINTv so we can interact with you on Periscope. Thank you. I see two of you follow me watching right now on Periscope. You can hear us, but I can't see or hear you. However, if you come over to DINTv, I can get your input, and you can send us texts, and you can say what you want to say also. You can call us on the phone at 786-802.
Wes, how do you feel about this when it comes to Obama? Do you think that he should be given at least a chance to even nominate someone and have them hear him out?
He can nominate all he likes to, but it's not going to go through.
Well, that's what they keep saying.
But they don't even know who he's going to pick. How do they know that it's not like a good person or not?
Right, it might be someone who's a right-wing conservative Republican, but they're saying, "Oh no, we're not going to listen." No.
What are the chances of that?
Well, actually, there was one federal court justice that was approved by Republicans. I forget his name, and he's supposedly on the short list. He's of Indian descent, and he's a justice in the Virginia area for that circuit. He's a federal judge.
You see how this propaganda machine started to work? Trump is a phony, fraud. I'm not Trump proponent, absolutely not, but it's just funny how they started to literally grave him.
Right.
all puppets just took out, like Romney, then who the next?
Oh yeah, they're all coming out. All the establishment Republicans are coming out against him because they didn't think this was going to happen. At first, he was a joke. Remember last spring, and then he gained momentum over the summer. Mm-hmm. And here he is. He just won 7 states on Super Tuesday, and he's ahead in the delegate count. I think it's 286, approximately 286 delegates that he has.
But let's see what they're saying on here on Fox News. Why is Trump a phony and a fraud? Let's see what they got to say.
How to block Donald Trump as the nominee. I mean, each one would, of course, like to earn the 1237 himself. It seems less and less likely. So this is now a much more defensive race. And I think Romney's speech on substance framed it very well.
All right, here is Governor John Kasich.
Fox News live stream directly on DINTv.com. So if you guys want to see what we're watching,
I think it is important that we stop Mr. Trump. He is not my pick for president. And, you know, I want to have a more positive approach to the solutions of the country. And if I win Ohio, he's not going to be the nominee. I mean, we're going to go to the convention. I'm going to be the nominee because I don't know whether you noticed or not, it's being held in Ohio. We plotted this all out.
I think he was expecting a clap and didn't get it.
Thinking, but
or is that just me? Was he expecting a clap after that?
I don't know, but
he seems it sounded like it.
He seems like the most moderate Republican, the least crazy. John Kasich is like the least crazy.
Yes, Kasich the least crazy.
He's the least crazy one. He's a more moderate, even though he's still on the right, but compared to the other three, he's very reasonable. And he has, he was a governor of Ohio. Supposedly he's well liked in Ohio also.
I mean, I hope that works out for him at this point because, I mean, it looks like the Republican Party is wanting anybody but Trump. So it's just, I mean, if a bamboo ends up running, they're going to choose him over Trump.
It's interesting.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it was interesting today with Romney.
I think it could be because, he may be breaking the establishment, that they're scared, or it could be that it could be a PR mess for America because, I mean, Trump outside of America is seen as like a reality store personality. Like, he's not seen, outside of the U.S.
The world will be laughing at
it's like
nominated president.
What, you guys nominate a reality star as your president? Like, yes, he has businesses before he had a reality TV show, but that's not what they're going to see him as.
And the United States nominated Ronald Reagan. Remember that? He was an actor.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I just wanted to say this.
But those are two different personalities and two different ideologies.
But also, Reagan was a governor of California also before he became president. So he did have administrative experience. But he was also the star of the Bonzo movies back in the 1940s. Are you familiar with the Bonzo movies?
No.
It was a chimp called Bonzo. And there were two films that Ronald Reagan co-starred with the chimp.
Not at all. I didn't know about
Bonzo,
that. All I know about Ronald Reagan is his speech about aliens. Oh, how quick
about aliens?
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, how quickly would the world join together if we were presented with a conflict outside of our like race or something like that."
Right. We do. Now we have that now. Donald Trump.
But I don't know. Like, for me, Trump, I see right through Trump. I see everything, honestly.
Honestly, I think Trump, politically, I think he's a moderate. That, of course, he's playing this. He's appealing to the right-wing base to get the nomination like they all do. He's jogging a little bit to the right. He's going to come back to the center.
He wants to unite the party. He wants to unite the party now. He wants to be a moderate.
Well, he's uniting the party against him is what he's doing.
I don't know.
What is the party?
What is the party?
The party or the people? Because the party is the establishment.
Yeah, that's pretty much what basically the people are. So if the people are behind Trump, Trump is pretty much the Republican Party.
Yes, it's exactly how Mussolini worked. From the Führer, from the leader to the masses, and just accept the rid of all these intermediaries.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Trump and Hitler.
I heard a video. I haven't seen it. Maybe you can find it. But supposedly on some program, a journalist went out to a college campus and was asking students questions. These are statements made by Donald Trump. How do you feel about that? And the students were all saying, "Oh, yes, I agree with that." They're all pro-Trump. And they agree with the statements. This is it. As it turns out, well, no, I don't think it's the video. As it turns out, there were actually statements that had been made by Hitler. And they're all agreeing with this about all xenophobic statements.
I got it.
You got it? Yeah, can you put that? Yeah, here we go. It's in LA.
I'm not even surprised. I tell you, like, I know Trump supporters. I know, like, the majority, it's not all of them. The majority of them are just, think this is like a football game, basically. It's just like a fun.
They're rooting for the team. It is fun.
NASCAR game.
It's very entertaining.
But here's a video that he's talking about.
We're going to be out in the streets of LA today. I've got a Trump pamphlet here, but I've replaced all the quotes with Hitler quotes. We're going to go find some Trump supporters and see if they can tell the difference. How you doing today?
Good, good. Thanks for stopping me.
You're a Trump supporter, right?
Of course I am.
Perfect.
Go Trump.
Go Trump. Good. You're a supporter of Trump, correct?
Absolutely. Hitler signed down pat.
Oh, wow.
So she has
Donald
all hail
Trump
things
time.
signed.
I wanted to read a couple quotes and kind of get your feelings on them and kind of see how you feel.
Look at my Trump tie made in China.
Sure. Anyone who sees and paints a sky green and fields blue ought to be sterilized. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot of people that should be sterilized according to Donald Trump, so sure.
Sterilized.
The sky should be blue.
That's probably true.
Can you read it to me one more time?
Sure. How fortunate for governments, so now how good for the governments that the people they administer, the people they take care of, don't actually think. Don't think.
You look at the Democratic Party and they prove that. That's why I'm voting for Trump.
He's a smart man. I mean, he's got the world by the balls right now. He has a lot of money and he's very influential because of his money and what he's done, like, you know, his empire.
Humanitarianism is the expression of stupidity and cowardice. Kind of makes sense. Like, you know, he supports war and he wants to make sure that we're the strongest country, right?
Yeah, I would guess.
The more economic difficulties increase, the more immigration will be seen as a burden. Do you think that that's a correct assumption?
That's crazy because I mean, as soon as our economic system starts improving, we don't have to worry about the immigrants anymore. They'll go away.
Who says I am not under the special protection of God? What do you think about that? Do you think?
I feel like that's okay.
That's okay.
If Trump's an atheist, that's okay.
Sure.
Totally cool.
He's under the protection of God. Good. I do not see why man should not be as cruel as nature. Or why do you think he comes up with that?
Well, man is the cruelest animal.
I see.
Great liars are also great magicians. Wow. Well, I think that, you know, he's going to lie in any way, probably to, like, support the country, to keep the country going. There'll be good lies, you know.
So you support everything that's kind of said in this pamphlet here and in these quotes, right?
Of course. I'm a Trump fan.
Because Trump,
you know.
Because Trump said, do you support these quotes then? You support Trump.
I support him.
Yeah.
I actually changed them, and they're all quotes from Hitler.
You made this pamphlet and did that? Oh my God. I'm definitely not down with racism.
Okay, so you're not a Hitler fan. That's good.
No,
that's a good thing. Good thing, not a Hitler. These are actually all quotes from Hitler, and I just replaced them in this pamphlet.
I'd say you're lying to me.
Oh, this is in Miami.
Yeah, they are.
No, it's in LA.
He says self-favorite quotes from Hitler.
yeah.
You still support Trump?
Yeah. But I don't support Hitler.
Wow.
Well, but you support these quotes, all right?
Well, if Donald Trump said him, I'd support him.
Hitler actually did good things. He created the Volkswagen. Folks. It's for the folks.
For the folks.
Actually,
these people are going out there and voting, you guys. They're
voting.
That's why Trump has 7 states.
Hey, just to clarify what that gentleman said, Hitler was involved with the Volkswagen, which actually stood for the people's car. Hitler was an artist. He actually made up some of the initial designs for the Volkswagen that he presented to the manufacturers.
That's so sad, bro. But, I mean, I listen to a lot of Trump, and I wouldn't have fell for that because then, come on, like people,
I mean, the
It's,
immigration thing. It sounds a lot similar to Trump's stance.
And the xenophobia, they wanted to keep out foreigners and blaming other groups for the economic malaise in the country.
We would have to know what he means. That's the thing, because it could be perceived as two different things. Because West made a point saying that Trump, the reason why he said that statement is because this is a new type of threat to us. And they're saying that they're Muslim. Do we understand the Muslim religion? And that we know we can dictate between who's right and who's wrong. So just stop it all here. And get up a stand.
We want them to talk, and we want all this stuff disclosed. And it's classified. They can't be.
The other
understand they're 16, 17, 1800 classified.
So you just, I don't know. At this point,
I'd be more racist and
Today's development is that the State Department IT specialist struck an immunity deal with the Justice Department in this email.
Hi, Bracotti. Donald Trump is number one. All right.
Okay, glad you feel that way.
Glad you feel that way. I respect your
tell us
opinion,
that.
and I want to hear why you feel that way. So come over to DINTv.com and tell us why you support Trump like that. Or you can call us at 786-802-3407. And I'm curious, I'm an undecided voter, but if you want to convince me why I should vote for your candidate, please come on over to DINTv and tell me why. How you guys feel about that?
I feel like you're a Trump supporter. Despite what you've said.
You know what? If he wasn't such a misogynist and such a racist,
That's what's bothering you. That's what bothers a lot of people.
Some of the economic things that he's saying about keeping jobs and taxing companies that move the manufacturing out, like I said earlier, what he's doing with Carrier Corp, what he would do if they want to import their products after leaving the United States, they have to pay an additional tariff. I kind of agree with to help keep jobs in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So I can,
He had to say it's like a precaution to trick the companies into not wanting to pay that extra just to stay in the country.
To stay in the U.S. to make it more profitable for them to stay in the U.S.
So they're so good at loopholing that we have to actually make laws so that we have to force their hand in a way.
Yeah, in a way, because they're free. They're free to leave the country and do the manufacturing, so outsource the manufacturing somewhere else in another country where you have cheaper labor. In Asia, you have cheaper labor.
We need to stop relying on all these corporations and start making our own. We need to have people create their own different forms of energy and stuff so that we can start having new jobs for people.
It's all about the white tomato. Okay. Oh, you gay? Dan here. I'm not getting this.
Ariel, come to DINTv.com and find out. All right, so you guys, we have a lot of things that we're needing to cover tonight because I'm really excited to see what these candidates have to say. I'm hoping that they actually have a structured debate where we actually hear actual points and stop.
It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. It's been with every debate with less people, with Trump being the center and then bloviating and yelling and screaming at the other candidates, calling them losers. And yes, you are, but what am I? Oh, yeah, so are you. Yeah, well, what am I? So I hope they do talk more about the issues. And I really hope that Trump will clarify exactly, be more specific in exactly what he's going to do. And just saying, instead of just saying, oh, believe me, we're going to have a great economy. It's going to be the best. We're winning.
I just can't shake this feeling about Trump.
Instead of all the hyperbole, I should come out with specifics. All right, how are you going to do that? Oh, believe me, we're going to have the best health plan. All right, tell me exactly. No, Mitt Romney
reminds me like a car salesman.
He is a car salesman.
That's what he did. He's just they make you feel so comfortable, even though they're being douchey. Is that weird to say? Like it's like they're being obnoxious when you're at the car salesman, but because they're explaining it so well, it's like you hate that you want to buy this car eventually that you know it's gonna be a bad deal to begin with, but you still do it.
Plus, they want to weigh you down to keep talking to you, and they want to keep you at their dealership and weigh you down.
And they don't talk to you like they're selling you something. It's more like, why are you're an idiot? Why are you not buying this car?
Right.
And then you end up getting the car, which fucks you over to begin with a bad deal.
And they're creating urgency and value, so you need to buy that before. Quick, if you're not buying, there's somebody look at it earlier.
You see, at least Fox News showing the Bernie Sanders. Meanwhile, CNN and others, they just didn't show him at all. Like he doesn't exist.
Oh, Fox News, right? They'll talk about it without showing his picture. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's.
I mean, CNN and Fox are going to need to step their game up because people are going to start moving to different mediums like DINTv.
Exactly.
Come watch us cover all candidates. We're not biased at all. We try to talk about all of them. So you guys come to DINTv.com.
I don't like anybody. I really don't. I don't like anyone who's running, to be honest. I agree a little bit with this person saying, a little bit with this person saying, but 300 million people, this is what we got running.
And then we should just,
can we do a do-over? Start again? And let's
just all get up on a ship and find a new world.
No, when they're saying
those people and start a new America.
They're saying it's too late for other candidates to jump in. Yes.
Let me ask you, maybe you remember, I read today that in some years, because Trump came as well as, because he loves entertainment, he loves to be in the spotlight of the public attention. He hosted also some wrestler fights. Wrestler.
Right.
Yes.
At his casino. Yeah.
Yes. So it was an article about where the roots of his popularity, and he acts as a buller, as a wrestler buller, wrestler who even offends his own public, provoke the public, and then once he wins,
oh my God,
he
that's
gets
a perfect analogy.
Yes, and Trump's acts the same way. So
oh my gosh,
all this tactic absolutely useless against Trump to try to make him, because Romney today just pointed out, oh, Trump is a bad businessman. It only gives to the Trump more fuel for his attacks against all these things. The more you fight the bully, the more you get back. So
wrestling,
another tactic. Absolutely.
If you ever watch wrestling matches like on WWE and SmackDown on TV, like the more rude and angry you are to your fans, they love it. They love it. They love that, like, yeah. And it's like, I'm going to kick your ass. Yes, kick it. So they love that stuff.
What's interesting from accounts that I've read, I actually had a conversation. I'm from New York originally, and I actually had a conversation with an acquaintance whose father used to be work on one of Trump's projects. He was a union guy, a plumber or electrician, and he said that Trump is a very down-to-earth, very nice guy, supposedly on a personal level, and that he related an account that his father told him that Trump came to one of the projects, one of the building projects that his father was working on, and he just came around to all the men that were working on it, all the union guys, and saying hello and having lunch with them and catered their lunch and just sat down with them and spent some time and just see if they had any grievances about the project and see how it was coming along, any questions he can answer. So supposedly, on a personal level, he's a very down-to-earth, very nice guy.
Donald Trump?
Yes, supposedly.
I don't know. I've had friends who worked at the Trump Towers right here on this game.
Right.
And
on A1A.
Yeah. And they've said that he doesn't really say anything. He just like walks in, walks out. And that's it. Like from the vibe they get is just pretty much the Trump that we see on TV. It's just like, I'm a star, but that could be any celebrity that goes to a hotel. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like, but Trump to me just seems, it's just, I don't know. It's just sketch. All of the candidates seem sketch to me.
You mean sketch? You mean like a caricature?
Caricature, like there's no, like nothing that they're saying has no viable proof for me to be so.
They're saying whatever they need to say to whatever group they're speaking to.
The only person that's really hasn't proved themselves wrong because they haven't been wrong in a sense is Bernie Sanders, because anything he's said or done, like he's always been behind that even before the presidency. I feel like with Hillary and Trump, they've changed and switched up their stances during this election.
Right.
So it's like, are you changing it because you actually feel this way now, or are you changing it because it's better? It's going to be better numbers for you.
It's going to be better numbers for that person, for the people that they're talking to. If they're in Iowa and they're talking to farmers, they want free trade with Cuba so the Iowa farmers can export their crop to Cuba. If they're in Miami talking to older Cubans, they're saying, oh no, we need to have continue our embargo with Cuba.
And that's what's really iffy with me, because it's like, okay, you're saying this, I mean, are you just saying this for me to just to like it, and then when you get into office, it's something completely different?
But that's politics. That's the way it's always been in this country. You say, but
and it's in this country has always been what? To shit.
Right. But well, I don't want to say the shit, but what they can't run away from now in our modern world is the videotape. So things that they'll say to one group will come back to haunt them later on when they contrast their opinions later on the next week talking to another group. Well, wait a minute, we have videotape of you saying the exact opposite. That'll happen. So, I want to hear your opinion. Come on over to DINTv. Wes, how do you feel about that?
What's up?
Hey, how do you feel about that with politicians constantly changing their opinion depending on what specific group they're talking to?
I don't think it's more so the words that come out of their mouth. I think we should look at the people who's backing them, because it really doesn't matter what they say. It's all about who they're going to have to pay their money back to. So, I mean, that's where we have failed as a country. We haven't been paying attention to who exactly are sticking their hands up these puppets' asses.
Exactly. That's why we need to ban Citizens United. Another reason why we need to ban Citizens United, have it repealed, which is what Bernie Sanders wants.
Let me a little bit like to be in support of Citizens United. Why it's so bad? Explain me like a 7 years old child, okay, kid. Explain with me why it's bad.
Because
you see, you brought kids into it. Now, how are you supposed to say bad stuff when a 7-year-old's involved?
Now, Hey, if I'm going to explain it to you like a 7-year-old child, I might as well be in the debates tonight.
Right. Go ahead.
No, because Citizens United, before the law was passed, there was a cap on special interest groups on what you contribute to a candidate. I believe the maximum an individual could contribute, I might be wrong on the numbers, was just a couple of $100. Then the max was $2,000, I think. But then, after Citizens United was passed by the Supreme Court, they said it was an interference, a violation of free speech or the First Amendment. So now you can have a PAC, a political action committee, and they can contribute unlimited amounts to a particular candidate, and they don't even have to reveal who they are. So that's why you have all these groups now. You have, trying to think of some of them, they're all euphemistic. They have euphemistic names. Citizens for Responsible Spending. But the sponsors of Citizens for Clean Air.
I've never heard about this.
You never heard of Citizens United? No, it passed, I think, in 2010. So it was a 2012 election where it really started going crazy. We have all these political action groups with unlimited resources. You contribute, if you're someone like the Koch brothers, you know what the Koch brothers are, you can contribute as much as you want to any particular candidate under the front of Citizens United for common sense legislation, let's say.
So is that the same thing where, because I know when candidates receive money from donors, they're not allowed to spend anything other than what has to do with the campaign. But then they created like a PAC that allows them to use that money, because what would happen is that they would gain so much money during their campaigns that once the campaign's over, they still have so much left over.
Right. There's a certain amount you can contribute to a specific candidate, but unlimited where you can contribute to a PAC. But the PACs are not allowed to collude with the candidacy on how to spend the money, supposedly.
Because, they never cheat. They never cheat. They give the money right back.
Right. So that's the problem with these PACs. Now they can take unlimited contributions. You can have someone like, what's his name? The guy in Sheldon. Sheldon, the guy from Las Vegas. He's a big contributor. He owns all these casinos.
If you guys have any information, you guys watching on DINTv.com, Periscope, and Meerkat, definitely join in the conversation. We love hearing about different stances and different beliefs when it comes to the candidates.
You can have 1 or 2 billionaires financing one candidate through a PAC, and that candidate's beholden to that particular billionaire. I can't think of his name, Sheldon. He's a big casino guy out in Las Vegas. The Koch brothers, for example.
It just sounds like a sketchy situation.
It's very sketchy.
Like, why the Supreme Court? Why is it my country's? Why? We want to be the world police. It seems like, but then we don't set the initiative or the example for us to be that. You know, like I don't get it. It's like,
listen, if the decades seems like, okay, Korean War, it was maybe necessary because the Soviet Union really wanted to expand. And okay, but Vietnam War was absolutely like redundant at my understanding. So since the time of Henry Kissinger and Hillary Clinton, all the same path, the same direction, they grew up in this environment that we bring in the world, we bring into the world the freedom, the liberty, all other just lozungs. There is nothing behind them. So, of course, they still believe in all this crap, unfortunately.
Right, that they're bringing democracy. Basically, what we're doing now is generating business.
I called it a mirage. It's called the American mirage. From far, it looks beautiful oasis. You know, when you actually get to the part where you saw, there's nothing there. It's a figment of imagination.
The mirage, right, with the candidates. I mean, we're talking about war specifically.
I'm talking about war. I'm talking about America in general. The whole appeal about America to begin with. People come, like when you go to other countries, like let's say you're from Jamaica, or you're from Nicaragua or whatever, and you come to America, the people that are left in your country feel like you're living a lavish life. Like when you come back, and then when you come back, it's just like everything's great and awesome. Right. When they get here, they realize I'm going to have to clean some toilets. I'm going to have to do all this.
It's still the land of opportunity, and there's still people fighting and struggling to get here who want to come here because there's a land of opportunity.
It's a land of free illegal labor. Everybody's looking
guys, tonight is going to be very, very hot because Andrew Rubio and Cruz go into like not iron, but like literally how to say grave, like to hammer
smack down.
to smack him down. Yes, and using.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
So a smackdown between Rubio and Trump and Megyn Kelly.
They're going to kill him, like, of course, hypothetically. It's not randomly that Mitt Romney appeared today, like pop up from nowhere, especially for the debate, I think.
Yes. What's interesting with Mitt Romney's announcement
what else
today?
do they have, though? That's the question. What else do they have on Trump?
Well, nothing. He was supposed only to shoot this bullet and just to start his campaign, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, what did they have on Trump? You mean negative things? Well, Romney came out and mentioned them today. That supposedly Trump is this big businessman with all these successes, but he has lots of failures. Trump University, Trump Airlines, Trump Motors. But that happens to any businessman. That's the nature of being a capitalist, being an entrepreneur. You're going to have failures. Everyone does.
For me, it's just like, you're a great businessman for what? This economy? Like, this economy is like, you're the best at navigating through this murky water. Even though it's murky and you're making profit out of this murky water, you know how to navigate through it. And I think that we should just throw away all the water to begin with and start in a new.
Well, he doesn't employ thousands of people worldwide. He's built these massive real estate.
People, there's going to be sacrifices that need to be made. A generation may have to, put in the work for the future generation, it's not going to be an instant fix. So at this point, I feel like we should just build something. Mm-hmm. It should be like, never mind. Okay. All right, you guys, I'm changing out right now.
We're swapping out Kevin for the lovely Siobhan.
Woo!
Hi, Siobhan.
Hello there.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Matching.
Yeah.
We're matching in blue. I don't have red hair today, though.
Next time.
Folks, come on over and join us on, if you're following us on Periscope or on Meerkat, come on over to DINTv.com, DINTv.com, and we can interact. I want to hear what your opinion is also. This is an interactive show, and we're talking about the debates tonight in whatever suits your fancy, preferably something topical. And I'm Carlos. This is Siobhan. We don't bite. We want to hear what your opinion is, and we can interact with you, and we can post videos, and we can get your input. I want to hear what your opinion is.
Guys, you can call on our air. You can post here any content. We will share this content. We can highlight your content. Anything. So any contribution, you can speak out. You can hide your faces, whatever. You can don't activate your camera, just on the microphone. So everything that would be convenient for you will work perfectly, because only one thing we need from you: to be involved, to not be silent, do not allow things happen without your involvement, without your participation. So be active. Don't stay away. Okay.
Right, we want your participation. Yes. Post a video. If you got a meme, you got a cartoon. If you have a contrasting opinion, I want to hear it. Or you can call us too on the phone at 786-802-3407. 786-802-3407.
Mm-hmm. So I heard you mention briefly the smackdown of Trump and possibly Megyn Kelly.
It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
Until that happens.
But I was mentioning earlier to Kevin, if Trump was smart, if I was his PR advisor, I would tell him, be a gentleman, don't lose your top. You had words before. Don't make those stupid statements you made last time about she's bleeding from wherever.
Yes.
That was horrible, disgusting.
But, by the way, during the last press conference, Trump was very, he behaved unusually. He told, I want to be moderate Republican. I want to unite the party. Cruz is a good guy. He won in 2 states or 3 states, whatever. So it was so much fun to listen to all this.
But I don't think he's going to go with that tactic tonight. I feel like he's going to be on the defense because it is known that Rubio and Cruz are going to go after him.
The last debate.
Remember, Trump is bully.
Yes, he is.
If you will, it's going to, it may just turn out as the worst. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I'm sad Dr. Ben Carson is not going to be there.
Are you really?
It was interesting.
Are you really?
Last debate, it took 1 hour for him to respond. Before they asked him a question, it was the guy standing there for an hour.
Yeah, like Kasich and Carson didn't even matter at the last debate. I'm like, it was all about that dynamic. I enjoyed seeing them talk over each other. I'm like, they're 3 years old.
I kept waiting for Trump to go to Rubio and say, "Shut up, you punk. Get out of here."
That would have been very New York of him.
Oh, yeah.
Coming for you New Yorkers.
He's definitely a New Yorker, without a doubt.
Oh my goodness. How do you think the New Yorkers feel about Trump?
I think a lot of them are split. My New York friends who I've spoken with, some of them hate him, and some of them love him. Some of them are voting for him. And I just relayed an anecdote to someone, an acquaintance of mine from New York, relayed that his father worked, he was a plumber or an electrician on a Trump project, and how Trump is actually a very down-to-earth guy. He came over and had lunch, he bought lunch for all the guys during the break, had it catered, and had a Q&A with them and asked them how they liked their job and how things were going along, and went around. And supposedly he's a very down-to-earth guy.
I don't believe that very much. I feel like Chris Christie would be more down to earth than Trump.
Well, come on, Chris Christie's from New Jersey, same kind of area, the same attitude.
Exactly.
So, did you see Chris Christie yesterday when he gave the Trump endorsement at Palm Beach?
Not.
You didn't see this? Oh, you got a video of Chris Christie standing in the
You missed a lot. You missed.
Oh, it was great. He's just standing there, it's like, what am I doing here? Why am I endorsing Trump? He had like no enthusiasm when he came out with his endorsement of Trump yesterday
I'm gonna play it for you guys.
Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. Yes.
If you missed it, like I missed it.
Yeah, watch this. This is very entertaining.
This is what you need in your life, apparently.
Now, Christie tweeted why he was acting the way he was acting today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I am proud to be here to endorse Donald Trump for President of the United States. I'm doing this for a number of reasons. First is that Donald and I, along with Melania and Marianne, have been friends for over a decade. He has been a good and loyal friend to our family, as we have been to he and his family. And over the years, we've had a lot of wonderful times together, done a lot of good together for not only the people of the state of New Jersey,
I don't think this is it.
No. And
Google up Palm Beach. He was yesterday.
I absolutely appreciate it.
He had already endorsed him. So he was introducing him to the press yesterday. And you see his lack of enthusiasm in his introduction. Which Christie came out and defended today. He gave his reasons why.
I'll make sure that it's from.
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
Wes says, what were they?
They were in Palm Beach in Mar-a-Lago.
What was his reason?
His reason that Christie tweeted today was he said it was a small group of press, so he was just matching his energy to what was in the room because there weren't that many people in there. And he said when he was in the back, he had the stoic look on his face that he was not. Everybody was criticizing him for saying that he was. He had the expression on his face saying, "What am I doing here? What did I do?" And Christie saying, "No, that's not how he felt at all."
Okay, maybe this one is it. This one says it was posted a day ago.
Switched, and they were independents, and we've
that's him in the background. It's just before, this is just after he introduced him.
South Carolina.
But look at the expression on Christie's face.
They got in terms of extra people coming in. They came from the Democratic Party or the Democrat Party, and they're Democrats, and they're longtime Democrats, and they were never going to switch, and they all switched, and they were independents. And we've actually expanded the party. Look at the number of votes we had in that area, as an example. 4 years ago, they had 390,000 or so votes. We doubled it. We were almost 800,000. Whereas
yeah, exactly.
He's like, why?
Where am I? Why?
Much less enthusiasm for the.
Why did I endorse this man? I was just bad-mouthing him last week.
I know people are going to find
it's time to revise all the whole my entire life.
Once we get all of this finished, I'm going to go after one.
I think I'll run in 4 years.
Assumption she's allowed to run, which is a big assumption. I don't know that she's going to be allowed
to
run.
Listen, if you just ask it to be nominated as a vice president, you will do all these things, maybe. So
that's the criticism that he's been getting from the moderate Republicans, that he's being a political opportunist, that he's hoping for a cabinet appointment by Trump.
Oh, okay.
Our roads, our highways,
so he still wants to be in this political realm. That's why he's still here, even though he's clearly confused.
Right.
Why he's here.
So the criticism is that he's just doing this, just hoping to get a job in the Trump administration, a high-level job.
Maybe he just woke up and realized maybe Trump already is the president. He just
yeah, exactly. He could be secretary of Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh,
no! Don't do him like that.
Country. So I'm going to be very good for the world. I'm going to get along with the world.
No, I do think he's done with his weight loss journey. He looks like he hasn't dropped anything more than what he did initially.
Going to hell.
And he doesn't look like he dropped any more weight than he did initially.
No, yeah, he had dropped some weight, and then he put it back on, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to criticize his weight. He is who he is. But
you went there with the Dunkin' Donuts reference.
Yeah, here I am making it. It was too easy. As a comedian, it was just too easy.
It just came naturally.
It just came out naturally. But it was he got a lot of criticism from the moderates for endorsing Trump because the moderate Republicans are trying to stop Trump.
And how do you feel? We talked to somebody, I want to say a couple days ago, and she was from the Democratic Party, and she was saying that she hasn't been seeing a lot of people converting from Republican or Democrat to liberal or to Republican. She hasn't seen a lot of flip-flopping. Do you feel like a lot of people, when it comes down to it, will go from Democratic to Republican in favor of Trump?
Well, that's what Trump is saying, that he's getting a lot of Democrats to his side, getting a lot of the independents, a lot of disenfranchised Republicans, which is true with the Republicans. Get a lot of Republicans who aren't happy with the party.
But I don't think. Do you think that was a result of Super Tuesday, or did it happen before Super Tuesday?
It happened before Super Tuesday.
Okay.
That's why he was so victorious in Super Tuesday. And also, Christie also said that the other reason he was coming out with a Trump endorsement was because he feels that he's the only candidate left that can beat Hillary Clinton in the general election. And Christie hates Hillary. So.
Oh my goodness. Do you think Ted Cruz's ploy for everyone to come together in combat of Trump will actually work? Do you think that he and Marco are going to be on the same page with that?
They're on the same page now. I don't know if they're going to be able to.
I think they're going to still argue during this debate.
Oh, there's going to be big arguments.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to. I got a TiVo to watch the highlights at the perform this evening. But yeah, it'll be fun to watch. I'm sorry you're going to miss it live. I'm going to watch it on ESPN. Right. On the World Wrestling Federation channel.
Who will take home the belt? Okay.
Right, who's going to take home the belt?
Let's see. Kevin posted something for us to see. Man discharged after bragging about assaulting black student at Trump rally. I did not hear anything about this.
This is horrible.
Okay, break it down for me.
Okay, what happened? It was at a Trump rally in Charlotte, North Carolina. I think it was 2 nights ago. There was a protester. And I don't think she had said anything. She was just there. I think she had a sign. She was very quiet. She was a black woman in her 20s. And the way she was treated, it was absolutely disgusting and indicative of the level we have gone to as a society with this whole Trump campaign. It's just very sad and disgusting, the way she was treated. I mean, she was harassed. Insults were hurled at her by Trump supporters.
Okay. This was a woman and not a man. Okay.
Yes. It happened, yeah, I think you got it right up.
Okay, yeah, I have it.
I'll put that.
It's like a 30-second clip.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
People on Periscope and Meerkat and Blab, come talk to us about this. We want to know how you feel.
Thank you for joining us.
Considering that this debate is going to be happening and Black Lives Matters is going to be a topic, maybe you'd have something you'd like to say.
Look at this. They're pushing her, they're shoving her, and she's saying nothing. Look. Look, she's staying dignified and classy. She did shout out one guy. Don't shout me.
By the way, I have something to say.
Okay.
Some protesters had signs that read "Love Trump's hate."
Where is this sound coming from?
This is the video playing, yeah.
Oh, it's very similar that they did to your friends.
Yes.
I mean, isn't that horrible? Look how they're treating her. And she was being quiet. She wasn't being disruptive. She didn't say anything bad. And they were yelling racial epithets at her.
I'm glad she did that because it proved the point that it's not like, you know, if she had said anything or done anything, the first thing they're going to say is
because she's black and angry.
Right.
She acted angry, but she literally just stood there and she looked, it's not me, it's the people around me. This isn't an issue with me, it's an issue with the people around me.
But I feel like if I was in that same situation, I would not have been able to be as composed as she was, because you're going to the limits of putting your hands on someone. You're not at this point like just giving
white people shoving you because like you're protesting.
Okay, let me ask. Okay, I understand he has deep roots in the, of course, the history of slavery and everything, but not. Why there is no like slogans like "Yellow Lives Matter" or something like? Okay, because a lot of Asian population also lives here, so of course,
as as Trump proven time and time again, and all policies that have been proven, you have to restructure.
Hi, Chicker. Thank you for joining us.
You have to structure your agenda in a way where people can understand it. Just like the same-sex marriage agenda, where at first it was called same-sex marriage, right? And then they changed it to equality, and then the equality stuck with people, and then people were behind the cause. I feel like Black Lives Matter puts a face to the epidemic that's happening in America when it comes to people of a darker shade of pigment, like having higher incarceration rates, having higher unemployment rates, having injustices done to them. Like, I feel like putting a color to it actually helps people understand it, understand the concept of, you know, like, I'm a colored person, I'm just like you, like, treat me like a human being, basically. I still matter.
And it, you know, it's come under fire with the whole All Lives Matter campaign, but I think it's mostly because it wants to bring awareness to I guess like Kevin said, the injustices that the Black people are facing. And I don't think they have a Yellow Lives Matter, because I don't think the yellow people have come out to a point to say these things.
And also
because then it's not like they're saying, it's not like they're saying,
I don't even feel comfortable saying yellow people
are getting shot by cops.
Yes, like, no lives matter except Black Lives Matter. Like, if you're saying Black Lives Matter, like, if you want to create a Yellow Lives Matter, create that. Like, do that. Like, we're just saying that Black Lives Matter. You know, it's not like
there's also that controversial story with Redskins sports team.
Oh, with the sports teams, right? Kirill, I don't know if you know this, but the Washington Redskins came out and have changed their name because they're so embarrassed by it. They're dropping the name Washington. Now they're just going to go by Redskins because they're so embarrassed. They're so embarrassed by the name Washington.
That's the embarrassing part of it.
That's the embarrassing part of it is Washington. So they're dropping that name.
Wow.
That was a joke.
I'm about to say, I was like, wow, these people are ridiculous.
The Washington Redskins name controversy involves the name and logo of the National Football League franchise located in Washington, D.C. Native Americans, individuals, tribes, and organizations have been questioning the use of the name and image for decades. Over 115 professional organizations representing civil rights, educational, athletic, and scientific experts have published resolutions or policies that state that the use of Native American names and/or symbols by non-Native sports team is harmful form of ethnic.
Of course, it's like a team being called the Washington Colored Skins. Like, can you imagine? It's the same. It's the same thing. It's just because it's not an issue that's presented to us on a daily basis. That's why we don't see the coordination.
The Miami banana pickers.
Oh my God!
That's why we have to. That's why we have to create tags like Black Lives Matter that put a face so that people understand that this is an issue. The reason why people don't see Redskins as like a big issue is because people don't really talk about things that much and how epidemic that is in a sense of how they live. It's crazy.
But plus, it's been part of Americana, sports teams named after Indian tribes for just about a century now. So it's part of our culture. And no one really read into it.
Imagine, okay, you're Italian, right, Carl?
I'm Spanish and Italian.
Okay, whatever. Italian, whatever. So basically,
the Italian, the Italian olive oil soccer team. Imagine.
I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Your jokes keep like throwing me off.
Your train of thought just went off track.
Okay, well, now that we have someone here that's not of all brown, I can ask you how you feel when Hillary Clinton refers to Black people as colors or colored people. Or people of color.
People of color. That's a different term.
That's fine. That's a fine term.
I don't personally have a problem with that. Do you have a problem with
no, I don't have a problem with it.
You know what term I have a problem with? What? I have a problem with the term African American. I have a problem with that term.
And why is that?
Because, here's why. Because my parents are from South America. Okay, so I have relatives in South America. I don't call myself a South American American. I call myself an American. Now, you call yourself an African American?
I call myself Black.
Okay, there you go. Right.
Yeah, I say
people
Black.
call themselves African American. Do they have family in Africa?
That's true.
And how long have they been in this country for? Generations, unfortunately, because of slavery, unfortunately. But I have a problem with the term when people say, oh, I'm African American. No, you're an American. And not only that, I know I know people from Johannesburg who are white, from Pretoria who are white, and they live here. Are they
So you prefer her to continue to say people of color?
That implies everyone. That implies Latinos. I mean, this is my natural skin color. I'm olive, light olive.
Yeah,
you know?
light olive.
I'm a light olive. I tan great, but I'm light olive. And you know, you have people who are reddish, as yellowish. I don't want to. Oh,
no.
You complain.
We know that we're not
you can tell me off right now at 786-802-3407. You can tell me off. And we have people who are black and different variations of black. So people of color. It encompasses Indians who are different shades of black also, light skin black.
And do you think that the Republicans should address the Black Lives Matter campaign tonight?
Yes. Tonight, yeah, they should.
Because they're in Detroit? Or because it's
no, because they're in America.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
Juan wants to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't even see Juan down there. Hi, Juan.
Unmute him. Not yet. Is he muted?
Are you muted, Juan? Like, did you mute yourself because you're not muted on our end?
Juan, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
That wasn't one.
I am not.
Oh.
Can you highlight that so you can see that we can't hear him?
Okay.
Just in case he can't hear us.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Juan.
Well,
at least I know I'm not the only person because I called in last week and had difficulty.
Yes, I saw you.
I can hear you guys. I was like, why they can hear me? And everything worked. The mic was on. And I even Skyped later on. And I was able to hear. So I don't know what happened.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Okay, now we can hear you. Okay.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm going to try to speak as long as I can because I don't know if something's going to go wrong again.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'd like to take a time to address the Black Lives Matter that was just addressed.
Okay.
All right. Here's the thing. I understand that there is a problem that's causing the chaos in the United States, right?
Right.
But I'd like to point out that it's somewhat of a flawed movement. And can I please get my opinion about it?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Now, there's the whole all lives matters thing that's going on, right?
Yes.
But there's, I remember that there was this one depiction of all lives matters happening, but there was this like terrorist. I mean, there was like this Syrian refugee coming in, and the person holding the all lives matters thing said, "You don't count because you take away lives," in a stereotypical terrorist thing, right?
I didn't see this ad. It was a picture that you can post for us?
I don't have it, but
okay, I'll look it up as you talk.
Basically, it's a cartoon that says all lives matter, and there's this Syrian refugee. But I like to. That's the thing I want to address. Basically, if you take away the people who are stereotypically going to be killers, then how do you suppose all lives matter if you're going to deny them based on stereotypes? Right?
Right. And it's West. West not. West
I think that's geared towards more of like the people who are with the wall building and with Trump with banning all Muslims. Because then, I think is that the point he's trying to make? Like, if he's saying that he's banning all Muslims, that means that like all lives don't matter to him.
Basically, here's the thing. I think that while Black Lives Matter can be somewhat of a good movement, I think a better one would be that don't be a jerk.
Okay.
Don't be a jerk. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's as catchy, but that should definitely be something.
I think that was the seventh commandment, wasn't it? Thou shalt not be a jerk.
You have jokes, don't you?
I'm just talking.
I know.
Basically, if you're a jerk, then people are going to know that you're mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But But if you're not a jerk, then people might think that you're kind, right?
Right.
And they're naturally going to go with you instead of thinking of eliminating you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm not being rude, but I have to leave.
Okay.
Kevin's gonna come in.
Oh, okay. All right.
Folks, I'm done here for the day. I'll be back Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Have enjoyed the debates tonight. I can't wait to watch it. I'm gonna TiVo it and watch it later on. I'll catch the highlights.
Well, if you get home in enough time, you should definitely log in and talk to us.
Yes, I'll try to do that this evening. Hopefully, I won't have any technical issues.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all.
I
can turn you over to Siobhan and Kevin.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. I just slid on over, guys. We're still here. So, Juan.
Yes?
If you could, you would change the face of the movement to Don't Be a Jerk.
Well, yes, and like you said before, it's not that catchy compared to Black Lives Matter, but I think it proves the point that we're trying to get, in which if we don't kill each other, then maybe we can be friends.
So you're in favor of America letting in the refugees?
The world consciousness is not ready for that yet. We need to baby feed them first. That's why Black Lives Matter is the first step, because it puts a face and a color to something visually. Well, All Lives Matter, I feel like if the All Lives Matter movement had started, it wouldn't have had a big effect as Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
Because people wouldn't really understand it that much. So
nobody is ever going to take Black Lives Matter serious.
Excuse me. Can I please answer a question?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, let me go with what Kevin said about how technically the world is sort of in an infancy in which we're prone to reaction, and that basically we're not sort of ready to take that large movement to better ourselves, right? But back to what Ms. Siobhan said about the letting in the Syrians, all right? All right. While I understand that there is the tension with what's going on, I believe that we should allow the Syrians who are processed to go into the United States, but not just anybody. They have to be processed thoroughly, so that way that we don't have another terrorist incident like what happened in California, right?
Did you say sterilely?
He said thoroughly.
Oh, I was about to say, I was like, damn, that's extreme. Like, we'll let you in America, but we have to sterilize you? Like, damn.
Yeah, okay.
What?
He heard you incorrectly.
Go ahead. Keep speaking.
Wes wants to know, how would you process them thoroughly?
Unfortunately, that's $1 million question, because
you answered your own question.
That's the thing. We can't 100%, I'd say, thoroughly examine them, but if we don't do that, then Syrian refugees are going to actually die or just be left behind.
I vote we let in the women and children.
Oh, you went from, I feel like this is a change or a step for us in the right direction, because I feel like you started off saying we want 0 refugees.
I still want 0, but if you really want to talk about a solution, I'd say let's let in women and children.
Okay.
But they're naturally going to be processed, right?
Again, it goes back to how we process them, because I'm all for let them stay where they at, let them figure out how to get their own country back. But if we really want to talk about solutions, let's start with the women and children, or the women with children. Because I honestly think a lot of the radicalization belongs within the women, and a lot of people won't see that, but until it's too late.
So you think it's the women that have a bigger pull when it comes to recruiting people for ISIS and stuff?
Yep. Why would they?
Then why would you allow the women and children to enter if you feel that way?
Because it would make more sense to everybody. Because it sounds.
Are you trying to placate somebody? So you're like, okay, let's do what I feel like the majority wants without letting everyone in. So did West just try to compromise? Did West just try to compromise Kevin?
That's how we make deals.
Really? He never compromises when I'm here.
I mean, so we just talked about solutions.
Me and Wes have such opposing views, but we've had like hours of conversation.
If we want to have a healthy discussion to what can happen, let's have that discussion. But I'm not going to change on my stance.
Okay.
For me, it's just like
let them all.
Let's just not even let them all in. Just do the regular thing like how you do for any like person that comes in. You vet them. You make sure you do credit check, do all that stuff, even if they don't even have credit probably. But just do something.
Right,
you know,
they have social security numbers to check, right?
Oh, the sarcasm begins.
Obviously, you didn't hear the last part of my sentence, but it's okay. Anyway, okay.
Okay, how do we feel about Ben Carson first coming out saying that he was not going to give up in this race, and then saying he wasn't going to show up to tonight's debate?
Well, he's not going to tonight's debate?
No, he's not. He's going to be not going to. He hasn't formally denounced. He's not like, I'm not out of this race. He didn't say that yet, but he says he's not coming to tonight's debate.
Those girls so beautiful.
How do we
Is anybody cares about Ben Carson?
Yeah, we were caring about Ben Carson because we were saying his ideals were good enough to make him I don't want to say great vice president, but like the vice president we would be content with at least.
I'm not trying to be content. I'm trying to get this shit sorted and done with. I'm tired of this contention, if that's even a word. Like, I feel like every president that comes around, it's just like a band-aid. Okay, let me figure out how to invent a better band-aid to cover this mess. Okay. And then a better band-aid. Then a better band-aid until you can't band-aid it anymore, and it's literally an open, gushing wound that you have to deal with at some point. And I feel like we're getting to that point now where we're going to have to deal with the situation, and it's not going to be pretty. We may have to sacrifice a generation.
We're looking at the front runners right now, and it's Trump and Hillary. Who do we look at for vice presidency?
The people. Let's do our own thing. Like, forget the election. Let's just all gather up and just storm the White House. What are they going to do? If enough of us go, I think it'll start a movement, you know? We should just start it. Start a revolution.
I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to see.
That's fine. I'll do it for you because you know what? When we do reap the benefits of it, I don't mind you sharing in it.
Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet of you. Mm-hmm. I'm going to look at Ben Carson saying he's not coming to the debate tonight.
Yes, more entertainment. More entertainment.
Well, we need more entertainment. How about we start by looking at the highlights from the last debate, which is basically these three guys talking over each other. Is that okay?
Sure. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Mm-hmm. Get ready. Get ready for the show. Gladiator show.
Hey, you guys, guess who's sponsoring the Republican debate?
Who's
Coca-Cola? Surprise, surprise, surprise.
I mean, big money is everywhere.
Come on. The most sponsor is the news corporation that owns Fox. So
they're all a little family, you know. All right, you guys, like we're setting up the election process right now.
You'll have a chance.
Hold on, he called me a liar. You're saying I can't respond to being called a liar?
Go ahead and respond.
This is the best part.
Yeah, what we're seeing with Donald, there's a reason Harry Reid thinks he's the best Republican up here. There's a reason Jimmy Carter said he would support Donald Trump over me because he said Donald Trump is malleable. He has no fixed set of beliefs, whereas Ted Cruz is not malleable. And every time anyone points at Donald's actual record, what he said on national television, Donald yells liar. Let me tell you something. Falsely accusing someone of lying is itself a lie, and it's something Donald does daily.
Go ahead, Mr. Trump. I watched the lobbyists. I watched what this man did to Dr. Ben Carson, who I was.
He's Kevin. He's literally Kevin on the bad side.
He said that Ben Carson is out of the race.
If I ran for president,
and he's out of the race, and I thought it was disgraceful.
If you ran for president,
and got a lot of votes because of that. A lot of votes took him away from Ben Carson. I watched that. Probably took him away from me too. But I also watched when he did a form that looked like it came right out of a government agency and it said on top, voter violation. And then it graded you, and it scared the hell out of people. And it said the only way you clear up the violation, essentially, is to go and vote for Ted Cruz. I watched that fraudulent document, and I said it's the worst thing I've ever seen in politics. To me, that was even worse than what he did to Ben.
Senator Cruz,
I know
Donald,
politicians, believe it or not, better than you do, and it's not good.
Oh, I believe it. No, I believe you know politicians much better than I do, because for 40 years, you've been funding liberal Democratic politicians. And by the way,
I funded you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
you're welcome.
This is the part I funded this guy.
Because let's
I
be
gave him a
clear.
check.
Yeah, you gave me $5,000.
Never funded
And
me.
by the way, let's be clear. Donald claims to care
why I didn't
about
want
him.
to, but he sent me
Donald,
his autograph.
Donald, I
Just
understand.
talking
rules
over
are
each
very
other.
hard
You're doing
for you.
a great job.
This is what I'm looking forward to.
Reality TV show, not in. Thank you for the book.
Donald.
Thank you for the book.
Go ahead. Donald, you can get back on
There's
your
a lot of
meds
fun up here tonight, I have to tell you.
This literally sounds like a go away. That literally sounds like a screaming match on Instagram. Like when you look at the comment section of Instagram, that's what it looks like. Like people just acting a fool.
And this is, we had the highlights from that debate, and now we'll look at the highlights of Donald Trump versus Megyn Kelly. I don't think it's going to be so much that much contention between them two tonight.
I hope not.
I feel like she's going to ask the questions that need to be asked, and he's going to divert. But I don't
like
think
every other
woman.
She's hot. She's hot.
Well, he's not going to say anything about her being.
Is she really that? Let me see this girl.
I think she's okay. She's okay.
She's like any other blonde girl. Honestly, like I don't see like. I know better bitches than that. Like,
come on, but she's also really smart.
Let me ask Juan. You was such active participant, like anti-Trans-Pacific Partnership. So now, when we see that and Hillary and Republicans actually are proponents of that document. Wait. So, guys, are you kidding me?
Yeah, we're listening. We're waiting for you to finish the question.
Why you launched the Trump?
We didn't launch anything.
Oh, from my end, it play.
Okay. Go ahead and finish your question.
No, the question is who I'm going to support, just to understand.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, all right. I want to understand the question. Who do I want to support from the Republican side?
Who, from your perspective, going to be against or try to terminate or somehow do not allow that partnership to get in life, to be to go through the Congress and to be become a law?
All right. Well, may I please talk about the Democratic Party first, because I know that it's a Republican topic, but
yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead.
You can talk about whatever. Go ahead.
All right. Well, first off, I believe that the Democratic nomination that could oppose the TPP is Bernie Sanders. Hillary Clinton, while she claims to be against the TPP, there is evidence that she has worked on it, and if she is elected president, she'll probably try to revive it if it's not passed through the Congress.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes, but can I please talk about the Republicans and how they relate to the TPP?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can just talk. You don't have to say that. You can just go ahead and talk.
Sorry, I'm somewhat apologetic.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now, on the Republicans with the TPP, well, now, Trump has said that he's against it, right? But regardless, that doesn't mean I'm going to support him, because there are some flaws that I see within him that doesn't guarantee my vote, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But among the candidates who are going to oppose the TPP, well, Ted Cruz says he's against it, right? But
I don't recall him saying that Ted Cruz is against it. Well, but continue.
Yes, but here's the thing. There's somewhat, we talked about super PACs a while back, right?
Yes.
And Ted Cruz is getting somewhat of a super PAC, and that kind of brings up the criticism of whether or not he's opposing the TPP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Marco Rubio, last I've heard of it, to the best of my knowledge, he's undecided. But so he may oppose it, he may support it, I don't know.
Yeah, he's still undecided.
But basically, here's the thing.
Kasich is in support of it. Donald Trump.
Can you go ahead and post that article? So
yeah, I'll post it for you guys. I'm sorry.
Put it in the DINTv.
I'm being all selfish reading to myself. Here's who their stance is on the TPP.
Okay. So you guys on Meerkat Periscope, we're actually discussing the TPP and what we think would be the best course of action and who would best represent it.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys come to DINTv.com, you can actually come talk with Juan and the other users here as we discuss the TPP and the effect it will have once the president comes into office. So, Juan, so you feel like if Hillary were to go back into office, she would just pretty much revive this and continue updating it and making it so that it's less beneficial for us?
Well, yes, and actually, there was a recent article I just read a while back that says that there was like a super PAC of $21 million that were donated to Hillary Clinton that support the TPP.
Wow.
Okay.
So, like, how does this make you feel, like, in regards to seeing all of this happening? Like, what changes would you want to make? How would you change the TPP to benefit the U.S.? Because you're very adamant about the TPP being the wrong way of dealing with things when it comes to trade and the economy. How do you feel would be the best way of handling the economy right now, if not for the TPP?
Well, I have to point out that is the one topic that I kind of go overboard about. But
you're fine. Go as overboard as you want.
But it's within good reason because of how devastation can be unleashed with it.
Well, for our viewers who don't know exactly what the TPP is, why don't you go ahead and give us a brief synopsis of what it is?
All right. Well, basically, here's a basic rundown of it. The TPP is a secret deal that the public cannot even, that the public was actually oblivious about. But in a basic sense, it's a deal that can allow corporations and political heads to basically do a corporate takeover of the world and the people on it.
Okay.
You want me to give an example or something?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what topics are
for the regular American citizen? How does this affect them? How would they see this if this were to go through all the way, being as Obama already signed it? How is this going to affect the everyday American now that this is in place?
Okay. Do you want me to give you an economical example?
Yeah, go ahead. Any way that someone would understand as to how this affects them in their real life.
All right. Well, basically, you know what a third world country like Malaysia, right?
Mm-hmm.
We would have to compete with them on salaries, right? You know how they were trying to get a $15 per hour thing?
Yeah, minimum wage.
We would be reduced to like 50 cents an hour.
Wow. How do you figure? I'm sorry. Okay.
So you're saying that if the TPP goes through all the way, that we would have to compete with other countries with their minimum wage. So if their minimum wage is 50 cents, then everybody else.
Let me just simplify maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
If this Trans-Pacific Partnership goes to life, all jobs will be wiped out from the US. There is no way to bring jobs back. But Trump is against it and Bernie Sanders against it. This is why we vote for one or for another. I'm wrong?
I couldn't get that. What did you say?
He said basically that if the TPP is put into place, that all the jobs will virtually go to overseas and that we would have no jobs here. So that's why Trump and Bernie pretty much are against it, because they want to keep the jobs within the U.S.
That's basic sense, yes.
Yeah, but it's saying it's supposed to, I'm posting the article right now, it's saying that the TPP is supposed to increase the job fill and encourage trade. So maybe it's so that trade will be increased, but everything will be outsourced. Is that what you're saying? That things that
yes.
Oh, okay.
Jobs will be outsourced.
Okay.
Because Trump has told you, in order to compete with Indonesia, for instance, you need to receive 50 cents per hour.
Okay. Okay. And they only talked about this in the first debate. They haven't really touched upon it in anything recently.
Actually, I like to take a moment to address that.
Okay, yeah, talk to me about it, Juan.
All right. Well, Bernie Sanders tried talking about the TPP more and more, but
okay.
In some cases, he's somewhat censored.
Yeah, they always like to cut Bernie off.
Definitely. And for all our viewers out there watching us on DINTv.com, you guys we definitely want to hear from you. We want to hear what you guys think about the TPP. If you're not familiar with the TPP, you can always come in and talk to us. You don't have to be on camera. You can just have your mic on. And just how you see Juan, he's not showing his face, so you're able to do that too. So just come to DINTv.com, log in and interact with us.
Okay.
Guys, we just regular folks here. We're absolutely not any like academician or think tank or whatever. So I see I'm also asking stupid questions. So just that's as you are. So there's no difference.
Stupid questions can bring about amazing intelligence. We can receive some information.
Well, I don't believe in stupid questions. If you don't know something, you're asking it.
Okay. Let's call it questions. Questions of a 7-year-old child. That's it.
No question is off limits. If you don't know something, you're hearing something that's really intriguing you, just come to DINTv and ask us about it. We'll be more than happy to tell you.
We'll learn together.
Okay.
This is Bernie Sanders tearing apart the TPP. And this was not during a debate. This is something aside.
Let me bring in Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who is a Democratic candidate for president. Senator, good to have you with us tonight.
Good to be with you.
What is the key question, and I'll let you frame it. What is the key question at this hour, saying that the House may go back and redo the rules to massage this to try to get 100 more representatives to get the president fast-track authority? How do you see it?
If fast track passes, TPP will pass. There's no question about that. Ed, there is a reason why virtually every corporation in America, the pharmaceutical industry, and Wall Street want this to be passed. And there is a reason, as you've just mentioned, why every union, many environmental groups and religious groups are against it. Because anyone who looks at history understands that our trade policies, from NAFTA to CAFTA to China, have been a disaster for the American workers. Since 2001, we have lost almost 60,000 factories, not all attributable to trade, but a lot of it is. Millions of decent paying jobs. Our demand now must be to corporate America and say to them, you want us to buy your products. The time is long overdue for you to stop outsourcing. Let's create and manufacture those products here in the United States. That's what this is about.
Senator, does the size and the magnitude of this deal and the impact place a difference importance on fast track? The question, should Congress be able to read trade deals before they vote on them?
Well, that's a hard question, Ed, but I guess so. It might be a good idea to know what's in the legislation that you are voting on. And maybe there is a reason why members of Congress cannot take staff into the room, why they cannot copy sections of what is a very complicated legal document. Maybe there are some folks who really don't want the American people to know what is in this legislation. Having said that, we know enough from leaks and other sources that what is in it ain't good for the American worker. We should not be competing against Vietnamese workers who make 56 cents an hour. We should not have an investor-state dispute process.
Yeah, this is exactly what Ron was saying.
Corporate America, and will make it difficult for states or governments to pass legislation protecting the health care or the environment for their people.
Senator, has Hillary Clinton...
It's like they're policing greedy corporations.
Yeah.
It's like,
and look,
you want to make as much money and make as much profit on the item, so you're going to outsource it so that you get it at a cheaper
This is
rate.
an issue you just can't sidestep. I think Secretary
This is good for big business, but all these little mom and pop shops will die.
Sidestep and is waiting for this to just go away?
Well, it's not what I think.
Hell yes.
I think it's obvious. You're for it or you're against it. I'm very sure.
He says it in a nice way. I think it's obvious. I say hell yes.
What is Secretary Clinton's position? I don't know.
Senator, the trade adjustment assistance kind of came out of nowhere. It got very little attention. Is this the Democrats' way of saying to the president, we want to support you, but you're not going to get fast track authority because of this Republican problem? They don't want to help out workers who have been affected? What about that?
I don't think that's it, Ed. I think what the Democrats in the House cleverly did is use the TAA, trade adjustment assistance, as a tool to torpedo this agreement, and they use that as a tactic. Trade adjustment assistance unto itself is
See,
a
people,
good thing.
I mean, I hate how Hillary tries to take him as a one issue candidate when he's well versed in all aspects of what's going on in the world. You know, he knows what's going on in the economy. He knows what's going on with the TPP, and he has the balls to talk about it. No other candidate is really talking about it.
She uses her rhetoric to play towards her agenda, so she doesn't have to address things like this.
She won't though, because she has a part in it.
Corporate America is not going to stand still. They love the idea of outsourcing.
It's all about knowing. A lot of people in America don't know what's really going on, so that's why they make these frivolous votes for Hillary and for Trump and all these other
Sound like West now. People don't know America don't know what's going on.
They don't. Like, at one point, I didn't know what was going on until I asked questions and started reading up on stuff, you know?
That they have shown
You gotta get out of that, like, bubble.
To another
You get what I'm saying? Like, I love reality TV, but then, like, I don't even watch reality TV in so long.
I need to catch up on some reality TV.
And people
I've been reading all things politics recently.
In Iowa, in Vermont, all over this country. We have seen factories disappear, go to China and other local.
But I enjoy it so much.
Reality TV is not real. West is making breaking news right now.
Well, this debate is going to be some good reality TV for me.
In Iowa and around the country are aware of this.
This gonna be a joke too.
All right. So Bernie actually eloquently explained that. Like,
yes, he did.
Bernie is too intelligent. He cannot resist to bully Trump. Even his bright ideas. Now, the average public needs
support. Oh yeah, yeah. You feel like the way he speaks will kind of demean Trump?
I think the reaction that Trump wants from him that he gets from the other candidates he will not get if they were in a debate together. I feel like Trump would really have to know his facts and really explain what he's talking about if you were to be debating with him. I don't think he does at all. I just think he always says winning, huge, what else does he say? Walls.
So
we don't win anymore.
Well, I'm not saying.
You're seriously sitting over there think he doesn't know the information? Is that what you're telling yourself?
I think he knows the information. It's just that the people that vote for him don't care about it. So why speak about it? He's still winning.
Exactly.
So basically, that's the
so
point.
He's just going to only play to his keyword,
basically,
because he doesn't need to.
The majority of America,
Bernie, he's going to have to talk about the economy and the healthcare and Black Lives Matter, and they're going to be in Detroit. They're going to have to talk about it. He's going to have to.
I mean, Christians only cover like a slight boost, you know, so you have to do as much as you can when it comes to getting the people to vote for you. And I don't know, Trump to me just seems sketchy. He just seems like a business guy. Like, why would I want somebody who's awesome at business and awesome at working around this economy That's not a good thing. This economy is built on fraud and built on murkiness. Like, why would I want somebody who's a master?
So you don't want him to know about this kind of stuff or you don't want him to, because he's a business guy and he's he's navigated the waters of
the way our infrastructure is set up. It's set up so that we are. How do you say when you need something? When you're reliant on corporations, the corporations that are in establishment right now. When you have the big banks and stuff. Now, if you were to take that away, and if they decide to go, then let them go. Let us create our own type of infrastructure. The people, from the people.
Okay.
You know, that's what I feel like. And if it takes a generation or two, let it take it. But for the future, they won't have to go through the same stupidity that we go through when it comes to politicians and life. You know, make life a lot more equal for everyone.
Yeah.
You know. So, what do you guys feel? Huh?
My question is, how many people would die in this process?
Die how?
You're talking about taking away everything that everybody knows to be through TV, their banks, their money.
That's everything, but that's not things that we need to be. That's things that we can create on our own. It's not anything that the corporations needs from us.
Kevin,
you feel like you need that. You're relying on that.
Kevin, that's anarchy. People are not going to just sit back and say, "Okay, I'm glad the banks are going." No,
of course.
98% of the people are going to freak out.
Okay, I don't know where you're getting that number from, but basically,
the question is how many people are going to die if you take away everything? You're not even thinking about that.
Okay, people may die of boredom because they don't have their TV, but eventually people will be reliant and create their own means of creating TV. Like things are created because people don't like doing the same thing over and over again. So you create new and faster ways of doing things. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You use one wheel, you figure out you can use four, so you stop using the one and you get four. That makes your car faster. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just like maybe we need to get away these corporations away so that we build new infrastructure so that it's more reliant on us instead of us being so reliant on corporations right now.
Okay.
And I think that scares people. It's like, oh my gosh, they're gonna leave. Then let them leave. Yeah, we may have to sacrifice a generation or two to have to deal with. But, I mean. Look how many generations sacrificed for us us to be able to do what we're doing right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm a black male on TV. 50 years ago, that wasn't possible. People had to fight to be able to do this, and they had to give up certain of their rights. I don't have to do that anymore. So that's a sacrifice.
Guys, did you see this comparison of two rallies, Clinton? Oh yeah, Clinton and Sanders in New Jersey or New York. You see?
This is what I'm telling you. Like, these numbers aren't adding up when it comes to Hillary.
Yeah,
it's sketchy. It's sketchy. It's like she's like, I'm against what did she say? Undocumented money. She doesn't say corporation. Undocumented money.
Because she has
I'm gonna use it and be
rhetoric.
the last one to use it, because then once I'm in, I'm cutting off that
Undocumented money, it means cash, maybe. Okay. She doesn't accept cash, but she doesn't mind against like wire transfer.
Yeah, right.
Hillary to me is just people think that we don't live in like a what do you call the hereditary the Queen Elizabeth, their structure of appointing people.
Hierarchy.
We're like the baby of England, if you think about it. Because we're the people from that country came over here to America. That is right now. So essentially, we're an extension from Europe, if you think about it.
But their system is totally different than ours. They have like monarchs.
They make it structured like that, but we still have the same families in power.
Okay, well, of course. I mean, as long as they have money, they're gonna still be in power. As long as they can fund all of these electoral events and have a hand in everything that we do, they're always going to be in power.
The internet's going to change that.
The internet.
It's changing it right now. We're having discussions like this. We're having people like Trump actually getting traction. And you think social media and the internet doesn't have a huge part in that?
Of course it does.
So I feel like the internet's slowly breaking the infrastructure of reality at this point. We're seeing things that are happening in history now that we've never seen happen.
Okay.
So
I've seen a post. Somebody posted on why Sanders not winning. It's because most of his voters thought somebody else was going to vote for him. I thought that was
Yeah, that's
You should have posted that. That was actually
that's
really
believable.
funny.
I can call myself one of those people too. I can say I was that person.
Like, oh, I don't need to get out there and vote because somebody else don't vote for me.
Not that, but more like, oh my gosh, this game is already played. It's rigged. It's already, that person that's supposed to win is already win. It's already picked out.
Okay.
So I feel like a hypocrite sometimes. It's just like, I already know how this game's gonna end. Like, why am I like debating about it? But then again, I have that slight hope of like maybe the paradigm will change, and maybe if we push far enough, that will change our infrastructure to something different. Guys, what do you guys on Periscope and Meerkat think? We definitely want to hear your opinions on how do you feel about Sanders voters not actually going out there and voting, just letting other people vote for them, and the difference between Sanders rallies and Clinton's. Sanders has a huge crowd of people that come to his rallies, but Clinton has a smaller crowd.
Yeah.
So where are these numbers coming from where Hillary has this huge lead over Bernie? So if you guys have the answer, definitely come to DINTv.com and tell us what you think.
Okay. The black people.
You said all people. Yes, Kirill.
I have a clip. This is Robert Rage, if I spell it correctly. He's a former labor minister at Clinton who supports Bernie right now. And can you play this?
Yeah.
Just people need to unmute from the ends this sound. Okay, if it's not interested, so I don't mind. So. Yes, I can see you. Ah, you stuck. You stuck.
Wow, what happened?
This is fair.
Thank you so much for patiently waiting. Everyone's gone. Where are you guys? Hey, you guys, we're back, and we were just upgrading our system so that we can handle all of you guys, because we see a lot of you guys out there, so we do thank you for showing the love. But let's go ahead and see what Fox News is talking about with the debates.
Joining us from Washington, Newt Gingrich. So how do you assess Mitt Romney's speech today? Why did he give it today? What is he trying to accomplish?
Well, let me say, first of all, I was a little surprised just because I was with Mitt in Las Vegas when Donald Trump endorsed him. And I remember how effusively Mitt thanked Donald and praised him and talked about him as a great job creator. So it's a little bit over the top today. But I think Mitt represents personally the panic of the establishment wing of the party. And I think they all hoped, held their breath through Super Tuesday. It didn't work. And now they're faced with a very real prospect of Donald Trump becoming the leader of the party, and it absolutely drives them crazy. They just cannot imagine sharing. Well, because he's an outsider. He's not them. He's not part of the club. He's uncontrollable. He hasn't been through the initiation rites. He didn't belong to the secret society. And I think that they don't see him. They have no idea how to relate to him. And they don't want to pay attention to him. And despite the fact, and you're right, by the way, he's only gotten about 35 to 40% of the vote. So he's not yet guaranteed to be the nominee, but week by week he's gaining ground, and nationally he's gaining strength. And I think that what you're going to see now for 2 weeks is an all-out frenzy. They have to beat him in Ohio, and they have to beat him in Florida, or this is over, because those are winner-take-all states. And if he has Ohio and Florida's delegates, he will become unstoppable.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. The justification.
Did you hear the whole Mitt Romney speech about how Trump is a liar and a con, and he needs to hurry up and show his tax papers?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do you feel about that? I feel like he keeps saying that he can't show his tax papers yet, but that he will show it. Do you believe that he'll go through with this?
I mean, if he says it, he better, unless he changes something around and says, "Oh well, because I'm under investigation, I can't show it," because that's basically his answer.
Right.
He's being audited, so that's why he can't show his taxes at this
And that is a credible answer, actually.
I mean, the credible answer that he can use. He's a businessman. He knows how to loophole these things. You don't think he knows that? You don't think he knows that he has to find a way to be able to not show his taxes, so he's going to find a way to have it be done. He knows his stuff.
He's saying that he feels like the only reason Mitt Romney is coming after him is because Mitt Romney still wants a hand in this race. It's like if he could, Mitt Romney would have run this year.
Maybe,
but he lost so bad 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw his documentary not too long ago, and I thought if that documentary would have come out before the campaign, it would have gotten him so many more votes, because he was very personal and he's somebody we could all relate to.
Who, Mitt Romney?
Yeah.
Well, that's the same thing with Al Gore when he was running during Bush. Mm-hmm. His whole thing was global warming, and that was a huge thing. But that was way before its time. But look, it's a huge issue that we're dealing with now. But he was talking about it 8 years ago? Mm-hmm. So no, more than that.
More than 8 years ago.
16 years ago. Yeah. Bush had 2 terms. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God. We're so
because I remember being in school and that whole thing was happening. But yeah. So basically, it's just what the people want, and people need to read up and know what their candidates are opposing.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely it's going to be a fun, interesting night, especially when it comes to Republicans. Mm-hmm. So you guys out there, independent Democrats, we welcome all. If you don't know what's going on, we'll be more than happy to explain it to you. We are a open source.
If we don't know something, you can give us the scoop on it.
And that's the great thing about DINTv. You're able to bring your news in, and if you don't have an answer for something, there might be somebody who can answer it for you. So definitely come in and give us your thoughts.
I'm going to currently play Mitt Romney slamming Trump, and then we will react to it afterwards.
Perfect.
There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. That's John Adams. I believe that America has proven these dire predictions wrong for
Welcome back, Wes.
First, we've been blessed with great presidents, with giants, men of character, integrity, and selflessness, and have led our nation from the very beginning.
Looking like a
We're not perfect. Each sure we made mistakes. But in every case, they acted out of the
campaign. All right, everyone, just make sure that your headphones are on, guys, or we get feedback.
People who at every critical moment of choosing have put the interests of the country above their own. These two things are related. Our presidents, time and again, have called on us to rise to the occasion.
Like, he's not even
John
relevant
F.
right
Kennedy asked us to consider
let me see what the most the latest thing he's even relevant about. Besides
I
this,
understand the anger Americans feel today. In the past, our presidents have channeled that anger and forged it into resolve, into endurance and high purpose.
All right. So Mitt Romney is definitely has a lot to say when it comes to Trump and the Republican Party itself. So that should be interesting to see how the candidates actually cover that information and see what their thoughts on about Mitt Romney's response to Trump and the Republican candidates, you guys. Just a heads up, you guys want to make sure that you have your headphones on just so that we don't have any feedback coming back, so you have the best user experience possible. All right, you guys. So we have an eventful night coming up. Fox is going to be streaming live on DINTv.com the Republican debate that's happening in Detroit, Michigan. Definitely hope they touch on Flint and other things that are happening around that area. So it should be a fun night to look forward to. So you guys on Periscope, Meerkat, and Blab, make sure you come to DINTv.com. We'll be talking about all different types of things in the coming minutes leading up to the debate at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I feel like ultimately, anytime you have the debate on Fox as opposed to like PBS, it's a lot more entertaining.
Could be. I actually found a video here that actually has Romney suggests that Trump's tax returns could have a bombshell. So is that the video you just posted?
No.
All right, so let me go ahead and post this right here.
It's going to be saying the same thing, but it's definitely a different kind of.
Wait, let me see if I can find something here. All right, we have Juan back. Thank you, Juan, for joining us back.
And thank you, Alina. Is Alina there actually?
Yeah. Hi, Alina. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hello.
And Juan. So we just have to wait for Wes. I know Wes was trying to get in.
Yeah, he was.
Sorry, what happened?
We're upgrading our system, so we do apologize about that. But we're actually discussing our thoughts about if they're going to actually mention Flint during the debates, which I'm hoping they do. But how do you feel about that? Do you want them to address that? Because that's a pretty big issue happening in the 21st century in America. No clean water, that's unheard of.
Exactly.
In the America land of free. So what do you think about that, Juan?
All right. Well, I'm a little bit outraged. Well, Kevin, you're outraged about this, right?
I'm disgusted, to be a matter of fact, but okay.
Well, I share those feelings with you. I mean, America does not have clean water, and this is almost like that incident with China, in which they had to send air from Canada to the polluted areas over there.
They're still doing that. They have cannons of water, like water cannons that actually shoot water balls into the air, so it grabs the particles because the air is so thick there.
It's so contaminated.
It's horrible.
So how is it that we can cover this and not expect an outrage when people can literally die from these travesties, right?
Because I mean, if you are programmed from a young child seeing the same atrocities happening to the same minorities time and time again, you become desensitized to it, where it doesn't have that much of an effect on you. Just like seeing a gun being pulled on TV, you see it all the time. So if you were to see it shot, it wouldn't have that initial effect it had if it was happening and you were seeing it for the first time. So that's why.
But okay, maybe I'm naive in the sense, but I feel like anybody who goes into like a local political position of power, they are looking to make a change. And maybe they thought that the cost cutting would be more effective than, or it wouldn't have as much cost to the health as it would financially. So I'm trying to rationalize it for them. Maybe they felt like it would be better to say.
There's no rationalizing this. If it's something as precious as water, you want to make sure that the money that you're putting into it is filtering it correctly, because humans are consuming this. So there's no way that you can rationalize this.
Let's ask Alina. Alina, just imagine if you don't have if you have the poison in water in your house, what are you going to do? And nobody cares.
Yeah, I don't know what can I do with that. Honestly, when I was a kid, I loved reading books, so I read a lot. And one of the book was a fantasy book about future, and it's sad that in the future people will be selling water. I'm like, wow, it's impossible. And it was about 22 years ago, right? And I would read this book and I would say, like, it's impossible. Water is free. Come on, you go to the river, you go there, you get water, right? And it's clean, it's good. I remember myself camping and we would drink water from the lake, and no one got sick. I don't know. It's a reality.
It's crazy because
it's unfortunate. I don't know what to do with that, honestly.
Because you have corporations who time and time again show that they have no interest when it comes to the world or humans, to be quite frank. You look at BP and the huge oil spill that pretty much devastated a whole ecosystem, which by far was here before we humans were even here to begin with. And all they get is a fine of money. What is money? Like, what the hell is money? Like, you can't fix.
But it's the currency that we operate on.
It's not hurting them.
The only thing that we are negotiating.
Do you know where the money is? Money in the commercials, that how the shelf taking care of the shelf, or how they taking care of the environment, how they cleaning everything. There's a lot of commercials back 2 years.
All of that was propaganda. Because you still see how
100% clear propaganda.
Yeah. And that's how Trump and Hillary are winning this election.
In this perspective, I don't see any difference between Russia and the US, honestly. It's the same clear, poor propaganda. The same. Absolutely. No difference, guys.
Honestly, I feel you have to just look at people's actions. Don't go by their words. Look at their actions. What are they doing? You want to help me, but you're contaminating my water. You want to make America better for me, but yet you send my father or my mother to war. You say that you want to make sure I have a healthy lifestyle, a healthy food intake, but you won't tell me what's in my food to begin with. It's like, these are human necessities that should be like common sense, yet we're almost third world country with it right now in America. I would love to be able to go to the local grocery store, pick anything I want from there, and not worry about it having GMOs or pesticides in it.
You wanted to know that it's organically grown?
Is that so hard?
But the thing is about organic, even though it's organic, it doesn't mean it's not HMO, because HMO is
we need regulations. We need regulations with the FDA, because they don't know that they don't define the term organic. So it's a free range for all these companies to say, well, if I grow an orange in organic soil but still use pesticides to kill it, it's still considered organic because the orange seed was planted in organic soil. So you need to literally set the precedent of what organic is, what GMO free is, because these corporations, as they do, find loopholes around these things.
I didn't know this until about 3 years ago when I was trying to do like a juice cleanse, and I thought that I could just pick up any organic juice. I mean, it has so much sugar, more sugar in it than it's not.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because sugar is organic, so
Yeah, yeah. No, but I'm saying it has all the like the added sugars. I'm trying to think of the name, like the fructoses, and I'm like, I don't anything that ends in oses, and I'm like, I didn't know that until because I was not reading the back of it.
Look at Bat Farm.
It said organic, and then I thought automatically that it would help.
Or even naked juice. Like everybody's like, oh my God, I'm drinking naked juice. And naked juice is literally, if you read the back of it, it's everything's from concentrate.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you need to be reading your labels. And even so, like, why misinform the general population about something being organic or GMO free?
Because I mean, basically, it's still kind of better for you than the things that are not termed organic. It's just that you don't really know that. You just try, but you're getting something better quality. It's just not the quality that you need it to be.
Basically.
we should have our own farm.
I'm so down. Like, I would love
is going to start a church and a farm.
My mom has a garden and she goes out there and she loves it. And
my girlfriend has a farm in Chicago, Illinois. She has a big farm there. She grows. She has
Chicago. How does she fend in the winter?
They have people living there during all year. She comes. She has 3 children. She has 2 children, and she's pregnant. And she comes during the summertime. Spends summer there. I don't know. She loves it, and she has little chicken. So she eats only organic eggs from chicken.
So everything farm raised is what she puts in her body. That's one thing I think that was good about the Obama administration, because we had Michelle pushing for like healthy foods for kids. And I think that's probably where it starts most, is with the children. And they can't determine what they eat because they're under their parent.
That's where everything starts from, the children, because children eventually become adults. And people need to understand this. Like, why do you want instant reactions to the policies in which you want the presidents to have? These things, they may trickle down to us, but initially our kids and their kids are going to experience the blunt of it. So I feel like we shouldn't just not look into certain things just because we won't get the instant gratification.
So the future is up to farms, organic farms.
Maybe, who knows?
Very successful and very expensive.
Well, if the TPP passes, then the farm life is basically like mom and pop. That will be of no importance anymore. Nobody will really be working anywhere, apparently.
Maybe we need that. Maybe we need 1 or 2 generations to really take it back to the farm and have farms and build like little mom and pop grocery stores and clothing stores like back in the day until we get back to that set. But I feel like because the world is catered more like technology-wise and tech-wise, I feel like we don't need to be as reliant. We don't even have to like be that reliant on them, honestly, because people create their own things so much. Like, people are establishing their own things. Look at Uber, taxis.
Let's get back, guys, to the information picture, okay?
Okay.
Because we went too far in our
Okay.
Okay, so what do you think about this? That Bill Clinton did he really like violated the law by campaigning for his wife, not like for someone else, like for his? So, what do you think about this? It's really interesting thing, like former president ignoring any law.
Yeah, he definitely overstepped his bounds. Anytime you get, first off, in the beginning of the whole, I went through voter training because I was supposed to actually work on Super Tuesday, but I didn't work the elections. They tell you from the beginning that if you see anybody like 100 feet from the polling place with any kind of T-shirt or any kind of favor towards one candidate, you have to ask them to leave. Who does Bill Clinton think he is? Just going, like, I feel like he thought he was.
But how do you like put yourself in those people's shoes? Like, you see the former president walking up to a polling office. What are you going to do? Are you going to say you need to leave? Like, are you even going to be balls enough to even approach him to begin with?
You do that, or you can.
And he probably has his Secret Service all over there too. So around him,
it's against the law. You are putting yourself in a position where you can be arrested because you are infringing upon a citizen's right to vote without bias. I'm not trying to get locked up for Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton no need to try to get himself in a position where he could be locked up. Bill, you are not above the law. You are not in power anymore, sir.
I mean,
yes, I agree with that.
I mean, when it comes to that, I mean, it's just another tactic that Hillary is doing.
Oh, you think this is like Hillary motivated?
Hillary motivated her husband. Like, who else? I mean, he wasn't out there campaigning for Bernie. It was for his wife. So apparently, like, he did that, or they did that for a show. That's the main reason. I mean, I don't see no other reason why he would do that. It's not like he goes out and says anything else to the general population.
I think it was like an isolated incident. Well, I mean, of course, if he did it once and they brought attention to it, of course he wouldn't go back and do it again.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if he could, do you think he would?
Who?
If you think if Bill Clinton didn't get as much attention for doing this, negative attention for doing this, he'd do it again?
Maybe. Who knows? Caucasians usually have a thing where it's just, I can do whatever I want. I can set up barricades in the middle of U.S. roads and say you can't pass here, and have a gun and have the police actually have a conversation with you. But as a black man, I can't do that because then I will be shot the moment that happens. So, it's just the way America is, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think this was a good tactic in order to get Hillary votes?
Wasn't she going to win that state regardless?
She was going to win anyway, yeah.
So maybe he just went there just to be funny and forgot the law at one point. I mean, this is the guy who accepted a blowjob underneath a freaking table from his employee. So
he did not have sexual relations with them.
Oh, a president lies to us.
We have a link actually from Twitter about gold dumping cruise siding with Rubio loses Florida. It's let me see. Let me look at this. Sorry, okay.
I don't see that on our feed. Where is that? This was from February 28th. I don't see it.
Let me look for tweets then.
Who could we even call at this point? Because like we said, we both don't have any Trump supporters. I don't even have a Ted Cruz fan or
my
fan.
peeps are beyond this political honestly, we're so far ahead of this stuff. This is for me, politics and the election right now is me rewatching Hooked on Phonics or something. It's just something that's trivial.
Okay.
I know there's a bigger picture out there than this election. So it's just it's fun to talk about. It's like watching your favorite TV series.
Do you have any Republican friends or anything that have a genuine interest in this race?
Do you mean do I have any friends who side with any of the Republican candidates so far?
Yes.
All right. Well, I do have this one friend, but I don't want to say his name out loud because I don't have permission from him or anything like that.
That's fine.
Okay. Sure.
But he supports Marco Rubio.
Okay. And is that because he's from Florida, or do you know why he supports?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I remember that one of the reasons was that Marco Rubio states that he stands for rebuilding the middle class.
Right.
And also for trying to help establish a good defense for the United States.
Okay.
But, however, with my friend, I don't exactly share the same viewpoints, but I respect his decisions.
Of course. And that's the way you do it. I don't have I don't know. I feel like people can see right through the Republicans. Well, my friends can see right through the Republicans.
Republicans just remind me, when I think of a Republican, honestly, from when I'm programmed, I know this is so ignorant to say, but it's just obnoxious white people.
Oh, God.
That's what I think of when I think Republicans. Some obnoxious white people. Let me add some in front of that. But it's just hockey game, football game, that type of thing. I think it's obnoxious. Look how they treated the girl that went to the Trump rally.
Yeah, that was unacceptable.
It was disgusting. I cannot be a grown-ass man pushing a teenage girl just because I don't like how she looked.
Exactly.
That's stupid to me. The fact that the majority of Trump supporters are like that, it should just show you, who do they feel they're running behind? Do they think this is somebody who's going to who has the same type of values as they do and going to do the same type of America that they want it to see? If you think of it, if you have a man who has a group of people who are blatant racist people, endorsing
and why
him
weren't they
and
able
going
to
towards
break
him.
that up faster than than it happened? Why did they let that go on for more than 30 seconds? If this is a Trump rally, that means they have lots of security there.
Why is Flint, Michigan still going on right now after years and years? There's a common denominator. That's why Black Lives Matter is here.
That's why Black Lives Matter.
Clearly, because it's just like, obviously at this point, it's just like, it's blatant racism, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But you guys on Meerkat, Periscope, and Blab, we're actually discussing different aspects of the campaign right now.
Mm-hmm.
We just finished talking about Bill Clinton and his recent scandal with showing up at one of the poll offices. So how do you guys feel about that? Do you think that he overstepped his boundaries, or is he just being Bill?
What do you think, Juan?
All right. Well, I honestly don't know the entire situation of concerning about Bill Clinton, but it seems from what I understand from my perspective, he seems like he overstepped his boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think it was a good tactic in order to get Hillary votes?
Well, to be honest, I think it's the opposite, because now it can discourage it.
Yeah. But she did have a beautiful win with Super Tuesday.
Hillary.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If this happened right now, what will happen in the future? Because, okay, I don't like using this example, but you know that Obama didn't exactly do well on Super Tuesday the last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet he won.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Super Tuesday happened, the race is still on.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people don't understand. Because when people were like, well, Bernie's going to lose, I'm just like, Bernie just wants to make sure that he's not that far behind of Hillary, because he knows when Super Tuesday comes, he's going to win maybe 1 or 2 states.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as he's not that far behind her, he still has a chance, which he still does. So I'm still rooting for him. He's the one candidate that I am still rooting for. But other than that, everybody else just seems sketchy as hell to me. It's like super sketchy. Hillary just seems like the ultimate sketch.
Yeah.
Like, she just backhands everything. One minute I am a gang member. Next minute I'm like part of the Sandra Bland.
Don't offend woman. She's a woman. Don't offend her. She's a woman. Come on.
I wasn't talking about her uterus. I was just talking about her policies.
Don't offend women. Don't touch.
I feel like her presence alone is offending them at this point, because it's like she's using every dirty trick in the book to win at this point.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you're one of the boys. You're one of the men, Hillary. Hopefully you don't sleep with the lawn man.
I actually believe she already became a man a long time ago.
Maybe.
She style of thinking, it's obviously not woman. So.
It's too masculine?
Yes. Listen, how many wars she initiated? How many invasions or any such action?
She's like Miss Trenchbull.
What you mean?
Miss Trenchbull from Matilda.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
No.
She's just evil.
No.
And Bernie's the little girl with the blonde girl with the glasses and the pigtails.
Oh no!
He's just spinning her around and around and around. Guess what? When she lets her go, what does the girl do? She slides right into a perfect landing. See? That's the Bernie and Hillary situation.
Who makes a Matilda reference?
And makes it make sense at that too.
I mean, what do we know about the Iran nuclear deal? I have to read up about it.
Oh my gosh, nuclear deals. We're so well versed in nuclear. We literally no other country can make nuclears until America knows what they're making at this point.
It says that an attack ad from a veterans group criticizes Donald Trump for not taking a stronger position against the Obama administration's nuclear agreement with Iran. I'm going to post this article. And of course, it's Fox News. Everything is Fox News. But I don't know too much about the Iran deal. But I know that they're targeting Trump. So this might come up tonight in the debate.
Yes, ma'am. So I actually posted that link here so you guys can click on it and read up so that when we do start watching the debates, we're prepared and ready to actually maybe we'll have a coherent debate more than the Republicans.
Oh,
because what
you have no faith in them.
What seems to happen during these debates is that there seems to be a shouting match between the candidates, and then we end up breaking off and doing our own like real debate where we're actually
what makes sense.
what makes sense, and they're just lost in their own pissing match in the corner. But I'm gonna go ahead and see here what's going on Twitter, because we want to see if there's any talk that's going on when it comes to the Republican Party.
I'm trying to see who I can call because I know none of the offices are going to be open right now. Oh wait, let's see what's happening on Fox. I see Trump talking. What is he saying?
Means 47% of the people in our country, right?
Trump talking about Romney, and thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly reporting tonight from Detroit, Michigan. We are closing in on the Fox News debate this evening, which will begin shortly after 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Speaking of pissing
Once again, Mr. Trump will drive the narrative. Joining us now from New York City, Dana Perino. You know, I'm glad you're on because you are.
I'm always been a middle guy, so I think I might go to the middle one.
Republican establishment.
Wow. And guess what? I'm going to flush.
I didn't know I was coming on to be insulted.
And it's a nice face. Look at that face, everyone. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that you're not a rogue.
So you guys on DINTv, come interact with us.
What did you think
start watching
when you saw Mr. Establishment Romney go after Trump?
Well, I said I had an out-of-party experience today. This is unlike anything I've ever known in my lifetime. I grew up in a Republican household. My grandfather was a county commissioner in Weston County, Wyoming. So if that makes me establishment, that I'm a lifelong conservative, I can see that. I know that Mitt Romney was giving voice to a lot of frustration, and it's not just, when you say establishment, Bill, I think a lot of people here too moderate, squishy, not conservative enough. That's actually, I think, the wrong way to look at what Mitt Romney was saying today. Mitt Romney was saying, I'm concerned about what I see as the legacy and the history of the Republican Party and the future of it. However, I don't think that Mitt Romney made the sale today. I think it will be maybe effective with some people, but if you are dug in between Trump and one of the other candidates, I don't know if your mind was changed by Romney this afternoon.
She wasn't like that before.
Isn't it impossible at this juncture to change the mind of any Trump supporter? Because they're
that's odd.
And I mean, you got to give Donald Trump credit for being such a powerful presence that he has millions of people. They don't care what you say about him. They don't care what he says. They're going to vote for him.
In the exit polls and almost in all the contests so far, people who say they want someone that tells it like it is, he wins by a mile. But the thing is that what Newt Gingrich said earlier on your program is exactly right, and you said it in your talking points memo. If the Republican Party cannot find a way to unify, there is no way that they can beat Hillary Clinton. It is already going to be so difficult for a Republican to beat her. In the Electoral College, the way that the Democrats look at it, they have 270 votes needed. She's got about 246.
Yeah.
So if she wins Florida...
In my tally, she has 282. In the O'Reilly Electoral College tally, 282. But I say that with a huge caveat.
Try to find another link.
Donald Trump is such a commanding presence that if things go right for him, he can persuade and he can change the dynamic that's in place right now. He can do it. In sheer force of personality. I mean, this is a guy that wherever he goes, he's going to get people to like him or not. And so you can't really.
But without all the Republicans, I don't think.
Says the GOP stacks Detroit debate audience with party insiders. A lot of people are going to be against Trump tonight in the audience. I'm going to post this clip until we can see Alina's clip.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's an external clip. It's from Pinterest, so it's not. You have to sign up for Pinterest for me to like upload it on here. Yeah, it's a Pinterest picture. Because it keeps taking me there to sign up.
Oh.
All right.
It's gonna kill my video.
Oh no, my bad. I thought you just posted that to like clear it or something.
Looks like the GOP is stacking the Detroit debate audience with party insiders. Jonathan Oosting of the Detroit News reveals some troubling news for Donald Trump. It seems his accusations of the GOP stacking audiences with GOP party officials has now been confirmed. The Republican National Committee allocated the 400 event tickets to the state party, which is expected to give roughly 350 to elected officials, state committee members, and grassroots activists. That's according to the Michigan GOP spokeswoman, Sarah Anderson.
Want more?
This leaves just 50 tickets for the public, and those tickets will be randomly awarded to some of the 21,000 people who filled out an online form on the state party website. Quote, if we have people that are turning them down among our elected officials, then we'll add that number to the public. We want to give out as many as we can. We know that people are excited and want to be there. The debate is scheduled to feature GOP presidential frontrunner Donald Trump, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, and U.S. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, as well as Ohio Governor John Kasich. Yes, and the sparks might just fly between Trump and Kelly. As you know, the last time that Kelly hosted a debate, Trump said, I'm not going to play ball. I'm not going there. Trump has already sort of floated the idea he wanted to
If he didn't target Megyn Kelly off
I do believe he's going to be attentive. But if you've been watching and following some of these debates, you know that when you start to hear boos in the crowd, Trump calls out the crowd for who they are. He says they are GOP insiders, lobbyists, and friends, elitist establishment GOP type. And now the truth is
the same establishment he's a part of. I don't get that. At least, like, why is he trying to differentiate himself?
350 people in the audience
part of that
are going to be GOP insiders, and as you know, the GOP is very well. They're trying really hard to make it difficult for Trump to be the front runner. Just ahead of this debate,
it's bad when
we are now learning
contention in between
that
your own party.
The loser from the last
Trump's like, let's unite, and everybody's like, we don't want
you ever talk to a Republican? They're confused as hell.
There are some rumors that he may be.
They can't even get over the fact that there's gay people in the world.
I don't know how good that would be. What good is the endorsement of a loser? If you ask me, I think it's just more GOP establishment trying to fight against the populist candidate.
It's like somebody telling me.
Again, I've said this in past reports. I don't understand why the
being born with this
establishment Republicans so vehemently hate.
You get what I'm saying?
Trump when he's bringing so many people into the party. I mean, it's a rhetorical.
You're just full of analogies today, aren't
because
you?
Look, I know why they're doing it, because they don't want to relinquish control. Right? Anyway, those are my thoughts. What are yours? Listen for the boos tonight when you're watching the debate, and you'll know that those are the party insiders up there in Detroit. Leave your comments below. Subscribe for updates. If you like what we're doing here at the Next News Network, give us a thumbs up and share this report for the Next News Network.
A brown paper bag. He gave me no life. I understood what he was saying, but he gave me zero life.
Link in the description.
Like, this is the shit I'm talking about.
What you mean? People with no personality having so many viewers. What are you talking about?
Huh?
What are you talking about? What is the you're talking about?
That merch that he was trying to sell after his video with the American flag and then like the explosions and all like America's a mirage to me. Like, honestly, like, it's just fake as hell. Like, it just. America is an Instagram post. Like, these people are just like fake. Just like everything in America is fake. But that's a really intense conversation. But hey, you guys on DINTv, what do you guys feel about that video, Juan? Do you feel like he has a point when it comes to Donald Trump pretty much creating his own Republican Party at this point?
It's one.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead and start over.
All right, sorry. Okay. Basically, I was a little bit caught off from the video that was being shown. Well, not caught up as in literally, but in my mind, I was kind of almost going to take a nap or so.
It was very boring. Yes, it was.
Okay. So Pretty much, I just summed it up for you. He was saying that Donald Trump is pretty much causing a rift between the Republican Party and itself. Do you feel like that's
that they are like planting basically people to boo him in the audience?
Do you think that's do you think that's a real statement, or do you think that that's something that's really happening? Because I think people that go to Trump rallies really do like him. I feel like, because the reaction that he does get is like, it's like a concert. It's just like people love it. They push. You have mosh pits at this point with the girl like pushing her around.
Oh, I see what you did there.
So it's just a joke. It's just a big hardcore concert that's happening right now. So guys, let's go ahead and see here what's going on DINTv.
Wants us to liven it up.
Right, you guys. So, what are the biggest topics that you like want them to answer in your perfect world? What is it that you want them to answer?
I feel like everything that I wanted them to answer, I've asked. I'm like, okay, I wanted them to talk about healthcare the last time, and they didn't really touch on it. If they could just tell me something about the healthcare system tonight, that would be great.
Alina, what do you think in regards to that? Is there something in particular you want to hear tonight that comes from the Republicans? Because I know. Oh, she's up there.
She's
great. All right.
Why? What would you like to hear about tonight?
What? Is everyone out or something?
No, they'll be back. They're just getting their popcorn ready. You know, the debates are starting soon. So
in the approximately
get your refreshments.
Okay. Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you was like, can I get like my popcorn? Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. You asked me what topics do I want the Republicans to talk about in this debate, right?
Right.
I know the first one's TPP for sure.
Well, I don't want to go overboard on that, but in all honesty, I would like that they just talk about the topics on themselves and not insult each other.
Okay. But I'm kind of looking forward to them insulting each other. That's the thing that's going to give me some energy tonight.
I bet it will, girl.
I need it. As far as gun rights, I really don't care. Because all of them are like in favor of a non-gun reformation. It's like, okay, we don't want that. As far as illegal immigration, they can definitely touch on that.
Elizabeth is back.
What are you saying?
Someone's back.
Is that nope, that's not Elena.
No. The left to me.
I'm blind.
No. We're fine. She's just walking around. It's okay. You can still talk to us. We won't bite.
What? Sorry, I thought someone was back.
No, you're okay. You can keep talking. But the TPP, he doesn't want them to cover that too much. But honestly, I feel like when the people will just watch to see what Trump's going to say and what the reaction it's going to have. I don't even think people are watching.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're in a mindset right now is like people just think that Trump is a TV show and they just want it to be renewed for another season. And so it's just like watching it.
Excuse me, Kevin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now remember, you asked me a question about whether they're going to booing Trump is going to be a good thing or a bad thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, can I just say that I personally think it's going to be a little bit of both?
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing. Naturally, there are people who are teaming up to make sure that Trump does not get any more recognition for this upcoming election, right?
Right.
Correct.
But somehow, if you just add negative fire to his campaign, it'll be miraculously turned into a fire which can actually support him for some reason.
Yeah, it always turns that way. Like, he flips it to make it work in his favor.
Like someone said earlier, he's like the bully. So if he insults the crowd or is being insulted, he can use that to his advantage to become more and more popular.
Mm-hmm. He did that. I feel like he's learned those tactics from being a reality star and dealing with so many people on The Apprentice. And I think that's another reason why people vote for him. And it's so annoying. As far as the issues, the topics for tonight, I'd also like them to talk about the legalization of marijuana because that's a large social issue.
Girl, you and me both.
The Republicans have been slated.
I long
to be
for the
against
day
it.
where I can like walk into a gas station, buy a pack of you buy a pack of cigarettes. You can just buy a pack of pre-rolled like marijuana cigarettes, and you just go about your day. That'd be awesome.
What you give that legalization? Okay, will you smoke and what else? You will get a high and what?
Well, with marijuana isn't only for smoking. You have other medicinal purposes. You have hemp, which is from the marijuana plant, that it's more biodegradable than wood, than trees. You can actually make paper from it. You can make clothing, cotton, all types of things from hemp. And also, medicinally, marijuana has shown to help cure cancer at some point. Come
on, it's like a magic wand already.
It makes I mean, the person I know who
for legal. I mean, why is it not legal at this point? Because cigarettes and alcohol are legal, and they are proven to kill people. So then, why are they? I mean, when has the government ever not given us something?
I think cigarettes shouldn't be legal.
Huh?
I think cigarettes shouldn't be legal.
You don't think they should be legal?
Yes, I don't think because it doesn't. I mean,
hello, Joe. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We're about to start watching the debate very soon, but we're just going through.
You can smoke. You can smoke right on air and prove your point.
Alina, do you smoke blunts, or do you like
what is
blunts?
blunts?
Blunts are like the brown paper that you use to roll up
the weed,
and you smoke it
yeah.
It's like cigar paper, but you instead of
What is that?
Girl, you can't even. What can you do with that? You know what, Elena? We need to meet up. I need to introduce you to some. I need to introduce you to some real life. Because I cannot have my girl.
Oh my God!
What?
That is the classiest bowl I've ever. What is that?
What is what? This one?
It's a marble.
It's not marble. It's glass.
Moderate Republican. I cannot prove it.
But like I was saying,
Oh my
the
God.
Republicans are slated.
I need to roll you a blunt, girl.
The Republicans are slated to be against legalization of marijuana, but I think medicinally it's a great thing because the person I know who sells medicinally, his strains are really targeted for that. It's not. It's two different things. I'm not sure.
Celica and indica.
I don't know what it was, but he focuses his strain on enhancing whatever part that's more medicinal, and it has helped a lot of the people he's working with have their appetite back. So maybe it doesn't cure cancer, but it definitely helps it to be.
The thing is, marijuana is such it's a crazy phenomenon because scientists do studies on it, and it says like marijuana, what it does to your body, it helps your body work better, like whatever it does. So if it,
more efficient,
like it's like. The article that I was reading.
Joe said that's why I live in Colorado.
Joe, basically, help me out here.
Now you have a lot of friends coming to Colorado. Kevin is on the line.
Tell me,
he bought the fly already.
Wait, Colorado? Oh, it's about to start.
Wait. Okay.
All right, you guys. So Megyn Kelly is looking on fleek today, so she is ready for.
She looks airbrushed. Angelic.
She looks Trump ready.
Conversation about this election has
she got all pretty for him, right, Carl?
The crowd is here. Since January 1st, 53 million people in the U.S. have been talking about the election on Facebook.
Tonight, there are just 4 candidates on the stage. Their position has been determined by their standing in an average of the 5 most recent national polls as recognized by Fox News and conducted and released by March 1st. Here.
Wait, what did you say? Who was speaking?
That was me, Joe.
Oh,
Joe, what's up, man?
They're saying like 53 million people talking about it on Facebook. We got 300 million people living in this country. That's not a whole lot.
That says a lot about the interest of America and how big a deal they think this is when it's really not in the grand scheme of things.
Tonight's rules are simple. Up to 60 seconds for each answer, 30 seconds for each follow-up response. And if the candidate goes over the allotted time, you will hear this.
So it wasn't.
She's
We have a big crowd here. And
She's just like, I'll be extra nice.
Enthusiastic and responsive at times. I have already been. We also expect them to be respectful, and we want the candidates to get there full time. So somewhere between a library and a Red Wings game. Am I right? Okay. Let's get started.
Mr. Trump, as you may have heard, the 2012 Republican nominee for President Mitt Romney had some things to say about you today.
Yes, he did.
He said your domestic policy will lead to recession. He said your foreign policy will make us less safe. And then he listed what he said are your personal qualities, quoting now Romney on Trump. Quote, the bullying, the greed, the showing off, the misogyny, the absurd third-grade theatrics. He challenged you to answer with substance, not insults. How do you answer Mitt Romney, sir?
Well, look, he was a failed candidate. He should have beaten President Obama very easy. He failed miserably, and it was an embarrassment to everybody, including the Republican Party. He went away, it looked like he went away on a vacation the last month. So I don't take that, and I guess obviously he wants to be relevant. He wants to be back in the game. As far as domestic policy and trade, which is killing our country, he said free trade, and I believe in free trade also. But if you look at China, and if you look at Japan, and if you look at Mexico, both at the border, by the way, where they're killing us, both at the border and with trade, and every other country we do business with, we are getting absolutely crushed on trade. And he said, free trade, I say free trade, great, but not when they're beating.
What? Corral? What just happened?
The stream just, we're going to fix the stream now. I'm sorry.
We don't have Trump.
Well, I'll tell you what he was saying. He's like, we don't like Mitt Romney, and I don't respect anything he said. I just told you what he said. You're welcome. I just gave you everything Trump was going to give you without all of the sarcasm.
Yeah. I just think it's funny that like 30 seconds in, Fox News backwards called him a sexist and misogynist. He just like straight up started talking about free trade.
Since then, I'd like to go deeper than that. What are your views of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacists?
I totally disavow the Ku Klux Klan. I totally disavow David Duke. I've been doing it now for 2 weeks. This is probably about the 18th person that's asked me the question. It was very It's amazing. I guess I put it on Twitter. That if you take pictures of us all over the place, I want to get this when nobody ever picks it up. Take a look at my Twitter account. Thank you so much. So 3 weeks ago, you said, I don't use Russian attacks. Because I think it's the office that I'm seeking, but it also bears my kids. But in the last week, we've gone to Trump's plan, we've made public statements, we've Congress, you suggested to me, I along with other vulgar jokes and jabs. So let me say something. This campaign for the last year, Donald Trump has basically mocked everybody with personal attacks. He's done so to people who are sitting on the stage today. He's done so about people in the same. He's done it about every other candidate in this race. So if anyone can ever deserve to be attacked that way, it's been Donald Trump. For the way he's treated I'm not saying I'm not speaking about possible. Let's have a conversation about Donald Trump's strategy and my strategy and Ted's strategy and John Kasich's strategy when it comes to ISIS and on healthcare and the important issues they need. I didn't have one to media has given these personal attacks that Donald Trump has made an incredible amount of coverage. Let's start talking again about the issues that matter to this country. I'm ready to do that starting right here, right now, tonight. Well,
I don't have space on my phone for Periscope.
I also happen to vote in the lightweight, okay, and I have said that, so I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this, but look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee.
What? This is literally a pissing match that I was talking about before. They're literally comparing things.
Wow. You say that you are the true conservative in this race. But 15 states have voted now, and you have won only 4 of them. You've lost repeatedly with what is supposed to be your core voter groups, including evangelicals and conservatives. Well, hasn't your brand of conservatism been rejected by an electorate that appears to be more taken with Mr. Trump's populist message?
Well, Megan, you know, at the end of the day, for the folks at home, this is not about the insults back and forth between the candidates. This is not about what attacks we can throw at each other. This is the people at home who are struggling. Through 7 years of Barack Obama, this is the single moms who are working 2 and 3 jobs, 28, 29 hours a week, because their hours have been forcibly reduced because of Obamacare. This is the truck drivers and the steel workers and the mechanics with calluses on their hands who've seen their wages not grow year after year after year while the cost of living goes up. This is all the young people coming out of school with student loans up to their eyeballs that aren't able to find a job. And I don't think the people of America are interested in a bunch of bickering school children. They're interested in solutions, not slogans. It's easy to say, make things better, make things great. You can even print it and put it on a baseball cap. But the question is, do you understand the principles that made America great in the first place? As president, I will repeal every word of Obamacare. I'll pull back the regulators that are killing small businesses. And we will pass a simple flat tax and abolish the IRS. And what that's going to do, Megan, is small businesses are going to explode. We're going to see millions of high-paying jobs. We're going to see wages going up. We're going to see opportunity. That's where our focus needs to be. That's where my focus is, and that is why our campaign is the only campaign that over and over again has beaten Donald Trump to date, and it's why we're the one campaign that going forward can and will beat Donald Trump in this election. Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
I've heard Ted say that over and over again on television, that he's the only one that could beat me. Just for the record, I've won 10. He's won 3 or 4. Last week, in fact, on Tuesday, I was 500,000 votes higher than him. I was 1 million votes higher than Marco, 1 million votes. That's a lot of votes, and was by far in first place. So I keep hearing that he's the only one that can beat me, but he's getting beaten very, very badly. So where does this come from? Where does it come from?
Go ahead, Senator. Yeah, I would just say a couple of things. There is no doubt that Donald has done wrong in these elections. There's no doubt about that. The numbers are there. The numbers also say 2/3 of the people who have cast a vote in a Republican primary or caucus have voted against you. They do not want you to be our nominee. And the reason why is because we are not going to turn over the conservative movement or the party of Lincoln or Reagan, for example, to someone whose positions are not conservative, to someone who last week defended Planned Parenthood for 30 seconds on a debate stage, to someone, for example, that has no ideas on point, someone who thinks the Nuclear Triad is a rock band from the 1980s, to someone who time and again on issue after issue has not proven that he has the principles that outline what the conservative movement has been about, and as Ted said, the things that made America great. America is great because the conservative principles and a strong national stance, and our nominee needs to be someone that stands by those things, and not just that. Demonstrated that.
Go ahead, Mr. Trump, and then we're going to have to go to the governor.
Very nice words, but happens to be wrong. CNN just came out with a poll 2 days ago. A national poll, a national poll where he's at 15, he's at 14, and I'm at 49. So when he says 75%,
that would mean that 80% of the people don't dig you, and I'm back down to
Of all the people on the stage, he performs the worst against Hillary Clinton.
I beat Hillary Clinton. I beat Hillary Clinton in many polls. I beat Hillary Clinton in many polls. You're on talking. I beat Hillary Clinton.
Hold on. The audience cannot understand when you're talking over each other.
I know that you talking, but you have to.
I beat Hillary Clinton in many polls. The Q poll just came out. I beat Hillary Clinton in a recent Fox poll. I beat Hillary Clinton in USA Today. I beat her today in a poll in Ohio. I'm the only one that beats Hillary Clinton. I beat her. I have not started on Hillary yet. Believe me, I will start soon. Governor Kasich, today you admitted that you have a narrow path to the nomination through a contested convention. Today also, Mitt Romney proposed that Republicans should vote for Senator Rubio in Florida.
You guys, in the next 5 minutes, we're going to go ahead and mute it and then discuss the talking points.
They said he can beat Mr. Trump to prevent Mr. Trump from getting the nomination. So do you buy Romney's blueprint? And can you say tonight to your Florida supporters that they should vote for Senator Rubio to get a contested convention?
You know, this is so much about process. It frankly is boring to me. I would like it clear, though, since we're talking about polls, I beat Hillary Clinton by more than anybody, by 11 points. And the reason it happens
in one poll.
You know, the reason is because, as the Democrats tell me all the time,
This guy's talking about more polls than strippers, that I know.
You see, because throughout this campaign, I talked about issues. I have never tried to go and get into these kind of scrums that we're seeing here on the stage, and people say everywhere I go, you seem to be the adult on the stage. In terms of, you know, Mitt Romney is he's a great guy, but he doesn't determine my strategy. The fact of the matter is I'm running for president because I worked hard to fix this country when I was in Washington as the chairman of the budget committee, where we had some of the most significant job growth after we balanced the budget. We had wages going up. It was very successful in Ohio. Our wages grow faster than the national average. We're up over 400,000 jobs. We paid down, back in the old days, they paid down $500 billion of the national debt. It's a formula that works. And I believe that formula will work when I return to Washington as the president. And by the way, I won't need on-the-job training because I know how to do all of this. And within the first 100 days, I will have a plan that will pass the Congress because it is reasonable and I can bring both sides together.
But Governor, you say this is all about process, but for voters, they need to see a path to get to the nomination if they're going to support you. On Super Tuesday, you finished in single digits in 9 out of 11 states. So you can see that your path is through a contested convention. How do you get
Brett, I think we're all really there. I mean, the simple fact is that, you know, you all wrote me off. You wrote me off before I even got to New Hampshire. Then when I finished second in New Hampshire, you wrote me off in the South, and you wrote me off in Super Tuesday. I split delegates in Vermont with Donald Trump. I finished second in Massachusetts, and we won delegates in Virginia. But guess what? It's now March Madness, and we're heading up north to the place, to my turf, okay? And let me just tell you this. I will win Ohio. And I am going to move all across this country. And over time, as people begin to finally hear my message, you know what people say, Brett, to me all the time? Why don't they give you any time on the debate stage? Why is that? So now all of a sudden I'm starting to get it. And what I want the people to know is I know how to bring people together, Republicans and Democrats. I have successfully, both at the federal level and the state level, brought economic growth, wage growth, and economic security to this country, and I want to go back and do it again, and I'm going to keep talking about my message of bringing people together and motivating people in the neighborhoods to realize they don't need somebody from Washington galloping in. There are many things they can do where they live because the strength of our country is in our neighborhoods and our families, and I'm going to keep doing this.
We want to focus now on the economy.
Okay,
which is
now,
one of the
we're going to talk about the
on
economy
Facebook
now.
with
We're actually getting to a
6
topic.
million people discussing it online. A lot of that conversation is happening here in Detroit. The unemployment rate is 10.9%. That's more than double the national average. Senator Rubio, you have taken to calling Mr. Trump a con artist who portrays himself as a hero to working people while he's really been, in your words, sticking it to the American workers for 40 years. But he has built a big company that employs thousands of people. Question, how many jobs have you created?
Well, first of all, government doesn't. First of all, Chris, my point is exactly right. He has spent a career convincing Americans that he's something that he's not in exchange for their money. Now he's trying to do the same in exchange for their country. This is a fact. He talks about these great businesses that he's built. He inherited over $100 million. Wrong with that money. Lost wrong.
Mr. Trump,
he talks about how he wants to get jobs in America. He can start tonight by announcing that all the Donald J. Trump clothing will no longer be made in China and in Mexico, but will be made here in the United States. And on the issue of job creation, I find this interesting. The private sector creates jobs. The jobs of those of us in public service are to put in place policies that allow the economy to grow. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. They think government is what creates jobs. Government does not create jobs. Now, the way you create jobs is you make America the easiest and the best place in the world to start a business or to expand an existing business. If you go on my website, marcorubio.com, you will see a real plan to fix our taxes, to roll back regulations, to repeal and replace Obamacare, not just lines around the states. Serious policies and proposals.
Mr. Trump, I'd like you to respond. You have 30 seconds to respond. But as part of that, could you respond to his specific assertion about Trump collection clothes, which you say some of it is made in Mexico?
This little guy has lied so much about my record.
There we go. Listen,
he has lied so much about my record.
Mr. Rubio, Senator Rubio, why don't you let him?
And I will tell you this. First of all, I got a call from my sister and brother tonight. And they said, we had no idea Dad gave you $200 million. Believe me, I started off with $1 million. I built a company that's worth more than $10 billion. And I say it not in a bragging way, but that's the kind of thinking we need. Very low debt, tremendous cash flow. My financials they're all in there with the federal elections. You've seen them. Everybody's seen them. I say it only because that's the kind of thinking this country needs with $19 trillion in debt. Believe me.
Wait 1 second. Specifically and quickly on the question, will you promise that you will, and how soon will you move your clothing collection to clothes that are made in China and Mexico?
They devalue their currencies. I will do that. And by the way, I have been doing it more and more, but they devalue their currencies, in particular China. Mexico is doing a big number now also. Japan is unbelievable what they're doing. They devalue their currencies, and they make it impossible for clothing makers in this country to do clothing in this country. And if you look at what's happened on 7th Avenue, and you look at what's happened in New York with the garment industry, so much of the clothing now comes out from Vietnam, China, and other places. And it's all because of devaluation. By the way, the Trans-Pacific, if you look at the TPP, total disaster, which, by the way, Marco is in favor of. It is a disaster for our country. It's trying to be approved by various people, including President Obama. And I'll tell you something, the biggest problem with that is they don't take into concurrence the devaluation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Senator Rubio.
All right, you guys. It looks like we're getting our questions answered tonight. I mean, Trump is going into the economy, and
he's good. He's good. I'm proud of him.
I'm very proud of him as well, because they are targeting him from the gate. I can't remember the moderator's name, but as soon as he jumped out the gate with, how many jobs have you created after talking? I mean, he says this to Rubio, and then Rubio targets Trump, and Trump's response was that he's going to have his clothing taken from China and made here. But I don't think they should have even done this way. Like, I feel like they were targeting him.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, he's in their way.
I'm talking about even the moderator.
Believe me. Before debate started, they had several rehearsals how to do that. Believe me.
So definitely, you know, we're seeing it getting really heated. I want to hear from our users. Juan, Wes, Elena, tell us, what do you guys think so far? It's getting pretty heated right now with Trump and Rubio. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm not exactly a supporter for Trump, but he did talk about the TPP a little. But
yeah,
you got to mention
he said he's not in favor of it, so that is towards your agenda.
Yeah, but with his position, I don't know how it'll turn out from there. But anyway, personally, I think that mostly this debate is just people just insulting each other.
So far, yes.
Yeah.
Where's the substance? Where's the topics?
Yeah, that whole first 10 minutes was all about why I'm better than Trump and why I deserve to be president and how I am doing in the polls. Like, did they really need that even?
Exactly. I mean, Kenesha's here. She's trying to come into the room. Thank you so much, Kenesha, for joining us. But yeah, I feel this debate so far, I mean, it's 15, almost 20 minutes in right now, and we've gotten our first fight already. So, all right, so let's go ahead and take a look back at the live feed and see what they're talking about over there right now.
Tidbits left, but we're going to take a tremendous amount out. We have various other things. If you look at the IRS, if you look at every single agency, we can cut it down, and I mean really cut it down and say the waste, fraud, and abuse is massive. Larry Kudlow, great guy, everybody respects him, said my plan for taxes and tax cutting is the best by far of everybody.
But Mr. Trump, your numbers don't add up. Please put up full screen number 4.
This guy's name.
The Education Department, you talk about cutting. The total budget for the Education Department is $78 billion, and that includes Pell Grants for low-income students and aid to states for special education. I assume you wouldn't cut those things. The entire budget for the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, is $8 billion. The deficit this year is $544 billion. That's more than $500 billion. Your numbers don't add up.
Let me explain something. Because of the fact that the pharmaceutical companies, are not really able to bid properly, they have hundreds of billions of dollars in waste. We don't bid properly. We don't have proper bidding procedures. The reason we don't is because they take care of all of the senators, all of the congressmen, and they don't bid. They don't go out to bid. Take a look. Excuse me. You're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars.
You're not.
If we went out to the proper bid. Of course you are.
No, you're not, sir. Let's put up full screen number 2.
This is so disrespectful.
You say that Medicare could save $300 billion a year.
I already know the answer to it. To make him look and then just say it again. You get what I'm saying?
Only spends $78 billion a year on drugs. Sir, that's the facts. You're talking about saving more money on Medicare.
I'm saying saving through negotiation throughout the economy. You'll save $300 billion a year. And that's a huge... Of course it is. You're going to buy things for less money. Of course it is. That works out.
The only money that we buy, the only drugs that we pay for is through.
I'm not only talking about drugs, I'm talking about other things. We'll save more than $300 billion a year if we properly negotiate. We don't do that. We don't negotiate. We don't negotiate anything.
No, I promise I'll get to you in a moment, sir. Senator Cruz, one of the centerpieces of your campaign, in fact, you mentioned it again tonight, is that you will abolish the IRS. Question though, who will collect the taxes that you're still calling for? Who will oversee to make sure that people pay the taxes that they rightfully owe? And who will check on the various tax deductions and tax credits that you still want?
So my simple flat tax, I've rolled out in precise detail how it will operate, where every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. And if you want to actually see the postcard, see all the details, you can find them on our website. It's tedcruz.org. When we get rid of all the corporate welfare, all the subsidies, all the carve-outs in the IRS code, it dramatically simplifies it. And under Obama, the IRS has become so corrupt and so politicized, we need to abolish it altogether. Now, at the end of that, there will still be an office in the Treasury Department to receive the postcards, but it will be dramatically simpler. And let me take a moment, Chris, to go back to this exchange that was going on in between all of the insults. Let me point out the specificity that was lacking. It's very easy to say, let's cut waste, fraud, and abuse. I've rolled out a detailed plan to cut $500 billion in federal spending, specifying exactly what I would cut. It's easy to say it, but one of the great disconnects of all the people, all of the voters, I understand the folks who are supporting Donald right now. You're angry at Washington, and he uses angry rhetoric. But for 40 years, Donald has been part of the corruption in Washington that you're angry about.
At least he says it. I've been saying this before he even said
supporting someone who has supported liberal Democrats for 4 decades, from Jimmy Carter to John Kerry, to Hillary Clinton. You're not going to stop the corruption and cronyism by supporting someone who has used government power for private gain. Instead, we need a president who stands with the American people.
You do get 30 seconds to respond, Mr. Trump.
Here for 40 years, I've been involved in Washington. I have been supporting people for many years. And these people have been politicians, and they've been on both sides, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. I've supported everybody. Because until recently, I wasn't a politician, and I hope maybe you don't all consider me a politician right now. I hate the term politician, but I've been supporting politicians. A recent article somewhere said Donald Trump is a world-class businessman who goes out and he does get along with everybody. I've supported Democrats and I've supported Republicans, and as a businessman, I owe that to my company, to my family, to my workers, to everybody to get along. Part of the problem we have in Washington, Chris, is it's total gridlock. Nobody gets along. We need people to get along. We need to be able to get things done.
Let me face it. Democrats, as you know, will make income inequality a big issue in the general election. You support raising the minimum wage, although you say not to the $15 an hour that Democrats are talking about. Mr. Trump opposes any increase because he says it will price American workers out of the
This guy is still here?
Is he wrong about that? No increase in the minimum wage.
For increase in the federal minimum wage. I said in Ohio, we increase it modestly every single year, so I'm not for a federal minimum wage increase.
You did talk about states doing it.
Well, if states want to do it, they ought to sit down with business people and the lawmakers and figure out what will work. But hold on a second here with everything else. I'm the only person on this stage who actually was the chief architect of balancing the federal budget. It's not a theory for me. It's not some, you have to know how to put everything together. And you know, I spent 10 years of my life to get there, and I did not do that because I'm worshiping at some balanced budget shrine. The reason I did it is when you have common sense regulations, lower taxes on individuals and businesses, and you have a fiscal plan that makes sense, the job creators will expand employment. And what happened? When I was there, the jobs were exploding. Bill Clinton's tried to take credit for it. When I went to Ohio, we're up 400,000 jobs. It's the same formula, but it isn't easy. I fought the entire Washington establishment and won, because when you balance a budget, you must affect every single thing. Everything in the federal government specifically. You cannot get there with theories or broad statements, and you have to be willing to take the heat. In fact, I fought a Republican president who I thought was not offering constructive proposals to fix this economy. So when we talk about all this, there's one person on this stage and one person who's been a candidate for president in either party that restored economic strength, growth, a balanced budget, paid down debt, cut taxes, the things that people in this country want. No theories, reality.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, let's talk immigration for a little bit. Okay, Senator Cruz, we'll start with you. You have repeatedly touted how you have stood shoulder to shoulder with Senator Jeff Sessions to fight illegal immigration and amnesty. But Senator Sessions just endorsed Donald Trump. If voters want Jeff Sessions-style immigration policies, isn't their choice rather clear?
Yes, their choice is very clear. If you look to the actual record, you know, Donald mentioned a moment ago that he was just doing business when he was writing checks to liberal Democrats. But that's not, in fact, the checks he was writing. Listen, we could all understand if you write a check to a city commission because you're looking for a zoning waiver on building a building. That may be corrupt, but you could understand real estate developers doing that. That's not what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump supported Jimmy Carter over Ronald Reagan. Donald Trump supported John Kerry over George W. Bush.
Wow.
If you don't like Obama,
He just literally demolished his
Donald
loophole
Trump
into
funded
saying
Harry
that.
Reid and Nancy Pelosi taking over Congress to pass Obamacare on immigration. If you don't like amnesty, if you don't like the Gang of Eight, Donald Trump funded 5 of the 8 members of the Gang of Eight, $50,000. And let's talk about this election. The choice Republican primary voters are making is who is best prepared to stand up to Hillary Clinton and beat Hillary Clinton.
We are asking about immigration right now.
Not once, not twice, not 3 times, 10 times. And 4 of those checks were not to her Senate campaign. It wasn't that she was the New York senator and it was a cost of doing business. It was to her presidential campaign. Donald Trump in 2008 wrote 4 checks to elect Hillary Clinton as president. So I'd like to ask Donald, why did you write checks to Hillary Clinton to be president in 2008? It wasn't for business. And how can you stand on a debate stage now with her and say you don't think she should be?
Actually, it was for business. It was for business. I pride myself, including outside of the...
Okay, quick question. Did everybody hear him say that, Megyn Kelly say that we're going to be talking about immigration right now?
Of course, listen, they just memorized some piece of the text, especially Cruz. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So the noise coming from someone, and
let me see who it is.
This is Juan. Okay. So he just memorized the piece of the text and uses like already forgetting about
what the question was. Yeah.
He just memorized it and just pronounced it. That's it.
Joe says if the presidency was won on the ability to dodge a question, Ted Cruz would win in a landslide.
Touche, Joe.
Okay, let's get back in. We're talking about immigration now.
Back in January, you gave an off-the-record interview to the New York Times. It was apparently audio taped. Now, a recent report in BuzzFeed, citing sources at the Times, reports that in that interview, you expressed flexibility when it comes to your immigration policy, specifically with respect to your promise to deport the 11 million people who are now living here illegally. You have suggested that you may have expressed some flexibility when it comes to the size of the wall that you want to build, but did you tell them specifically that you are flexible when it comes to your deportation plans?
I don't know exactly when you talk about off the record. First of all, BuzzFeed, they were the ones that said under no circumstances will I run for president. And were they wrong? But a lot of people said that. Then I did have a meeting with the editorial board of the New York Times, a very nice meeting. Many of those things were off the record, I think at their suggestion and my suggestion. And I think being off the record is a very important thing. I think it's a very, very powerful thing. And I will say this, these three gentlemen have gone off the record many times with reporters, and I think they want to honor it. And I would always honor that. I will say, though, in terms of immigration and almost anything else, there always has to be some, tug and pull and deal. And, when I watched Ted stand on the Senate floor, I had great respect for what he did. He stood there for a day and a half or something. In the meantime, what came of it? Nothing. You have to be able to have some flexibility, some negotiation. Now, sometimes you ask for more than you want and you negotiate down to the point. I may have discussed something like that with the New York Times, but I would never release off-the-record conversations. I don't think it's fair, frankly, to do that to anybody.
How flexible are you on this issue?
Not very flexible. No, not very flexible. I give the example. I'm going to build a wall. I'm the one that wants the wall. I'm the one that can build the wall. It's going to get built. And by the way, Mexico is going to pay for the wall. I can tell you. Mexico is going to pay for the wall. And I used an example, and this isn't necessarily what was said.
I'm ignoring you.
Whatever was said. The wall's 50 feet high. Is it going to be 45 feet or 40 feet? That could very well be. That could very well. He wants it to be higher. That could very well be. But there's always give and take. There's always negotiation. And the best negotiator that knows what he's doing will make a great deal. But we need give and take in government. If you don't have give and take, you're never going to agree on anything.
Senator Rubio, you not only supported the failed immigration reform effort through the Gang of Eight, but you're still on record as favoring an eventual path to citizenship for those who are here illegally. And in addition, you favored in-state tuition for Florida. You've been hitting Mr. Trump hard on this flexibility discussion with the New York Times, but his supporters might say at least his opening stance was tough.
Well, first of all, let me say that on the issue of the off the record, that's not up to the New York Times. That's up to you, Donald. If tonight you tell the New York Times to release the audio, they will do it, and we can exactly see what your true views are on immigration, because it is a major issue. In your campaign that you've made a senator, now, as far as my record, I absolutely want to solve this issue. And I did the best we could in a Senate that was controlled by liberal Democrats and Harry Reid in the hopes that the House, made up of conservatives, would take it up and make it even stronger. And I said that repeatedly at the time. I'm not just saying that now, I said it throughout that process. We do need to deal with this issue. When I'm president, it will not be dealt with the way it was done in the Senate. It will be done first and foremost by bringing illegal immigration under control and proving it to the American people. And only after that is done can anything else happen. And it will be something the American people support. We'll see what they're willing to support. It's not going to be an executive order, and we're not going to ram it down their throats.
Mr. Trump, let you respond. Will you release the tapes? Will you authorize
I'll say one thing. What Marco said is, I understand it. He's talking about a little give and take and a little negotiation. And you know what? That's okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. There's nothing wrong with that. I happen to be much stronger on illegal immigration. Sheriff Joe Arpaio endorsed me, and if he endorses you, believe me, you are the strongest from Arizona. But give and take is okay, and I thought what he said is okay. We may differ on the degree, but what he said to me is okay.
Will you release the tape?
I never do that. I would not do that. I don't think I have too much respect. If I deal with you off the record, if I deal with Brett or Chris off the record, I have too much respect for that process to say, just release everything. I would not do that.
Okay, stand by. We're going to continue this right after the break. We have more.
Coming up, middle with Megan, immigration, plus questions on other top issues, including the war on terror. The Fox News Republican presidential debate live from Detroit.
All right, you guys on Meerkat, Blab, and Periscope. The debate is heating up. There's a lot going on.
They took the last card, maybe like what they was talking about behind the scenes of the record.
Definitely.
Trump also has something, I think, to pull.
Yes.
I don't think he's using them yet. I think he's gonna wait until he's later on in the game because it's too early still. It's early.
It's the first 37 minutes of
He doesn't want to jump off his good win. Like he has a good streak going on. He doesn't want to like pull his ace out already.
Okay. My question I wrote down is towards Rubio. How do you argue about some off the record audio of Donald Trump that you aren't even sure will back what you speculate? Like, we don't know that he'll be saying things that will make it so that his thoughts on illegal immigration are totally non-conservative. We don't know what the audio tapes will say, so why are you pushing for him to release it, especially when it was off the record?
Exactly. In this particular scene, I just feel like it's just everybody ganging up on Trump. It seems like everybody just has something to say about his past, bringing up everything to a point where they're actually making animations to prove that Trump was lying.
Yeah.
I didn't see them do that to any other candidate except him. So the Republican Party is really pulling all stops because Fox News is known as more of a Republican type conservative channel. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have some type of dealing with Fox to like really allow them to really go after Trump.
Okay. So the question is, should the audio tapes be released? Let's, I guess, pose it to the viewers, the users.
Why should it be released? I'm pretty sure they've had it. I'm pretty sure Romney and Cruz have had private conversations about things that they wouldn't want anybody to hear, the public, or the public might construe it into something else that it really wasn't to begin with. So no, don't release it.
He says no. I definitely say no because you don't know what's going to be said. Like, this might not even help you, Rubio. So shut up. Kenesha, what do you think?
For some reason, it wasn't coming. The video wasn't coming up on my phone, so I don't even know what you're really talking about.
How dare
you? Just watching his watching thing.
Yes, I really was. Not even Sam. I'm the only one who can't see. And then when I didn't get a response, I realized it really hit me because y'all was watching the video, but I couldn't see.
For our viewers that are viewing outside, are you guys able to see the stream on DINTv? Are you guys seeing this? Can you see it now, Kenesha? Or you still can't see it?
I still can't. It just say DINTv is in the queue.
Really? Refresh your page.
Refresh it and try again and see.
Juan, are you with us?
Juan, you can see the feed, right?
Yeah, so I think I can still see it.
Okay. Do you think that Trump should be forced, well, not forced, but do you think he should willingly release the audio when he was talking about illegal immigration?
Well, I'm just a little bit. I was just a little bit blown there because I was honestly asking what was going on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what was your question?
I was saying that
not him, but like, what does he not understand? What was it that you weren't understanding? With the, are you talking about the question that we asked, or the the Republicans that were talking?
It's just that I was a little bit confused because I understand that that Trump wants to deport the legal immigrants, while Marco Rubio has been stated to try to fix the whole immigration system. But I'm just a little bit lost here.
Okay. Well, initially, what Rubio and Trump were going back and forth with was the immigration issue, but it seems like Trump didn't disagree with Rubio with immigration. It's just that Trump said that he would be more aggressive towards it. Rubio was more like going tit for tat, like talking to the people, and it wouldn't be anything that he would force upon them. And he said he wouldn't do any executive order or anything like that when it comes to Muslims.
Okay.
So that could be the extreme end that Trump is talking about when he says that he'd be more strict about it. So it just only time will tell at this point to see what their views are on each of those topics, you know.
And then when it comes to the audio, it was something he did some interview off the record in regards to illegal immigration. And Marco Rubio saying it's the only way that we'll really know how Trump feels about illegal immigration is if he releases that off the record audio. But it was like nobody even knows.
But he's already said what he feels about it already.
Exactly.
So what should we discount his word for it? Maybe he should release some audio stuff that he's done. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like
this stuff is just
at this point they're using his own bullying tactics against him.
Basically. And
but maybe the general public wants to know. That's why I was like, let's ask them: do they want to hear this illegal immigration audio?
Definitely, because at this point, do you guys want to hear it? The people are asking you at this point.
Yeah, so
Trump's asking you, Romney's asking you, do you guys want to hear this audio conversation? If so, come to DINTv.com. We have the exclusive clip right here.
You are
about to break the news. We have the clip that Trump is talking about.
I did not co-sign that. If he goes down, he goes down by himself.
Expose it tonight. So
I did not say we have the clip.
DINTv.com.
I did not say we do not have the clip. Oh my goodness.
So Joe actually sent us something here. Joe, you have to definitely come to one of our earlier shows. Right here, in the background. Okay. All right. So Joe actually sent us this retweet. Hitler died on April 30th, 1945. Yes, we do.
I see it now.
Yay!
I can see clearly.
But
it's the Apple. Millions across the country. That is an astonishing. Marco's dad started as a bartender. My dad started washing dishes.
Okay.
And yet, you know how many Americans wanted those jobs? Roughly 300 applied. Donald hired 17. And that's why this New York Times tape.
Unmute it and Donald again.
Donald told the editorial board of the New York Times, what I'm saying on immigration, I don't believe. I'm not going to build a wall. I'm not going to deport people. This is all just rhetoric for the voters. Now, if he didn't say that, he has an easy solution. Simply release the tape. But for everyone at home who's mad at politicians who lied to us, Donald's record right now, as he's standing here, his record right now is one of repeatedly hiring illegal aliens and using American workers.
First of all, I've had tens of thousands of people working for me, most of which, almost 98% of the people in this country, from this country, I'm very proud of it. You have a club in Palm Beach, Florida called the Mar-a-Lago Club. It's a very, very successful club. It has a very short season. It's called the season. And it goes from November till March. It's a few months, 5 months at the most. People don't want a short-term job. They don't want. So we will bring people in and we will send the people out. All done illegally, all done with a process that's approved by government, 100% approved. We bring people in, we bring them out. When we can, we hire people from Palm Beach or West Palm Beach. We bring people in, we bring them out. We want to hire as many Americans as we can, but they don't want part-time, very short part-time jobs.
Understood. Thank you. That's not accurate. I'm sorry, Megan. That's not accurate. There were at least 300 Americans that applied last year. None of them were hired. Some of them are wrong. It's wrong. They were not hired. And here's why he does it this way. Let me explain why he hires them H-2B. Because when you bring them in this way, when you bring someone in from abroad on one of these visas, they can't go work for anybody else. They either work for you or they have to go back home. You basically have them captive. So you don't have to worry about competing for higher wages with another hotel down the street. And that's why you bring workers from abroad. You argue that you're here to fight on behalf of the American worker, but when you have chances to help the American workers, you're making your clothes overseas and you're hiring your workers from overseas.
The other hotels during the season, they do the same thing. They take in a lot of people because you can't get them.
They take in a lot of people. Long-term employees, we don't do that. But short-term employees, we have no choice but to do it. And other hotels in that very, very hot area. It is a very hot area. It is very, very hard to get people. But other hotels do the exact same thing. Now, just so you understand, just again, this is a legal process. This is a procedure. It's part of the law. I take advantage of that. There's nothing wrong with it. We have no choice.
Donald, you could resolve this issue very quickly by simply releasing the New York Times tape. Because listen, maybe it's right that you didn't tell them you're misleading the American public.
Tapes were out of the subject.
If you didn't tell them that, the tapes will prove you're innocent. Okay. But if in fact you went to Manhattan and said, I'm lying to the American people, then the voters have a right to know.
No, you're the liar. You're the lying guy up here. You're the one. You're the one. You're the one. You're the one. Now let me tell you. Let me just tell you. Excuse me. I've given my answer, Ryan Ted. I've given my answer.
All right, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. We have more to get to.
Gentlemen, the next topic to discuss is terrorism. Senator Rubio, ISIS is a big topic of conversation on Facebook. We have a map that shows the conversation about ISIS around the country. You propose sending a larger number of American ground troops to help defeat ISIS in Syria and Iraq. The military commanders, so the biggest ISIS threat to Europe in particular now is coming from Libya, not Syria. So just to be clear, if you're for putting more U.S. ground troops in Iraq and Syria, are you also ready to send U.S. ground troops on the ground in Libya?
Well, but what I've argued from the very beginning is ISIS, in order to defeat ISIS, you must deny them operating spaces. This is how ISIS, or any radical group for that matter, can grow. It's how Al-Qaeda was able to carry out 9/11, is that the Taliban gave them an operating space in Afghanistan. Today, that operating space has largely been based in Iraq and Syria, but I've been warning about the Libyan presence for the better part of 2 years. So they need to be targeted wherever they have an operating space. They do need to be defeated on the ground by a ground force made up primarily of Sunni Arabs themselves. This is a radical Sunni movement. They can only be defeated if they are driven out and the territories held by Sunni Arabs, but it will require a significant number of American special operators in combination with an increase in airstrikes.
I can't hear anything.
Troops in Libya?
Well, first of all,
I hear you now.
to be clear, not only did I serve for 18 years on the defense than anybody on this stage, but secondly, I was called into the Pentagon after 9/11 to help Secretary Rumsfeld with some of the difficulties. I really,
we continue with you with
last debate. Hillary worked aggressively to depose Muammar Gaddafi. He was cooperating with us. He denuclearized, and now they pushed him out. And now we have the fertile ground for ISIS. Fortunately, in Libya, there's only a few cities on the coast because most of Libya is a desert. The fact of the matter is we absolutely have to be, and not just with special forces. I mean, that's not going to work. Come on, you got to go back to the invasion when we pushed Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. We have to be there on the ground in significant numbers. We do have to include our Muslim Arab friends to work with us on that. And we have to be in the air. And it should be a broad coalition made up of the kinds of people.
All right, so we have John actually talking about how he would handle ISIS when it comes to international warfare. And I think ISIS is such a sensitive topic for a lot of the politicians because it's a problem that people don't really know how to address. It incorporates so many new facets of the world, the internet, social media. You're dealing with people that are recruiting people from Xbox Live accounts and all that type of stuff. So what do you think about this, Kanisha? How do you see the president taking on this problem in the future?
I really have, I don't know.
It's just like, Joe, what about you? Because we know you're here. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How do you feel about that in regards to
wait, is there somebody I'm supposed to be able to hear too?
Yeah, you can hear. You're supposed to hear him too. We can hear him.
Okay.
I mean, like ISIS in the Middle East is such a.
Is he talking?
Yes, he's talking.
Can you hear me? Yeah. It's such a complicated issue, and especially like this kind of debate format, and especially the participants for the most part aren't really equipped to deal with it in 30-second sound bites. And I mean that's kind of like what the political discourse in this country has come to. They're expecting 30-second answers to 5-hour conversation questions.
Yeah, it's a social media world. People want instant gratification with
our
everything.
attention spans are so short that we kind of do need you to sum it up in 30 seconds.
Exactly.
So,
okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Kirill.
I just wanted to put my 2 cents in this.
Yeah, go ahead.
This all Middle East issue should become only their own deal. So let's Sunni will deal with Shia, and they will decide whatever they want. They fight already for centuries between each other. What the hell other countries should do there? Okay, I understand oil and all other things, but we already got 9/11. We already got a lot of other things. So the consequences will get worse and worse. So it doesn't worth to spend even $1 there. So I don't know. It's my take.
I can't. It keep going in
We
and
cannot
out.
hear you.
Go ahead.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Now, yes.
Lena and Juan is like still in the queue for me, so I don't hear anything they say.
Try to refresh your page one more time.
Okay, try to refresh your page, Kenisha.
Okay.
I was saying Rubio was saying that we need to drive ISIS out of the Sunni Arab terrorist, not terrorism, territory. But I can't even really say whether that will help or not. Like, what would driving them out do for us?
Okay, let's Iran deal with Saudi Arabia. Let's them fight each other.
That's your proposition.
Of course, find a way to deal with the winner.
Okay.
The winner. Okay, let them fight. Come on. They both absolutely not friends.
I feel like
allies.
Okay, I feel like in this instance it should be handled as a world situation and not just them,
because of all the casualties.
Yeah, all the casualties that are happening, and America doesn't. It's not the world police. If this is a world epidemic because ISIS is hitting all aspects of the world. So all the countries need to come together and come up with a contingency plan to like deal with ISIS.
Okay.
I don't think it should just be an American issue. Okay. So that's my stance on it, because look at the Holocaust. It took other countries to intervene for them to stop that massacre that was happening. So this is a world issue that needs to be addressed like that, like a world situation. But how do you feel about that, Joe? Do you see any logic in that particular statement? Do you feel like it should be a world issue when it comes to ISIS?
I mean, I definitely think it needs to be a world issue that needs to be dealt with, but also mostly a regional one. I mean, look at where we've gotten ourselves with interventionist thinking in Libya, in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, where we haven't been able to build the coalitions and win the hearts and minds to effectively create change where we need to, but rather just destabilize regions and pave the way for things like ISIS.
Yeah, we're creating amnesty around the culture that's there to a point where they're just hating Americans. You know, they're like, America, you're saying you're going to do this for me, but then you're killing my family, you're bombing this, you're bombing that. Like, how am I supposed to reach my hand out to you when you're literally chopping it up? You get what I'm saying?
But we're also creating a culture where everybody hates Muslims now.
And we're not being specific to the problem, which is ISIS. ISIS is a branch from that particular religion, but it's not
a representation of the religion.
Yeah, exactly. You have extremists in everything. You have extreme believer fans. You have extreme Trumpers, and you have extreme Muslims who sadly feel like they need to kill people. But let's go back to the debate and see what they're saying there.
Okay.
Did you have something to say, Kenisha?
I think I have to refresh my page again because now Dan Live is not. It's in the queue.
Oh Lord, we got to get you a new computer, baby. But let's go ahead and go back to the debate and see what Cruz is saying over here.
See what the facts are, and then acts to defend this country.
Mr. Trump, you've repeatedly deflected calls for specific national security or defense policy plans with the claim that you'll ask the best people when you become president and take their advice. So who are the best people? Can you reveal?
Joe's in the know for sure.
For national security?
I think Richard Haas is excellent. I have a lot of respect for him. I think General Kane is excellent. I think that I like Colonel Jacobs very much. I see him. I know him. I have many people that I think are really excellent, but in the end, it's going to be my decision. When you just asked a question about Snowden, I will tell you right from the beginning, I said he was a spy and we should get him back. And if Russia respected our country, they would have sent him back immediately, but he was a spy. It didn't take me a long time to figure that one out, believe me. but I would get the best people that I'd be comfortable with, and we will do the right thing.
He's a spy because he let the American people know what the hell's going on with our government.
He was a whistleblower, so he
Survey of Foreign Policy magazine, 700 foreign policy experts. Who would be the best person to conduct foreign policy of all the candidates in the race? I received 55% of the vote. Jeb Bush received 30% of the vote, and everybody else, none of them made double digits. And that's because you have to have the experience. And, we hear about Ronald Reagan rebuilding the military. I was there when Ronald Reagan rebuilt the military. I worked with him. I was there when Ronald Reagan rebuilt the economy. I was there and I worked with him. I knew Ronald Reagan.
Every time he answers a question, he has to say what he's done for America before he answers the question.
He has to, because he hasn't gotten any speaking time.
He doesn't have to, to bring on the table anything else.
Live.
But it's good, actually. It's good.
Okay, let's talk about it.
In the comments section.
Oh, wait. Yeah, it's going on break. So, what were you saying? You're saying this is good, actually?
You're muted.
He has some. Okay. It's good that Kasich has something to bring on the table because he has at least something that he did. He has real deals. Okay, I mean, contrary to Trump and others, he has experience in the government, the government service. So I don't know.
Answering every question, like the last question was like, what do you feel about terrorism? Well, I have worked with government and the security system, so why do we need that? And then the first question they asked him, he's like, well, I've dealt with this for a certain amount of years, so that's what qualifies. Answered the question.
I just think he's doing that because he's just letting his actions speak for himself instead of just saying things. Because then if he doesn't say that, then they're going to be like, well, he's saying this, where's the proof? You get what I'm saying? But he's saying the proof, and he's making the proof speak for it instead of just saying how the outcome's going to be.
But just because you held a position for a long period of time doesn't mean that you actually had a hand in making a change.
I mean, he's using that to his advantage at this point because he's using his name dropping to.
That's annoying. Oh, I'm in the polls this amount. Well, these are preliminary polls. That don't mean that you got any clout in this game. That does not mean you're gonna win, sir. You are still getting 0 votes. You have not done anything on Super Tuesday.
So, Joe, do you feel like John Kasich has a chance after his speeches right now? Because he's having a lot of talk time today.
Yeah,
do you feel like this should be like a change for him in regards to his momentum?
I mean, I don't think he really has a chance. I think it's unfortunate though because he's definitely one of the most reasonable candidates out there. Like he knows what he's talking about, and I guess part of the reason why he always does go back to talking about his experience working in the Reagan administration or working in Ohio is because he is pretty much one of the only candidates on the Republican side that does have experience in these things.
Correct.
And really his only shot is drawing attention to that.
Well, he's losing. He's losing. He needs a better tactic.
So do you have any candidate, what is your stance right now with the political race right now? Is anybody out there standing out to you right now where you could like support or fall behind?
On the Republican side?
Either side, doesn't matter.
Either side? Well, I mean, I would ostensibly say I'm a Bernie supporter. Although like I'm not a registered Democrat. I'm like cards on the table. I'm a communist.
Okay.
But the level of political discourse in this country with the two-party system makes it hard to line up behind any particular candidate because you're never going to find someone who actually like sees your ideals and fits behind it.
But if you really think about it, have you really ever had like a Democrat America or a Republican America? Like, what is the definition of a Republican? We say the definition, but America's never lived by it ever.
Well, I mean, because it's always a representative Senate, so we have a equal amount. Well, we usually have a monopoly, so I guess that's not right. We usually have a degree of Republicans and a degree of Democrats in the House.
It's a conflict since the beginning of Americans' history. Like, you're dealing with the Native Americans, then you're dealing with segregation and all that stuff, then you're dealing with World War II, then you're dealing with the Vietnam and all this. Like, we always seem to have an issue. So it's just like, what structure works? The one that we have right now isn't working.
Even if we have a Democratic president, he's not going to be able to get much things done if the whole House and the Senate is divided. It's like, it doesn't matter where you're from. It's just their ideals have to align with what we want.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and see what Miss Keller is saying because she's on her best behavior today. She's giving you
What about in Afghanistan?
Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Stay on the ground in Afghanistan to stabilize the situation.
We made a terrible mistake getting involved there in the first place. That thing will collapse about 2 seconds after they leave. Just as I said that Iraq was going to collapse after we leave.
About Afghanistan, you said we made a terrible mistake.
Wow, they are literally
We made a mistake going into
doing like a miscast on Trump during this debate.
About Afghanistan.
Animations and all.
Okay, wouldn't matter. I never said it.
Next, on whether we should accept.
Should I respond to that first?
2 more and then you'll have the floor. Next, on whether we should accept.
But give him a minute or something.
On whether we should accept the Syrian refugees.
Do you object to migrants who are getting out of the Middle East and North Africa? Do you object to them coming to the USA?
You know how it's
I
usually.
hate the concept of it, but on a humanitarian basis, with what's happening, you have to. It's
Go ahead, Crew.
They go all archives. They find any controversial topics. They put everything, then they edit. They choose what the most may have the most impact. They just write the scenario. So it's usual joke. Nothing.
Yeah. And this is typical of Fox and not PBS.
Yeah, but I'm just surprised that they're only doing it for Trump. You know, like they're not giving anybody else a chance.
Listen, Trump is the target. Other guys, they just like assistants.
Like I'm pro Bernie. Like Bernie's who I'm endorsing, but
Telling it like it.
well on Afghanistan.
I call a spade. Like I'm not like phony.
Well, because of the fact that you're right next to Pakistan, which has nuclear weapons, and we have to protect that. Nuclear weapons change the game. And I was always against going into Iraq. In fact, believe me, I was always against it. There were some cases where I sort of, in one interview with a great friend of mine, and yours, Howard Stern, said that I said very meekly, long before we went in, I said very meekly, well, maybe, I don't know. By the time it got to that point, I was always against Iraq. But Afghanistan, I felt, and in that one, if you notice, I corrected it the second day. Okay, second question?
There are several examples. Afghanistan being a mistake.
Right.
Within 1 day, you reverse yourself on Syria.
Let me explain that. You're right. Let me explain. First time the question had been put to me, it was very early on. The migration had just started. And I had heard that the number was a very, very small number. By the second day, 2 or 3 days later, I heard the number was going to be thousands and thousands of people. You know, when they originally heard about it, they were talking about bringing very, very small numbers in. And I said begrudgingly, well, I guess maybe that's okay. It was not like, let's bring them in. Because I think we should build a safe zone. We should really, what we should be doing is building safe zones so they can stay in their own country and not go
What is this, Call of Duty? What the hell?
The problem. That's what we have. But
Halo, like safe zones.
What you're asking, when I first heard the question, first time the question was ever asked to me, first time I really had known about the question, the migration had just started, I was very much like, okay. By the time I went back and studied it, and they were talking about bringing thousands and thousands, I changed my tune. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But the point I'm going for is you change your tune on so many things, and that has some people saying, what is his core?
Megan, I have a very strong core. I have a very strong core. But I've never seen a successful person who wasn't flexible, who didn't have a certain degree of flexibility. You have to have a certain degree of flexibility.
Yeah, that's the perfect answer.
That was a good answer.
On the second question.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but that was a good answer.
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
You find out it's not okay.
No, I wasn't being sarcastic. I mean, like, it was a good answer.
You have to be flexible because you learn. I mean, before I knew,
You tell me, I'm super flexible.
Bill, and the next day, or a couple of days later, the question was asked by I was asked by a number of people, actually. I was asked by Sean, but I was asked by a number of people. But by that time, the number had increased.
By notifications a lot.
The next day after Bill.
The next day. But I had learned. I mean, nobody had ever asked me the question. This was brand new. And I really mean it. You have to show a degree of flexibility. If you're going to be one way and you think it's wrong, does that mean the rest of your life you have to go in the wrong direction because you don't want to change?
Megan, I did 200 meetings in New Hampshire. I don't know how many in Michigan now. And in these town halls, people come in and they're very emotional meetings. And you know what they really want to know? If somebody tells them something, can they believe it? And the reason why people are so upset in this country is because politicians all the time tell them what they want to hear, And they go to Washington or they go to the state capitol, wherever, and they don't deliver on those promises. You know, when I ran for governor of Ohio, I said not only would we balance the budget, but we would cut taxes. People said that can't be done. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't believe it. We cut taxes in Ohio more than any governor in the country, and $5 billion worth of tax cuts. We're now running a surplus in Ohio. But you see, what's getting in the hearts and souls of people is they want change, and they keep putting outsiders in to bring about the change. Then the change doesn't come. Then they put more outsiders in because we're putting people in that don't understand compromise, they don't understand policy, and people are getting more and more frustrated with the system, which is why we must pick somebody that has a record of achievement, not just talk, not just talk, but a record of achievement. That's how we'll restore credibility.
There's a difference between flexibility and telling people whatever you think you need to say to get them to do what you want them to do. Right. And that's what Donald has done throughout his career. Well, he did. That's why Trump University is so relevant here. I saw this video last week where he's sitting in front of a camera saying, we're going to hire the best people and I'm going to handpick them. And they're going to be handpicked instructors, the best instructors in the world. One of them, by the way, was the manager at a Buffalo Wild Wing. And that's who they hired to do this. And
Buffalo Wild Wings is delicious.
This fake university.
It's actually a franchise all over the world.
Nothing in return for it.
I don't know what his point was.
Whatever you had to say to get them to give you their money.
He just was programmed to say this.
Yes.
He just found the not good time.
I'm right.
98% approval rating. We have an A from the Better Business Bureau. We have a 98% approval rating of people who took the course. We have an A from the Better Business Bureau, and people like it. Now, you're saying they didn't learn. We have many people
like this.
witnesses. Again, I don't settle cases. I don't do it because that's why I don't get sued very often, because I don't settle, unlike a lot of other people. We have a situation.
Sued all the time.
Yeah, he does.
He and made a lot of money by taking the course.
You're going to see. You don't know.
D minus. It's a D minus.
No, it's wrong. No.
After this bitch match, we can talk about it.
On my website, MarcoRubio.com.
Before they had the information.
Senator Rubio, stand by. Let him finish his point.
Once they had the information, it is right now an A. Once they had
It's like their mom and two little kids fighting.
the only reason it was a D was because we didn't care. We didn't give them the information. When they got the information, it became an A.
With respect,
We're talking about Trump University right now.
at this.
Yes.
The rating from the Better Business Bureau was a D minus. That's the last publicly available rating in 2010, and it was a result of the number of complaints they had
It was
received.
elevated to an A.
Just
elevated.
that's never been publicly
Elevated
released.
to an A. I can give it to you. I will give it to you.
Let's just bring the viewers up to speed. Let's just bring the
It was
viewers up to speed.
elevated to an A.
Let me just set the record, and then you guys can have at it. There was Trump University, which was a business that you started, and it was marketed to many people, and now there is a class action of over 5,000 plaintiffs against you, Mr. Trump. Right. And it involves veterans, and it involves teachers, and it involves so-called little guys, working class and lower.
Wow, she really is trying to get this guy like out of this race.
The class has been certified, and in that
Parents, teachers, like how much like
defamed, that case was thrown out
The lead
against her.
plaintiff is now getting out of the case because it's so bad for her.
But what happened was,
Excuse me, the lead plaintiff signed a letter saying how great it was and is on tape saying how great it was.
okay, let's stand by. But what happened in that case was you countersued her. The court threw out your countersuit and made you pay almost $800,000 in legal fees of hers. And you made the same argument about 98% of the people being happy with Trump University. And that woman in particular signing a survey saying she liked it while someone was standing over her shoulder. And this is what this is what the Court of Appeals found. They said that the plaintiffs against you are like the Madoff victims. And this is what the Court of Appeals said. They found that victims of con artists often sing the praises of their victimizers until they realize they have been fleeced.
You know what? Let's see what happens in court. This is a civil case, very easy to have settled. Could settle it now. Very easy to have settled. This is a civil. Let's see what happens at the end of a couple of years when this case is over.
It's been going for 5 years.
Yeah, it's been going for a long time.
Go ahead, Senator.
I spoke to
We'll win the case.
yesterday. I spoke to one of the victims yesterday.
One of the.
This gentleman, no, there's several, but obviously there's so many, I can't talk to them every day.
This is Hillary. She's over it. Hillary's over it, you guys.
Because they believe Mr. Trump was this fantastic businessman that Donald's going to teach them all the tricks of the trade. They signed up. They paid $15,000 for this course. They were asked for additional money for this course. If they really wanted the real secrets of success, they had to pay even more money, and so they did. And you know what they got in these courses? Stuff you can pull off of Zillow. When they finally realized what a scam was,
He tried it.
money back, and you refused to give them their money back. Why don't you tonight? Then why don't you tonight say you're going to give them money back?
Let me just see. Okay, Senator Rubio, let me answer.
This is a debate about Trump's life.
He was right at the end of a few years. But almost all of the people, many people signed what's called a report card at the end. Did you like the course? How did you like it? Almost all of them said it was terrific, okay? With letters, with this, some of them on tape saying it was terrific. Let's see what happens at the end of 3 years.
With respect, Mr. Trump, 1/3 of the plaintiffs in that case demanded refunds. So it's not the case that 98% were
I
pleased
gave
with
some
what they got.
refunds to people because if they asked for the refund in a certain period of time, and we gave refunds to people.
Okay.
But let's see what happens at the end of 3 years.
Megan,
Let's see who's right.
Still a pending litigation. Go ahead, Senator.
Pending, it's called pending litigation.
Megan, this is why this is relevant to this.
All right,
So bad.
Because he's trying to do to the American voter what he did to the people that signed up for this course. He's making promises he has no intention of keeping. And it won't just be $36,000 that they lose. It's our country that's at stake here. The future of the United States in the most important election in a generation, and he's trying to con people into giving them their vote, just like he conned these people into giving them their money.
Let me tell you, the real con artist, excuse me. The real con artist is Senator Marco Rubio, who was elected in Florida and who has the worst voting record in the United States Senate. He doesn't go to vote. He's absent. He doesn't go. Now, the people of Florida can't stand him. He couldn't get elected dog catcher. The people of Florida, and by the way, I know he's going to spend $25 million on ads. Without that, he wouldn't have a chance. He's 20 points down. The people in Florida wouldn't elect him dog catcher. He couldn't get any. He is right now 21 points down to me. And, again, there'll be a lot of advertising. It's the only thing that might save him, but I doubt it.
I'm coming to you next, but go ahead.
He scammed the people of Florida. He doesn't vote. He doesn't show up in the U.S. Senate. He doesn't vote. He scammed the people. He defrauded the people of Florida.
With respect, you've made that point. Go ahead.
There's no, as you can see in his answer, it's always the same thing.
He defrauded the
challenge on a point. He's defrauded people out of things, and not just by the way.
Little Marco.
There was another development in Mexico that he had nothing to do with except his name on the building. People put money into that building.
Licensing.
They lost their money. Yeah, the licensing, but you told them you own the building. So they gave him his money. They lost their money time and again.
Stand by.
Cheated people out.
I will come back to you. Senator Chris wants to weigh in. You're coming back. Go ahead.
Megan, let me just ask the voters at home, is this the debate you want playing out in the general election? Stakes in the election are too high. For 7 years, millions of Americans who've been struggling, wages have been stagnating, people are hurting, our constitutional rights are under assault. And if we nominate Donald, we're going to spend the spring, the fall, and the summer with the Republican nominee facing a fraud trial. With Hillary Clinton saying, why did you give my campaign and my foundation $100,000?
It's a minor civil case.
And with Hillary Clinton pointing out that he supported her 4 times in a presidential race.
It's a minor civil case.
Donald, learn not to interrupt.
There are many civil cases.
Count to 10, Donald. Count to 10. Count to 10. The stakes are too high, and if you are one of the 65 to 70% of Republicans who recognize that nominating Donald would be a disaster, then I ask you to come join us. If you're supporting other candidates, come join us. We welcome you to our team because
Finally, he said the truth.
once, not twice, not 3 times, but 5 separate times we
Join us.
don't want him to be the nominee. Then I ask you to stand with us as a broad coalition of people who believe in the Constitution, believe in
Destroy the enemy. Basically. It's so funny. Unfortunately.
Politicians all talk, no action. I'm standing here listening to I'm hearing him say about a percentage.
What's this?
CNN, he gets 15. That means 85%, based on what you're saying, of the people don't dig you, number one. Number one. Is that a correct statement? How do you get 50? Are you at 15 in the new CNN poll? Do you believe in CNN? I mean, I know we're with Fox, but CNN spent a lot of money on a poll, just came out. I'm at 49, he's at 15. He tells me about 65% of the people. It's not 65% of the people.
Hi, Bill. Thank you so much for joining us on DINTv.
Then he goes, we have 5. And
all right, you guys, we're going to be discussing the talking points in the next 5 minutes. So we're just going to watch this segment and then we're going to meet.
I won 10 states. Everybody knows that on Super Tuesday, Trump was the winner. There wasn't one person that didn't say that. Even the 2 people on your left and right said we did a great job. So how does he take 5 and say it's better than 10? Go ahead, I am by far the leader, but if you listen to a politician, he'll try and convince you otherwise.
Senator Cruz, go.
All right, well, Donald lives by the polls every day. He tweets about the polls. He's told us to look to the CNN poll. Well, that's a very good poll to look to because that CNN poll showed that head-to-head Donald Trump loses to Hillary Clinton by 8 points. He doesn't just lose close, he loses by 8 points. That same told you to look at shows me beating Hillary Clinton. We cannot mess this up. And by the way, the last 4 polls in a row, when you nominate a candidate who literally has been on every side of every issue, and in the course of this debate, maybe on 2 other sides before we're done, that's not how you win, and the stakes are too high.
I'm going to let you.
Okay, it's getting hot and hot.
Me beating Hillary Clinton, and very, very easily.
Okay. Do you want to weigh in?
All right, look, honestly, when I see people at these meetings, these town halls, where we take massive questions, and I get to spend time with them. Last night, there was a woman that came to tell me about the loss of her 15-year-old son. Who See, there's people. Ted's right. The wages haven't gone up for so long.
Join us on DINTv.com.
It's getting richer.
We talk face to face. It's much better.
Money in the bank, and they got no interest.
Oh, at least you can cover it.
And their sons or daughters are living in the basement because they can't get a good job after they rang up so much college debt. What people are hungry for is, who can fix this? People want to know, what can you do to solve the problems in Washington, to make sure that we have stronger job growth and better wages. But you know what else they're yearning for? They want to believe that they have the power to fix things where they live, and they want the power back so they can begin to do things in their community. Now listen, this has been going on for a long time here, and I appreciate the discussion back and forth. But there are a lot of people out there.
Baby's here for Trump.
Who's going to bring
Yank water.
Even the baby doesn't want to hear what John Kasich has to say.
Ignite the spirit of the United States of America, and let's stop fighting.
Why aren't you in bed, mister? It is 10 o'clock. You should be sleeping. Bedtime.
Candidates stand on the social issues facing the country. The Republican presidential continues in a moment.
All right, you guys. So we have another break that's happening right now with the debates. But so far, a lot of people have been really getting on Trump when it comes to all his past transgressions. So the past is definitely coming to bite Trump tonight because every receipt that's ever happened with him is being pulled up. What do you think about this, Juan? Do you think that this is a tactic that Fox is in cohorts with the Republican Party to really get Trump out of the race?
Well, right now, I'm seeing that so far there's been attacks on Trump, but I honestly have to go now, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. All right, then. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and hopefully we see you throughout the week because we are going to be streaming
Democratic debate on Sunday. So join us on Sunday because it's also going to be fun, the conversation between Hillary and Sanders. Let's say,
it's going to be exciting. We're going to get to see the Democrats' response to tonight's heated debate. So hopefully they touch on some of the topics that
they will just try to fight each other, I think.
If they do that, I mean, more TV for us. We love us a good fight on TV. So by all means, fight as much as you want.
Wrestling.
Well, I'll try to catch up with you guys when I can, but for now I gotta go. Bye.
Yeah, sure. Bye.
Okay, so Joe, what do you think so far about the debates so far? How people are really jumping on Trump at this point?
I mean, it's got to be like a concerted effort amongst all the other remaining candidates to try and knock him out.
Do you think this is a conspiracy with Fox and the Republican Party? They're working in cahoots to try to get the people to not like Trump even more?
Well, I think that's definitely what they're trying to do, but it's just bad political theory because, the people who like Trump like him because he says racist and crazy things that should turn people away. But the more you give him an opportunity to say these things, the more people are going to flock to him.
Exactly. Yeah, I exactly wanted to ask you. So, do you think it may have the opposite effect? Yeah, Trump may gain more supporters.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to embolden to be frank, the fascist right in this country to go out there and vote and become part of the political system, which, we've been kind of lucky that they've been fairly disenfranchised from up until very recently.
Definitely. Trump has really changed the forefront. Him and Bernie, I feel like, when it comes to the political race. Because as of right now, with Bernie's whole stance with getting rid of the corporations in general, and usually with political races, it's usually won by the person who gets the most backing or the most money from donors. And now that we're seeing a paradigm shift where, Hillary's getting all the money, but Bernie's not too far behind her when it comes to just getting donations from the general public. So
only two people getting backing endorsements from the general public: Trump and Bernie.
Correct.
And of course, for me personally, Bernie is of course the ideal figure, hopefully, but if they wouldn't allow him, just again because all this engineering difficulties, it will be choice for Trump, I think, because only he also wants to change something. Other guys, they just out of anything.
But it looks like they're about to touch on the Flint issue with the
right actually now. Yes. So okay, let's
see what they're saying here.
Now getting into the political blame game here, where are the national Republicans' plans on infrastructure and solving problems like this? If you talk to people in this state, they are really concerned about Flint on both sides of the aisle. So why haven't GOP candidates done more?
Thank you. It's one of the points I wanted them to touch tonight.
Others
Hi,
in
Mike.
the campaign have talked about it, and other candidates have talked about it as well. What happened in Flint was a terrible thing. It was a systemic breakdown at every level of government, at both the federal and partially at both the state and partially at the federal level as well. And criticizing of it, I think, is unfair, because I don't think that someone woke up one morning and said, let's figure out how to poison the water system to hurt someone. But accountability.
Exactly what happened, though.
Exactly what happened.
He took
He's
responsibility.
in cahoots with them. He can't talk bad about them. Gets money out of his pocket.
But here's the point. This should not be a partisan issue. The way the Democrats have tried to turn this into a partisan issue, that somehow Republicans woke up in the morning and decided, it's a good idea to poison some kids with lead. It's absurd. It's outrageous. It is.
Yeah, because there weren't any type of kids or minorities, so we shouldn't care about those types.
And there is a proper role for the government to play at the federal level in helping local communities to respond to a catastrophe of this kind, not just to deal with the people that have been impacted by it, but to ensure that something like this never happens again.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything to say.
The city of Detroit long suffered with urban blight, broken streetlights, dilapidated and vacant houses, and so on. In 2013, Detroit actually declared bankruptcy, which helped, but the schools here remain a big problem. They're $3.5 billion in debt and are some of the most troubled and poorly testing in the country. The kids too often go to classrooms that are unsafe, falling apart, infested with rodents and insects. Experts say the schools could go bankrupt by next month.
Take a look at the ratio between candidates.
The auto industry here in Detroit. Should it also bail out?
Guys, we actually shared a really cool graphic here that shows you the times that each person has spoken so far. And as you can tell, Trump is
it just was
leading in those polls too.
Engineering in order to, yes, I'm not protecting him, but just it's the reality.
Create a CEO environment.
Even better numbers.
They control the schools. We even invested in a buyout plan where we bought out the teachers who had been there a long time because there were so many young teachers who had been laid off who were so enthusiastic to get back in the schools. It worked beautifully. Cleveland's coming back. The Cleveland schools are coming back because of a major overhaul. It's the same thing that has to happen in all of our urban schools. And frankly, look, if I were president, I'd take 104 federal programs, bundle them into 4 buckets, and send it to the states, because fixing schools rests at the state and the local level, and particularly at the school board level. Now, I also believe that you need to introduce vocational education in those schools. You need mentoring in those schools. And you need to have a situation where people can have an opportunity to get a degree. And
Exactly. Thank you. My point exactly, Joe.
Say again, Joe? Wasn't he supposed to be talking about the water crisis, not schools in Cleveland?
Okay, agree. Had this happened in Little Becky Sue's complex, we wouldn't even be having a Flint conversation right now. It's like, this is honestly like a systemic issue that's plagued us for generation to generation when it comes to Latinos and minorities, like getting the back end of the stick. Like, okay, we can deal with them later. They can handle it for the time being until we can get to that point. And I think that it's just ridiculous. The Republican Party is not for the people, and people need to like see that.
Listen, even Democratic Party.
Oh, them too. Hillary.
So they both. The system is just broken.
She's a bumper sticker's dream. I mean, look how many sponsors she has.
Yes.
If we could wear sponsors on our sleeves, we probably wouldn't even get to see her face because they'd be covered with so many burns.
Calling them donors, they're sponsors.
That's what they
They're gonna
are.
get something out of it, yeah.
Of course, they're gonna get something out of it.
Okay, let's see.
The national average. Senator Cruz, I know that you have general plans for tax reform, but what specifically would you do to bring manufacturing jobs back to America and train residents of cities like Detroit to do those jobs?
Well, Chris, thank you for that question. Let me start by observing that Detroit is a great city with a magnificent legacy that has been utterly decimated by 60 years of failed left-wing policies. You know, Henry Ford revolutionized automobile manufacturing and brought automobiles to the middle class. During World War II, Detroit funded the arsenals of democracy to help us win World War II. In the 1960s, Detroit was the Silicon Valley of America. It had a population of 2 million people, had the highest per capita income in the country. And then for 50 years, left-wing Democrats had pursued destructive tax policies, weak crime policies, and have driven the citizens out. This city now has just 700,000 citizens. There are vacant homes, one after the other after the other. Crime has been rampant, and it is an outrage. And let me say to folks in the media, that is a story that the media ought to be telling over and over again. The destruction of left-wing policies.
Is a part of this media machine.
Well, I was going to say, I'll give you 30 seconds to try to answer my question. What specifically back to Detroit and to train the residents here to do those jobs?
The way you bring manufacturing back to America is, number one, you lift the regulations. As president, I will repeal Obamacare, the biggest job killer in America. We'll pull back the federal regulators, the EPA, and all the regulators that are stupid small businesses and manufacturing. And my tax plan, which is a very, very detailed plan, like TedCruz.org, is what's called border adjustable. We get rid of all the taxes. We get rid of
taking all the jobs away,
and the
sending them
debt
overseas,
and the Obamacare taxes and the payroll tax, and we replace it with a 16% business flat tax that is border adjustable, which means all exports are entirely tax-free and all imports pay the 16% business flat tax. That's a 32% differential. What that will do, Chris, is bring millions of manufacturing jobs back to this country, bring the steel industry back to this country, create an environment where when we compete on a fair and level playing field, American ingenuity can beat anyone, but right now the federal government isn't giving us a level playing field.
Thank you, Senator.
Gentlemen, questions will be on social issues. Governor Casey, at the last debate, you asked a question about religious liberty and a hypothetical situation where a same-sex approaches a cupcake maker to do.
So they done with Flint, we're done with social
business of selling things. If you're not going to sell to somebody you don't agree with, today I'm not going to sell to somebody who's gay.
And tomorrow, maybe I won't sell to somebody who's divorced.
Governor, some faith leaders got nervous about that answer. Do gay marriage dissenters have rights?
Well, look, first of all, I try to be a man of faith every day as best as I can. And I try to focus in my faith on the do's, and I think the don'ts will take care of themselves once I get the do's right, which is humility and my enemy and caring for my neighbor. But secondly, look, you're in the commerce business, you want to sell somebody a cupcake, great, okay? But now if they ask you to participate in something you really don't like, that's a whole nother issue, okay? Another issue. Here's what I like to see happen. The Supreme Court ruled, I don't agree with the ruling. I'm in favor of marriage between, traditional marriage, a man and a woman. What I hope was going to happen after the Supreme Court ruling is things would settle down. If you go to a photographer to take pictures at your wedding and he says, I'd rather not do it, find another photographer. Don't sue them in court. You know what? The problem is, in our country, we need to learn to respect each other and be a little bit more tolerant for one another. And at the end of the day, don't go to court. Can't we have common sense in America? That's the way it used to be. And there was a book written called The Death of Common Sense. We need to bring it back. But at the end of the day, if somebody is being pressured to participate in something that is against their deeply held religious beliefs, then we're going to have to think about dealing with it with a law. But you know what? I'd rather people figure this out without having to put another law in the books and have more arguments in this country. Why don't we come together as a country, respect one another, love one another, and lift this country? I think that's what people want.
Senator Cruz, the U.S. Supreme Court obviously declared same-sex marriage legal in all 50 states, a decision you have criticized. Given the current status of the law, do you believe a gay couple should be able to adopt?
Well, listen, adoption is decided at the state level, and I am a believer in the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. I would leave the question of marriage to the states. I would leave the question of adoption to the states. That's the way it's been for 2 centuries of our nation's history until 5 judges in an illegitimate and wrong decision decided to seize the authority over marriage and wrongfully tear down the marriage laws of all 50 states. Now, integrally connected to this is the question of religious liberty. And
all right, you guys, we're going to go ahead and start discussing the talking points in the next 2 minutes. So just listen. And
someone just posted
that he can compromise and negotiate.
If you guys are pro-Trump, I'm done with you. Guys, we are not pro-Trump, believe me.
We are pro everyone. Everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Yes.
So, if you're pro-Trump, this is a safe environment.
Here and tell us what you stand for. Express your opinion, your take on everything, and maybe we will agree with you
on some stances.
Just everything is open, and
just come in and talk.
We see what these guys are talking about. We see their takes.
We have people who are voting for Trump in our users. We have Bernie Sanders, and we have people who are not even voting at all. It's just an open forum for you guys to come and speak.
Absolutely.
So
everything is open. No agenda. No any.
So they're talking about some really intense issues right now. Coming off of the Flint argument, they're talking about.
They already forgot about this.
Basically, I mean, apparently gay rights is something that's more prevalent right now. Gay marriage.
I don't know.
Or serving a cupcake to a gay person.
Yes. It's
that's such a funny analogy for them to use. A gay male couple comes to a bakery shop and buys cupcakes.
Okay, our user Joe just posted Cruz wants gay adoption to be left up to the states. Obama adoption policy, even though it doesn't exist. Yes.
Wow.
It's absolutely very correct point, bull eye. Yeah. Okay.
Leaving it up to the state,
because he doesn't know what to say.
It's just
okay, he doesn't want to touch this issue because he will get backlash from everyone, from all angles.
Yeah, but they want Trump to release his video though. They want Trump to release his audio.
Issue. It's state. But again, come on.
The president of the United States.
How honest you are, how you fair, how you going to deal with the people. So even now, you are like a candidate. You you're just afraid to say something. Okay, we understand there is some precautions, of course, but
So Joe, John actually made a good point when he said that when it comes to like disallowing service to a particular person, it should be left. It should be left to people's common sense. Where if you can't eat at this restaurant, then just go to another one instead of suing the person. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like it depends on the circumstance, or how do you feel about that?
No, I mean it's a very basic issue of civil rights. I mean,
absolutely.
I mean that just opens the door to Jim Crow style laws that discriminate against gay people in the South. Like then you could create gay bathrooms or trans bathrooms that like would segregate these people and make them targets for attacks and discrimination. And like if you have a public business, you're not allowed to discriminate based on race or gender, and you shouldn't be able to discriminate on sexual identity or orientation either.
But okay, just imagine I'm a like small business owner, like a bakery, and I don't want to serve like aliens, okay? But sometimes they just stop by to buy some like cigarettes, okay? So it's my right actually to refuse to sell them.
Yeah, you can refuse them. I think you have a right to do that, but just make sure
They
that
have a right to sue me, maybe.
I mean, just make sure that I didn't know your establishment was like that. So make sure you have a sign out there that says, "I do not serve. I do not serve to gay people.
No dogs and aliens."
Yeah, no dogs and aliens. And then if they go in there, they're going there with the already notion that you don't accept them. So they're whatever you give them is they deserve it, because at that point they are masochists. They like the pain. Apparently.
Would you say it would be legal for someone to put a sign up in their business that says we don't serve black people?
I say yes. Why not? Do that, because then I know where not to put my money in, and people who don't feel the same way will know where not to put their money in, and we'll see. Money talks, you know. So if you notice that your business is going out of business, then you'll realize, maybe gay people aren't that bad.
In the state of Alabama, maybe it may work out. But in Florida, definitely not.
I don't like. I think right now the conservatives just need to progress at this point, and the new world is scaring them. It's scaring them right now.
Yeah, of course. Listen, he came from like nowhere from the party's perspective, so he's total like stranger for them, and they just all their life, like sweet life, calm life, like now under the threat. Because
but I think I'm surprised to hear what Trump has to say about this. I would really want to hear his stance on this, because
okay, let's listen. Maybe
Ivanka,
we got a point.
You know she has gay boys all around her. She looks like that.
And kill Obamacare, not once but twice.
She doesn't look like that, just like that. She has a gay team on her.
That was the primary supporter. And you can read Law Journal, you can read whatever you want to read. I've read plenty of it. There was no stronger supporter of John Roberts than him, and it was a very, very big mistake.
Quickly, Senator Cruz.
You know, Donald has a tenuous relationship with the truth. I wrote one op-ed supporting President Bush's nomination. I would not have made that nomination. But let me
basically
that is not what you said in the op-ed.
Donald, please, I know it's hard not to interrupt,
but it's not what you said in the op-ed.
Breathe. 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 I know it's hard. I know it's hard, but just
when they're done with the yoga, can I answer a question?
You cannot. I really hope that we don't see yoga on this stage.
He's very flexible, so you never know.
Rubio literally just got some balls.
In fact,
he's really going ham right now.
About conservative Supreme Court justices and support Jimmy Carter for president. You cannot care about conservative Supreme Court justices and support John Kerry for president, as Donald did. You cannot care about conservative Supreme Court justices and support Harry Reid for Senate Majority Leader. And you cannot care about conservative Supreme Court justices and write 4 checks to Hillary Clinton for her to be president if you care at all about the Second Amendment or religious liberty or anything else.
Gentlemen, we're going to move on. Thank you very much. We want to talk about
you got to admit, Hillary is a good investment to get into.
Yes.
Because, she has so many connections. And her family, the Clinton legacy to begin with, they're tied in with so many people around the world. I'll give you 50,000.
Stop. They going to break or we done? Not yet. Okay. Okay, what you said about Clinton? What?
I feel like with Clinton's dynasty is spread across.
Dynasty, of
I
course,
call it
the same
dynasty.
way like Kennedy dynasty.
Yeah,
or
it spreads across continents.
It
So
spreads like a cancer.
that's literally like the best investment that you can make when it comes
Spreads
to
like
that.
a cancer
For him,
across the society. Okay. Sorry. Yes. And
Joe, so you have a problem with you have a problem with them talking about the yoga?
I'm kidding.
I know, but I just feel like I think Trump is handling himself really well. Because if he was not Trump, he probably would have broken down after all of these guys going after him, because they're literally like really pulling their guns out for him, you know?
Well, it's the beauty of being a sociopath. You just don't care what people say about you.
Basically, you hit it right on the head.
yeah, he enjoyed this. I think. Like,
But you said you're a Bernie supporter. But what about Bernie strikes you the most out of all the candidates?
I mean, he's the closest thing to the left that the Democratic Party has put forward in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely a leftist, like socialist, could be described as communist. While Bernie's not there on a lot of issues that I think are important, especially from the left side, in the world stage, Hillary would very easily be described as center right, if not right. And Bernie's the closest thing to having a leftist president or a leftist candidate that we've had in a very, very long time.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I feel like he supports the people. I mean, his track record shows that like he's not milking the black vote because he wants to vote. I mean, he's always had that.
but in order to get the victory, he's supposed to do.
But I feel like he doesn't want to play dirty. He wants to be as
No,
clean as
it's not to
possible.
play dirty, but it's just the rules of the game. Unfortunately,
The rules that are made by people that
to
are corrupt
follow.
to begin with.
Okay, here's
I
some.
think part of his beauty is that he decided he wasn't going to play that game that way.
That's exactly because it just
Unfortunately, it makes me think he was going to lose probably, but
Yes, this is the thing. Everything on the stake. So,
how does he win without contradicting his own policies? It's impossible. He would have to contradict everything that he stands for if he were to
okay,
win.
let's wait. Then grew up the next boy with such ideals who may be more lucky than Sanders.
Maybe we need another set of millennials to come out. Just maybe the first
Just
set
let's
is
wait
not
a couple generations.
Maybe.
Maybe earlier, and maybe
Time is just a
later.
blink. Like today really caught me because we were talking about Al Gore today, and that was 16 years ago.
Yes, I remember Al Gore.
Isn't that crazy to think that was 16 years ago?
Crazy.
So it's just like time will tell, man. Time will tell to see how exactly this pans out.
Al Gore, yes.
But I swear, I feel like if Hillary becomes president,
TV for $1 billion.
if Hillary becomes president and she goes back against everything she says, the Clinton dynasty's over. At that point,
She wouldn't. Why she will ruin herself? She will just.
Well, Obama didn't make any change that he was saying. He basically did. The only thing that he did do was legalize gay marriage. But for me, that's not really an issue for me. Like,
okay,
marriage in general. Just like
Trump, why he's
I don't get it, but okay.
to be commander-in-chief.
Well, first of all, I think as we've seen throughout this campaign, Donald has not shown a seriousness about the issues of foreign policy. He just simply hasn't. Whether it was the structure of our military, even today he was asked the question about the issue of commanders not following his lead on killing the family of terrorists. And his answer basically was, if I tell them to do it, they're going to do it. But that's just not true. Foreign policy is not only consequential, I think much of our future now depends on it. You know, I see a lot of young people at my events around the country. I feel great when they come. And I always tell them that despite the hardships of the moment, I honestly believe that today's
They're
millennial
going to play him like a fiddle if he goes to become president.
Who? Rubio?
Rubio. He looks like a punk.
Yes.
He looks like somebody I could just like push over and let him do what I want him to do.
But that
Tell him to do.
is dangerous and it's unstable. And that will require strong American leadership. The next president of the United States is going to have 8 years of a mess of a foreign policy to clean up. That's why it can't be Hillary Clinton. And quite frankly, that's why it can't be someone
Yes, this is
who has
true.
not shown the intellectual curiosity or the interest in learning about these very complicated issues. And Donald simply hasn't.
Mr. Trump, your response.
Well, let me just say this. I've gotten to know Marco over a period of time. Believe me, he is not a leader, believe me. And
that doesn't answer the question. He didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, he's not a leader.
And what's wrong? No.
They'll do as I tell them. They'll do as I tell them. And it's very simple. It's very simple. We are in a very dangerous place. We have a depleted military, totally depleted. We have, by the way, our vets are treated horribly. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to start taking care of our vets properly, like we should. But we're going to build up our military, and we're going to get the equipment we want, not the equipment that's sold to us by somebody that gave him and not the governor campaign contributions, okay? We're going to get the equipment that the generals and the soldiers want. I will prove to be a great leader. And, you know, it's very interesting. We talk about the polls. Every single poll, when it comes to ISIS and the military and the border, say by far Trump is the best.
Mr. Trump, your time is up.
Yeah, I just want a couple points. Once again, he was pressed on a policy issue to show his understanding of the foreign policy, and his reaction was just to attack somebody else with a name. Here's the bottom line, and I'm going to repeat it again. The world today is as complicated and as complex as it has been certainly in the lifetime of anybody here today. You indeed do have a lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons. You indeed do have the Chinese government taking over the most important shipping lane in the world. And Vladimir Putin, who you've expressed admiration for.
Wrong.
We're wrong. Expressed admiration.
Wrong.
Someone you said is a strong leader.
Wrong.
Is now dividing.
Very good things about me, and I said that's one.
I'm going to finish my statement here.
Yeah.
And he's also sowing instability in the Middle East. You have Iran is going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief. You have radical jihadists spreading all over the world. This is a time for seriousness on these issues. You have yet to answer a single serious question about any of this. Will you give us a detailed answer about foreign policy anytime you're asked?
Yes.
First of all, I've been hearing this man so long talking about Putin. Putin said about me. I didn't say about Putin. Putin said very nice things about me. And I say very nicely, wouldn't it be nice if actually we could get along with Russia, we could get along with foreign countries, instead of spending trillions and trillions of dollars? You're talking about Flint, Michigan. You're talking about places. We need to rebuild the infrastructure of our country. Wouldn't it be nice if we got along with the world and maybe Russia could help?
It's a good turn. Good turn, yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
It was a good move, yes. Smart.
I'd like to move on to Senator Cruz. Senator Cruz.
Yeah, they changed immediately. They immediately switch.
That country's nuclear weapons to be made ready at a moment's notice. And this comes just hours after the UN Security Council announced that approved the toughest sanctions in 2 decades against that country. Assume you're President Cruz tonight. What do you do?
Well, you're right. The news is very disturbing that Kim Jong-un has put their nuclear weapons on ready state. I'm glad that we're sending another carrier group to the South China Sea. I'm glad that Congress passed sanctions on North Korea. But this is all the result of the failures of the Clinton administration 2 decades ago that negotiated a deal with North Korea, lifting the sanctions, allowing billions of dollars to flow in, and they used that money to develop nuclear weapons in the first place. Now we're in a much harder position. When you have a lunatic with nuclear weapons, to some extent it constrains your options. We need to be moving the carrier group to the South China Seas. We need to be putting in place missile defense, such as the THAAD missile defense system in South Korea. We need to be pursuing space-based missile defense. One of the advantages of space-based missile defense is that if you have a missile launch in North Korea or you have a missile launch in Iran, a space-based missile defense can take out 1 or 2 or 3 missiles before it can cause do damage. And we also need to be putting pressure on China because North Korea is effectively a China client state of China. All of that will...
The best country who will take care about North Korea is China, exactly. Who will just take this over this country, they'll take over all their resources, they'll absorb the entire country. Everything will be fine. Just we need to negotiate. US should negotiate the price with China of that. That's it. We don't need to send any fleets there. It's just wasting of money.
Kirill for president.
No, it's just common sense.
Common sense isn't that common anymore, honestly.
Oh my God.
Get along very well with Vladimir Putin. I just think so.
That was your campaign video, sir.
That was a pretty good one.
Well, okay.
They literally
That's my question. I think you're
Yes.
for Trump.
Yes, yes. I told you
Wow.
there is a lot of rehearsals.
Because the suggestion
Wow.
is, do you think that Donald Trump is naive about the threat that Vladimir Putin represents?
I'm not biting.
Hi, so Matt. Thank you so much for shouting us out on DINTv.com.
Guys, come over here. Let's speak. Let's give you a reaction on all this circus. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is.
In Russia, we need to tell them we're going to arm the Ukrainians with defensive lethal weapons. And we're going to tell Putin, if you attack anybody in Eastern Europe in NATO, you attack Finland and Sweden, which is not in NATO.
They want to get a war in the middle of Europe.
Understand that. Secondly, I would tell the Chinese, you don't own the South China Sea. Stop hacking us. And we're going to brief up our cyber command, and we're going to be in a position to be able to take out your systems if you continue to do this. Now, let's move over into the Middle East. The Egyptians,
okay.
they know they're on their last legs there because of the
Here are the actual answers, you guys.
Jordanians really have been our friends.
Where is it?
Know that they're at risk. So do the Saudis. So do the Gulf states.
He said.
Allies.
He said basically what he said for China. What we should do in China.
A critical avenue to the Middle East.
It's
China, the biggest holder of U.S. treasuries.
And he's saying that they're hacking into the ships that are hacking into the cyber internet for the ships.
Thank you.
Cyber security.
All military, all generals, they want to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
They want to get good salaries. They want to get budgets. So it ongoing process. It will happen all the time. Oh, you see, conversation volume. Yes. So
live. From
okay. Let's proceed.
I thought you were putting because you wanted it to back on. Oh, it's back. It's on commercial. All right, you guys. So I mean,
who is there?
Yeah,
Joe. You're still here?
Joe's still here.
Are you still here?
He's applying all the dope tweets right over here.
Yeah.
Depleted military. What the hell is he talking about?
Thank
Basically,
you for the tweets. It's good tweets. Yeah.
Joe, you seem like a conspiracy theorist. I get that vibe from you.
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. No.
Do you watch like Alex Jones, Jesse Ventura?
Like maybe if I'm really high and I need a good laugh.
Really?
Okay. Alpha House, maybe. No.
No.
Like House of Cards?
Because Rubio is a poor character of that Senator Guzman from Alpha House. It's like 100% character on there.
I saw the ads for Alpha House and never bothered to watch it.
Oh, it's worth to watch. Believe me, it's a good movie. It's a comedy. It's a good laugh.
Yeah.
A lot of jokes and very close to the truth. Actually, it's not like some artificial thing.
I feel like what life is stranger than fiction. Honestly, I feel like what's happening for real is probably scarier than what we really can imagine at this
They
point.
actually have the episode about the water that was on fire. Just they came to the house to conduct the interview. And the water just
wait. It's a movie. It's a movie or is it a TV show?
It's a TV show.
Oh, so they like incorporate like real social issues in like a
absolutely
in a like funny way.
Yeah, it's like House of Cards, but the comedy a little bit differently.
That is funny now that you say that.
But it's a comedy. It's like a good laugh. Yes.
All right. How Ted Cruz fends off Donald Trump interruption. Breathe. I know it's hard.
It's okay.
He does like the biggest chick move ever when he did that.
Guys, it's because it's going to close. What do you think? Who like the winner? Who we can proclaim the winner of the debate?
Well, we'll have Joe go first. Joe. What do you think? Who
I'm
do you
just
think won?
asking everyone.
Who do I think won? I mean,
Yes.
in terms of who had the best talking points, I think Kasich did. He made the best points, but I think Trump is going to get a huge boost coming out of this debate, just because he's rallying his base that it's not really about issues. It's about being able to say the most ridiculous shit possible.
It's like Big Brother. You're voting for your best, the person that you like the most. For me, I think the person that I feel stole the show was definitely Rubio. I feel like Rubio really went at it. He actually did a couple digs to Cruz too. he put a couple like sly digs to him also. So I just think Rubio won this election. This debate. Trump, I'm proud of him because he stood his ground, even though literally every facet around him was coming towards him. Like literally, you have news anchors coming towards you. You have the candidates on the stage coming for you. You have the crowd coming for you. So he held his ground pretty well. What do you think, Lecter?
He speaks with someone currently.
Who do you think won, Kirill?
Say again?
Who do you think won?
About what?
I mean,
sorry.
That's the most honest question. That's the most honest answer ever.
No.
Debate.
Okay.
I mean, it's like,
okay.
What happened? All I saw was two guys arguing the whole entire time.
No. I was somewhere. Okay, tell me again.
Who won the debate? Who do you think won the debate?
Okay. From the technical standpoint, I agree with Joe that Trump going to gain more like supporters or people who sympathize him at least. Okay.
Trump, they came after him.
But listen, it's obvious how all this machine just trying to break him, but he at least he defends himself pretty well. So
well, he does. He has unbotheredness down to a T.
Okay, let's listen. Maybe it's final statements.
That the people who know me best, the people who I campaigned to, made promises that if you elect me, I'll lead the fight against Obamacare, I'll lead the fight against amnesty, I'll lead the fight against our debt, and I will fight for the Bill of Rights and your rights every day. That the people of Texas said, you have kept your word, and that's what I'll do as president.
Governor Kasich, yes or no?
Nominee. Yeah, and I kind of think that before it's all said and done, I'll be the nominee. But let me also say, remember,
but your answer is yes.
The little engine that can. And look, when you're in the arena, and we're in the arena, and the people out here watch, we're in the arena, we're traveling, we're working, we spend time away from our family. When you're in the arena, you enter a special circle, and you want to respect the people that you're in the arena with. So if he ends up as the nominee, sometimes he makes.
And they want to spend even more.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Nominee for president.
Mr. Trump, I'm going to ask you a version of
That makes you think how many people did America piss off, why they want to protect us so bad.
Movement is gaining steam. Some people are talking about contributing millions of dollars to try to stop you. Again today, you raised the possibility that you might run as an independent if you feel you're treated unfairly by the Republican Party. So I'm going to phrase the question that the other three people on the stage just got. Can you definitively say tonight that you will definitely support the Republican nominee for president?
That's his hardest question tonight.
Even if it's not me? Let me just start off by saying
30 seconds.
Okay, that I'm very, very proud of. Millions and millions of people have come to the Republican Party over the last little while. They've come to the Republican Party, and by the way, the Democrats are losing people. This is a trend that's taken place. It's the biggest thing happening in politics, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. And I'm going to give them some credit too, even though they don't deserve it. But the answer is yes, I will.
Yes, you will support the nominee of the party.
Yes, I will.
Candidates,
Yes.
it's now time for your closing statements. Governor Kasich, thank you.
I give zero shits on how the people of Texas feel about you.
Here in Michigan, and I want to say to all of you here that I have a record of being able to solve some of the biggest problems. It's not just talk and it's not theory. I did it in Washington by helping people get into a healthier economic situation. I've done it in Ohio, and as we've made progress in Ohio, we've left no one behind. We've not left behind the mentally ill, the drug addicted, the working poor, the developmentally disabled, and we have raised our minority community. And as President of the United States, I will go back to Washington. I will take the formulas that I used, and I will fix the problems in Washington, and you'll work with me as I send you power to fix your communities, your neighborhoods, your state, and together we'll restore the spirit of America, and I know you want that. Thank you.
Senator Rubio, 30-second closing statement.
I know this has been an unusual election cycle as it continues, and there's a lot of problems in America, and people are truly hurting. But this election is not just about confronting our problems, it's also about embracing our opportunities. I believe the 21st century holds the potential to be the greatest era in the history of the United States if we get this election right and if we act now. if we do what needs to be done, we can leave our children as the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. And the 21st century.
He looks like an MK Ultra victim.
Amazing story of America. So I ask everyone to vote for me and join our effort at marcorubio.com.
Senator Cruz. Plug the website.
Right.
I want to talk to every soldier and sailor and airman and Marine. I want to talk to every mom and dad and sister and brother.
This guy gives me such a teacher's pet. It's ridiculous.
For 7 years, you've had a commander-in-chief that doesn't believe in you, that sends you into combat with rules of engagement that tie your arms behind your back. That is wrong. It is immoral. And in January 2017, it will end. I want to also talk to all the police officers and firefighters and first responders who have been left behind with this president starting in January 2017. I will have your back.
I will have.
Thank you. I'm going to bring jobs back to the United States.
Yes!
We're going to fix our very depleted military. We're going to
We're not Trump supporters, by the way, but
strengthen our borders, and you're going to be very
busy about this military that they're talking about.
if I'm elected president.
Because they're sending him out to be killed. Yeah, that's gonna deplete them.
they just live on his own Iceland. I mean, Cruz specifically.
The night is not over yet.
Not by a long shot, a special edition.
The duck.
The biggest winner of the night is Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly.
Oh,
The winner of the
she's
night.
hot, yes.
And on to the general election.
Thank you.
Megyn Kelly is literally like every person outside of the U.S.'s opinion of hot.
Boss!
Because it's like blonde, blue-eyed, white lady.
Yes. Hotness.
Oh my gosh. Joe, do you see the big appeal about Megyn Kelly? 'Cause I'm just like, I'm losing it. I'm not.
Like when I was like 25, like my head got attached, like my brain got attached to my dick somehow, and like if you say stupid shit, then I'm not about it.
I enjoyed it.
For me, it's just like Megyn Kelly just isn't for me.
Who's your main competition in your opinion going forward? Come on. No, stop.
Well, Ted Cruz seems to have, he's second.
Yeah.
Quite a distance away, but he's second. Marco would be third. The governor.
Look, his wife's hotter than
Yes,
Kelly.
yes.
It's going to shake.
Well, that's the way it is right now. It can change very rapidly.
And if you ask Trump, he'd say his daughter was too.
No?
Yes.
Are you surprised?
He's a failed candidate.
I
He did
know.
a
Were you
horrible-
surprised?
Just
Does anyone else find it weird that Trump so often talks about how hot his daughter is?
understand for you.
No. People of his do you see the people that support him?
Understand.
It's a bunch of like hillbilly, like rednecks.
You're saying it's like coded terms to be like, hey, you want to marry your cousin? I'm totally down with that. Like, I would bang my daughter.
You can't really say that out loud, but he's probably thinking it.
Yeah.
Because I think he's a jealous guy, and I
It's
think
like weird. Like I have a little sister. Like oh no, like I couldn't picture like
I don't think he would have done
saying
it.
like a family member of mine is like hot.
I mean, he's a joke artist, and that's
I
what.
don't know. It's weird.
With his
If you see somebody's hot, you want to sleep with them.
If you don't have enough
Well, it
delegates?
might be, and that's why he didn't support anybody. But he doesn't have it. He will be beaten so badly by Hillary Clinton, your head will spin. So he doesn't have it.
When you
always say will make your head spin.
a few
Yeah.
many
Good question.
your own party.
Right.
Why do you think you engender so much loathing from them?
And love. You didn't
Yeah, I mean, you have plenty of diehard supporters.
65%, and believe me, a big portion. If you look at all of the polls that are coming in now, about 50. And I will tell you, a tremendous amount of the party loves what we're doing. You see the numbers of people, millions of people joining.
O'Reilly, of course, just keeping his temper.
It's over. I think people are going to get along. But people are going to get along with
This is
it.
literally like a sports game. Right after the sports game, the commentators go to them and just
So Trump is
how did you do?
entertainment, but now he started to realize, based on the reaction, that he has to
Romney feels it's like danger.
I don't think
I said that. I said this is coming to the line when he has to start acting like a president.
doesn't feel that at all.
Do you think this is all contrived? He doesn't have any.
I would say mostly contrived. Yeah, I think he
God save America, I don't know.
he made a
It's really challenging.
This is karma. Maybe America's getting what it just deserves right now.
out for so
Well, I
long.
was hitting.
Eventually,
We've done a lot of fucking.
Eventually, yes.
It was a joke.
No, maybe this is our like maybe we need to be going through this right now.
He lost the Senate, and he really
What
lost.
we need to do is learn from it.
So he has 3 in a row. The worst guy we could have would be him. And then
Just
ultimately, he went to see Jeb Bush, and he was actually afraid of Jeb Bush.
Yeah, you told that story.
So apparently Rubio wouldn't shake Trump's hand.
I don't know what.
He will not shake his hand. He will kiss his.
Rubio is a little bitch. Like, for me, like, I see him and I could tell, like, if you talk loud enough to him and rough enough, he'll just, like, whimper.
About 30 million people who are not supporting you now to support you to defeat Hillary Clinton.
I think I'm going to defeat Hillary because we're going to win Michigan. We might win New York. See, when I run, I have a whole different calculus. I have a chance of winning New York. Nobody else does. We have a big chance of winning New York. We're going to win places like Michigan. I'm going to win Pennsylvania. I'm going to win Ohio. I'm going to win a lot of states. I'm going to win Florida. Florida is my second home. We're going to win places that nobody else is going to win. And we're going to add states that nobody else can even think of.
But the downside is that the Democrats are going to come over and they're going to, look, you saw what happened with your own guys tonight, the Republican Party, the Trump University stuff, the flip-flopping on issues, the campaign support for Carter and these people. You know, that's all going to be in play.
New York is fine. In the meantime, I have 49% in the polls. Nobody's even close. I mean, I'm at 49, they're at 15. So, you know, you can bring up, why don't you bring up a few more things?
Look, it's my job.
Yeah, it's called politics.
Yes,
I'm fine with it. And if you look at what I've done, I built an unbelievable company. You know that. I know that. Most of the people know that. And what I'll do is let it be known. I have buildings all over the world. We have jobs going up all over the world. Very few people have built a company like I've built.
All right. And then you get mad at guys like me when I ask you the negative questions.
No, I think you've become very negative. I do think.
You, me?
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. Who knows? You'll have to.
Someone who asks a question like that once he knows the answer they're going to get it likes it.
You know, Milano.
They like that they're bothering him. Yes. That's why they're asking him if they're bothering him.
Well, good. I want to get back to this.
And my boy Eric.
I think I've been very fair to you. Very fair.
You look how creepy his son looks.
A little bit.
His son looks so creepy.
Frankly,
you want to give me an example?
Looks like the guy from American Psycho.
Right?
We just finished a debate.
But like his cracked out, lesser, hotter brother.
Yeah, and I won a lot of debates, but I really had a good time tonight.
When you are thinking ahead, I was surprised to hear you say you're going to support, if they give you the under table thing at the convention.
What happened, Ayanka? You're so hot. What happened to this kid?
They don't give you the nomination.
That's your son, right?
The popular.
Yeah, maybe.
You're gonna accept
Well, look, I don't want to run as an independent. I love the Republican. The Republican Party has been pretty nice to me.
I know you pretty well, though.
People, I tell you what, the people. But you have to remember, I brought millions of people into the Republican Party. That's why I'm doing so well.
That's
why we have so many people. But the best chance of winning is for me to run as a Republican. I will beat Hillary Clinton. These people will not beat Hillary.
Okay, so you're gonna, even if they give you the runaround, even if they do bad
I
things.
think he's right. I think the only reason why people back him up is because of that whole corporate thing.
As a Republican, run as a Republican and win. And I am far ahead of everybody. I'm leading by a lot. I think we're going to do very well over the next 2 weeks also. People were surprised at the amount of it.
I think that the strategy of the Republican Party, like the establishment, is to push hard Trump for some point and try to reach the deal, make a deal with him. That okay, you don't touch anyone in the Senate, you don't change, don't make any big changes, don't interfere in our our deals that we're doing. So we
John Kennedy, you.
Hey, I don't know, but for some point, because they understand, because nobody out of those guys is able to beat Hillary Clinton.
I don't think so either. I think Trump's biggest card is that he's not accepting any donations from anybody else, and that's a big thing in the political race right now. People are looking to see where the
so then there is no chance to push him hard till certain point, then try to reach the deal.
This moron, I can't stand him. I really can't.
Really?
He's so biased in all of his reports. I don't I don't watch Fox News. It's
me too.
CNN is bull.
Nobody watching all this.
The only news outlets that I watch is Young Turks, DINTv.com, Vice News. I like news outlets that actual people are doing and not these Ivy Leaguers.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't Bush get into Bush went to Ivy League school on a C average? He got into the school at a C average in high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. The Bush.
So like for me, like somebody's like telling me that they went to Ivy League school doesn't mean crap to me. Because all that stuff is just family, it's generations. Like your family went here, okay, you're automatically gonna go here because like we know the pull and we know the pull that you have, and we know systematically when you grow up, we have like favors that you can probably fill out for us. Because one of the points that one of the commentators made was, the Republican Party is scared of Trump because he didn't follow the traditional Republican route where he would join the secret societies and
no, it's not the reason. Trump going to shake just all these things that already like established it. So he is a threat just for their calm life. Nothing else. They don't care about any secret societies. They care that Trump will shake up their established like business. It's political business, lobbyists.
Well, I'm not nobody's business, okay? So maybe he doesn't just shake it up, but Bernie will do the same.
Yes.
But if Bernie doesn't make it,
Hillary wouldn't.
Hell no, she's not gonna do
that. But they use Hillary just like a threat sign.
Hillary to me just reminds me of. Are you a Harry Potter fan, Joe?
Not particularly.
Have you seen that Harry Potter meme of like all the candidates, but like as Harry Potter characters?
Oh yeah.
Literally, when they made that, she is the definition of Professor Umbridge. Literally, this lady in the character, she's like, she plays for the good guys, but she's so corrupt in doing everything that she does. But she says she does it for the good guys, so it makes her good. If you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So literally, that is Hillary Clinton. She is support because Democrats are always seen as the good, like the good, realistic side.
Yes.
But she's just doing all the bad, chisty stuff for the good.
Yes,
of the
for
people.
the good. Yes.
You know.
Yeah, it's like a House of Cards. I told you that there is necessary things that should be done.
I wish Hillary looked like the vice president's wife.
Yes, exactly.
She would. I'd probably like to take
character just very like much with her. Absolutely.
I think she plays Hillary better than Hillary plays Hillary. I would take her serious more than her. But that's just because she's an actor and she knows how to do it. But you guys, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Periscope, Meerkat. This was probably one of our biggest shows that we've had.
Wait you on Sunday.
Sunday we will be here broadcasting the Democratic.
And let's fight with Hillary and Bernie Sanders. Hopefully he will win. But
Joe, once again, thank you for coming through. You know, we do this.
Strings attached.
We do this for the primaries and for the debates also. So if you could come again and come give us your input, please.
Every day.
Because you are like a content master. You put those tweets in, and we like people like that.
We like people who bring some content. We're ready to disseminate it. We also broadcast on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope.
How'd you find us, Joe?
Actually,
somebody from your Twitter account tweeted at me.
That was me. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
But just a quick question, because we're a new online platform and we're trying to launch and we're trying to see what our niche is best fit. What do you think so far from what you've seen? Just coming in fresh-eyed.
It was definitely very interesting. Like it being able to listen and talk about the debate. I mean, I lived in DC for most of my life, and we'd get together at bars and do this, and talk like the debates were drinking events.
Yeah.
Not so much now that I'm living out in Denver, but I mean that's definitely the kind of feeling, just being able to talk through, kind of poke fun, and also have conversations about the issues during these political events.
And you know what the great thing about it too, Joe, is being as it used to be a tradition for you, it can still be a tradition, because we are planning to start running different time slots, so that if you decide that you want to host a show yourself, you can host your own show and have a political debate with your friends on the show. You know, so we're definitely streaming along a lot of new features on the site. So please keep in touch. And
we're going to roll out new feature that will allow schedule.
So add you to our mailing list so you can see any updates like that. But if you want to plug in your social media stuff so other people around the world can check out your Twitter, because you tweet pretty interesting stuff. So
yeah, I mean, my Twitter stuff was up there, and I think that's what I logged in as. So
perfect. So I'll go ahead and post that.
Okay.
All right. So thank you once again.
Thank you
for everyone.
Have a good night.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
All right, you as well. Bye.
Okay, so let's